going on, family? Welcome to Sage Talking to Lapeef Network. How you guys doing? Glad to have you guys in attendance. For some reason the chat looks a little funny right now. Let me see what's going on. Nevertheless, glad to have you guys over again. Welcome to Sage Talk with Lee. Make sure we get the likes up. Also, make sure we subscribe to the channel. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. That link is in the description right there. In case you don't know, the Lapeef Experience takes over Atlanta, August the 5th and August the 6th. Let's make sure we click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat right there and go ahead and get your tickets. Let me bring up Lee himself. What's going on, Lee, sir? How you doing?
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing, JR? Welcome
Good.
to the chat. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good. Well, I'm doing good.
All right. All right.
Can you see the chat okay? On your end?
Yeah, I can see the chat.
Okay,
I
it's
can see the
funny on my
chat.
end. I don't know. Maybe the transition didn't go so well for me. But as long as you can see it, I guess that's all that matters. Yeah, it's gonna be a great show, Lee, right? I seen the title.
Absolutely. 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 Well, sorry for not being able to make it last week, guys. From time to time, we deal with power issues. So I had a power outages for several hours and wasn't able to make the schedule. But we're back on track.
There you go. There you go. All right, Lee, I'm gonna go ahead and drop off of here. Have a great show. I will be dropping the link for people to call in, so make sure you guys get your seat because you know sometimes it gets packed. I know how you guys do. You like to try to call in on the back end, wait to see who's gonna go first. I suggest you get in early. That way you can get your point. Don't be scared. It's open up for men and women today, Lee. Or just
Yeah, just you can drop the link early. That's not a
no, I'm
problem.
saying is it open for men and women? Because I that's a common question people always ask.
Women, say again.
Is it open for men and women to call in on the back
Yeah,
end?
the subject is marriage, so definitely to be open for men and women, sure.
Well, there you have it. So hopefully we addressed someone that may be asking a question. So Lee, I'm out of here. Have a great
Absolutely. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. How are you guys doing? Welcome back to Sage Talk. It's good to be back myself. Today, I wanted to talk about marriage, but I used the word quantitative because I really wanted to emphasize a certain level of value that is provided by men that normally is somewhat overlooked by both society and by women at large. So, what are the benefits of marriage? You know, I was given this significant thought when I was putting together my notes for this show. And many times, from a man's perspective, when a man thinks about marriage, he's thinking about the woman he wants to spend his life with, the children that he will have, and the overall family and the benefit that that will offer him, both his immediate family and his extended family through his bride. But I wanted to examine this from a different perspective that looks at what are the quantitative value that a man would bring to a relationship of a marriage. And in short, the quantitative value simply means something that can be described or measured in quantity, not something that is more like a feeling or an idea that can't be seen, feel, or touch more or less by your five senses, right? Now, obviously, there are qualitative aspects to a marriage as well. And men do bring qualitative aspects to a marriage. But that's usually something where the woman will add quality to the overall life and how well it is enjoyed between both the man and the woman. But before that can actually be done, before the qualitative aspect can be appreciated, the quantitative aspect must first be laid. Those foundations must be in place. And the stronger and the better those foundations are, the more benefits to the marriage, and potentially there are more longer lasting, higher quality of overall life experience that all parties can enjoy. As I was doing my review, I came across many different websites that provided some background information. Some gave me as little as 14 different benefits that can be of value to a marriage. Others gave me up to, I think, 28 in general. But I'll focus on more or less the top 5 that I saw primarily in all of my searches. And most of it dealt with several things: tax, insurance, IRAs, or retirement account, individual retirement accounts, the benefits of that, the overall health benefits, and the companionship aspect. So those were the 5 main categories. And in general, most of the data, the information was surrounding the financial benefits of a marriage that can be accrued over time. Now, these 5 essential characteristics that I laid out that would be beneficial in a marriage are all vital, necessary, and for any long-term relationship would be of value. Definitely, as I stated earlier, children would be the reason for most men to get married. So that's included. And if you don't have sperm, well, I guess there are other ways to have children, right? But we'll go with the fact that everybody come with all working parts. But as I look further into developing this discussion and the conversation, and to provide a perspective from maybe what normally the man would provide, that is sort of like the undergirding support to a marriage that most people tend to overlook. And in my search, nowhere did I see any of it mentioned. So even society somewhat don't even count it. It's like somewhat of a given. Now, to me, that felt like it was like completely wrong, because a lot of the benefits that was cited outside of those financial benefits primarily went towards the female within the marriage. And even the financial benefits over time would accrue towards the female as well. They sort of brush lightly over many of the things that men would contribute to a marriage. And kind of gave the, how can I say, the impression that both men and women contributes to a marriage, at least from an economical standpoint, equally. And I think most of us would know that is not the reality. Maybe for a short term period of time, but usually not the long term for marriages that last some time. How do we know that? We know that because there's a thriving child support court and alimony court that exists. And the one reason why that exists is to extract financial resources from men and transfer it to women. So if both men and women were in the marriage contributing equally, that really would not be the case because their economics would probably be relatively equal. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not trying to in any way suggest or say, excuse me, that women do not contribute quantitatively to a marriage. But by and large, that is really a man's domain. Historically, traditionally, or however else you might want to quantify it, that has been the domain of men. And even currently, and potentially in the future, it will continue to be so. But for whatever reasons in my searches, that was conveniently left out. And no emphasis was associated with how men contributes to a marriage. What really helped to lay the foundation for long-term living? Saj living in a fairy tale. What is this? I'm living in a fairy tale. Okay, I'll get to that. We'll see how fairy tale-ish or reality-ish this discussion will develop. I want to really have this conversation so that as it pertains to marriage, I want to look at it from what we have come to know in this space over the past year or two. Uh, no thanks to Kevin Samuels, fully credited, high value men or men with value. I want to use that as a benchmark for this conversation. And what I mean by that is that I don't want us to focus on the extremes at either end, right? The bum, the shiftless guy, or the guy that, you know, abuses his wife and his children, the drunk, the Pookie and Ray Ray or Chads, men of poor character, or in general, men who normally are not interested or marriage minded and do not have either the ability, the desire, or the will to enter into a marriage or to provide within a marriage. I'd like to build this conversation basically from a basic understanding that two people who have met, entered into a relationship, looking to plan a future together, decide that they want to do so. They're both of good character. We're not talking about converting 304s into housewives and none of that. That's a different conversation. And I'm sure you guys have had quite a bit. I want to focus on two normal, good quality people who are looking at life in a very similar way and want similar outcomes, I should say. Let's just say someone who is a good guy who is successful. He has general good character. He works hard for a living and he has begun to thrive for all his efforts. I'd like to use that as a baseline for this conversation. So what I'd like to do is first, let's see how we can deconstruct a man's perspective and his contributions as it pertains to marriage and what those responsibilities usually look like from the man's eye. How that translates into direct benefits to both the women and the children of the family. But most of the times, or at least some of those times, they're perceived as minimal or what you're supposed to do, or that's your job, which most times gets discounted, and the true value of how men actually contribute to marriage that make it a worthwhile endeavor for both men and women tend to be belittled. So a man's contribution to marriage, and I'm going to first start out with an analogy to kind of lay the groundwork. And then, because I come from a numbers life, financials, financial service, and I look at things in a quantitative way, I'll put some numbers together and we'll have that discussion so you guys can really see what that looked like. But first, I'd like to use an analogy to first lay out this conversation, and then we can talk about it after. A man's contribution to a marriage, I have assessed it down to electricity. Electricity's contribution or requirement to modern society is almost, as it pertains to most people's thinking and day-to-day life, is almost unnoticeable. People really don't think about it. They use it, but with the expectations that it's always supposed to be there, i.e., that it works. You walk into a room, you flip the switch, it illuminates. You get into your car, you flip the switch, it starts. So I want to use that as the basis to this discussion so we can examine electricity, things that apply to real life, and then we can talk about the man, how he may apply to real life. Like I said, electricity is almost unnoticeable until one thing happens, when it goes out. Without it, we're back to the future, literally. Why do I say that? Without electricity, what happens? Public transportation, trains, buses, airlines, comes to a halt. Communication, as we know it, email, post office, social media, done. Food, most people don't grow food, so that means we deal with logistics. Food is grown all around the world, shipped in from different places. That'll affect overall global transportation cargo. So we're dealing with food, medicine, clothing, and I think 2 years ago we got an understanding of how that affects our life in America and in other places when we were dealing with the PPEs, right? Just getting a mask for your face, if it didn't come from China, well, you was shit out of luck because they were the one that had the contracts and the infrastructure, i.e., the factories, to pump them out. Now, yes, there were smaller providers here and there, but to produce 100 million, 200 million, and do it in a short enough time to then deliver it, not a reality. How long do we think our gas tank would stay full? How long do you think the power plants can keep oil or whatever it is that they use to run their turbines, diesel fuel or whatever, to keep the lights on in society? After 30 to 60 days, what would that really look like? Horses, cows, and carriages. That'll be your transportation. Candles, wood, and fire would be your light and heat. I mean, what I'm saying is Our society, though it's not at the front of our mind, it's extremely fragile. And it's fragile with one simple resource. Why do you think the United States makes such a point in having such a large military station around the world in the Middle East, where we would say, what the hell? Why are they spending all that money to be over there when they could be using that money to build infrastructure in the United States, help people do better, build more jobs, whatnot? Because they know one thing. If them Arabs turn off them oil faucets and they start shipping that oil somewhere else in large quantities, the lights go out. Tyranny starts. Society would break down real fast. Now, I'm using this analogy to kind of put people in the proper perspective. How something that is valuable, that provides the basis for day-to-day life, that once it's not there, how quickly life can start to fall apart. Why am I saying this? And why over the past few years, even after MGTOW and so forth, which has been going on for at least a decade or more, started with, with our brothers from another mother. But why is marriages such a big conversation in this space? And why did Kevin Samuels focus on it so much? At first, I really didn't get it. I mean, I did and I didn't. But because I'm into politics and finance and a lot of those things, I'm starting to see other threads that are coming unloose, that are associative. There are many things that are associated with marriage. And I see a couple of people dropping some real gems in the chat. Without marriage, over time, what we begin to see is a no man's land. Because men, as we and they continue to walk away from marriage, the society will slowly begin to degenerate. It will start to fall apart. The men who have the skills, when they die, if they didn't train anyone for those skills, you'll lose it. So the guys that runs the boilers, the infrastructure, the drill for oil, the people who build skyscrapers, the electricians, HVACs, airplane, engine. Because men are survivalists and because men don't need a lot to survive, they just need what makes them comfortable. It's like Better Bachelor. I don't know which of you guys may watch Better Bachelor, but I watch him sometime because there's a lot of value in what he says and the way he has started to make changes in his life. His father recently died. He's cut back on his lifestyle. He sold his house. He bought a piece of land. He's building a log cabin. He recustomed his van, which he did primarily by himself. He's minimalizing his life without a woman. And if he wants sex, the society is transforming where sex can easily be purchased. No big deal.
So my point is, as men start to pull back because they don't see the value in life, because women say, hey, I don't need you. You don't provide nothing I need anyway. Men are like, okay, cool. It's slowly becoming an every man for himself society, both from the male perspective and the female perspective. Now, I don't think governments are really aware of this because we know governments, they're like battleships, right? They turn very slow. They're big decision makers, and little things they don't pay too much attention to, and they give less and less value to people who are considered, the sheeps of society, broke, or don't really have enough influence to get their attention. Now, governments are aware of the reproduction issue and the replacement of enough people in the society, so they're started to take steps to address that. Last month in June, we saw the Roe v. Wade reversal. In some of the countries, they're paying men to get married and giving them tax breaks over a period of time. China is investing in men going to Singapore, Indonesia, and different parts of Asia, Southeast Asia, to buy wives. So countries do recognize that aspect, and they're taking steps to try to force men to come back to the table. But in the West is moving headlong. Okay, my mic sound like I'm outside. Let me see, is it better now? If it's better, give me a thumbs up, guys, so I can see. I just saw that comment by, what's that, Am Decorations. Give me a thumbs up, guys, to let me know if my mic is sounding better. All right, cool. Appreciate it. Okay, so as I was saying, most governments, they see the population issue. They don't really see the broader aspect of the crumbling of society because they're making a whole different plan. But before I get off track, let me kind of get to the crux of what I want to talk about. Now, we've recently noticed that not only did Roe v. Wade come down, but several states are starting to make laws to make men pay for child support at conception. These are like draconian steps to force men, because men know, the lawmakers who are making these laws, men know what men react to. Men react to force. So they're trying to force men, or to break men, to come back in to society. But at the same time, men also know that we always have two choices. We can capitulate or we can walk away. And more men are starting to walk away. Now that I've kind of laid that out for you, let me say this. I've did some calculations, and I did the calculations. Obviously, there are many things that I'm probably going to miss that I didn't include. And I'm sure some of you will bring it to my attention as you come up on the panel. JR, if you didn't drop the link yet, you can do so. I'd like brothers and or sisters, to come into the back chat so we can have this conversation. But I use 250,000 as a baseline income to be able to show quantitative value from a man's perspective in a marriage. Because there are some basic things that life consists of today that it didn't consist of 100 years ago or more. So I wanted to kind of lay out where it all starts, because without the basics for life, you're living in poverty or you're living below poverty, right? If you have problems feeding yourself on a daily basis, having a place to live on a daily basis, having clothes, reasonably good clothes on your back on a daily basis, you're in poverty or you're below poverty. That's how society looks at you. And bottom line is, that's how you live in. So, from a food perspective, and I'm going to deal with it as individuals as we stand right now. If you spend $50 a day on food, that's lunch, breakfast, dinner. And that's, let's say, for two people. 365 days, that's $18,250. Shelter, a mortgage. If you're paying $2,500 a month on your mortgage, that's 30 grand a year. Property tax, insurance, I made it very small, $200. That's $2,400 a month. Medical insurance, if you get sick, $350 a month. That's 4 grand a year. Family insurance, that's death policy. If you die, whoever survives you get a check, right? So that's $3,600 a year, $300 a month. And I'm using low numbers. I'm not using New York numbers. I'm using low numbers on an average. Clothing. Let's say you spend $500 a month on clothes. That's 6 grand a year. The average person probably spends a lot more than that. Car. More than likely, if it's two people, you're going to have two cars. So on average, you might be looking at $450, $500 a month on a car note. So I made it a grand even. That's 12 grand a year. Transportation, using $5 as gas, 22-gallon gas tank. That's $110 a week, $440 a month. That's $5,000 a year. Travel, including vacations, Christmas, the holidays, 4th of July, whatever you do. Short trips, small trips, long trips. 5 grand for the year. Overall entertainment, going out. Let's say you go out once a month, you spend $500, you and your lady. That's 12 grand a year. Jewelry. Now we know jewelry is expensive, but let's say $3,000 a year in jewelry. Now I know most ladies will laugh at that number. Property maintenance, that's your lawn, roof, painting, electricity, plumbing. Let's say 5 grand every 2 to 3 years. Replacement for new cars. Most people today, Americans, replace their cars every 3 years or so. Some sooner, some later. But the average is around 3 years. Long-term resources, 401ks, IRAs, stock investment, cryptos. I didn't put a number on that because it depends on your income, how you would invest in that. But I would say most guys making about $250 a year, he's going to put at least 8% of his income into his 401k or an IRA. He's probably going to be investing about 15 to 18, maybe 20% between stocks and crypto. But I didn't qualify that. Now you also deal with social respect. Social respect or community respect is something that really benefits the woman in a marriage, that she gets from who her husband is and what he does. Okay. Uh, walk by faith, she said flexing. Okay. It allows you some level of flexing as well. Absolutely. That's flexing currency. Inheritance and legacy. Legacy, obviously, are children, but you deal with investments, properties, stocks and bonds, insurance policies. All those things go towards a woman in the long term view of a family. Now, out of those things that I listed, and I'm sure there are other things that you guys can hit me to, I selected 6 things that are primal for life and survival: food, shelter, which is your mortgage, property insurance, which you got to have if you have a mortgage, medical insurance, which you will need if you get sick. Some people, their jobs provide a portion of that cost. Family insurance, which, like as I said, death policy, and clothing. I qualified those numbers based on 2 people getting married where the woman's age is 25 and the man's age is between 32 and 35. A mortgage is 30 years, and everything else to retirement, I qualified it at 40 years. So food, based on going out to eat, $50 a day, or cost of living, eating food, $50 a day, was $730,000. Your mortgage, that was 900,000. Property insurance, 72 grand. Medical insurance, 168,000. Family insurance, that's debt policy, $300 a year, maybe $500,000 policy or $1 million policy, depending on how young you started the policy. Clothing, 250,000. Now, all of these numbers, I'm sure, or many of them, were very low for how people spend and live today, depending on which coast, city, or state you live in. But overall, that lifetime cost on those 6 things that I calculated is $2.264 million. That's $2,264,000. That's a 40-year life from a woman getting married at 25 to the age of 65. Now, we know that most women live longer than men, and their life continue for possibly another 20 years. So another 20 years would more than likely add significant value as well. But let's say the house would be paid off, so you'd only be stuck with the insurance and so forth. Medical would still be there. Food, clothing, all those things would still be there. Now, based on these numbers, from a man and a woman to both see in this conversation, I want you guys to really make an assessment. Number one, the amount of money we spend living apart, living separate lives, particularly when both the man and the woman work. But for a man that makes 250,000, let's say he wants his wife to raise his children, and she's of similar mind. She might work part-time here or there. You know, you can do stuff today, work at home, work from, if you have technical skills, you can do that. You can add to the pot. But I think this tends to bring home what the value really is that a man contributes just from a financial standpoint in a marriage. Now, if you make less, 100 grand, whatever, then just your lifestyle is lesser. You may not own a home. You may rent a home. You may not have two cars. You may just have one. You may take public transportation if you're in a city where that's available, like New York. So there are adjustments based on where you would live. But the bottom line is a man that is of value brings a significant worth to a marriage and a life. We're talking 2 million plus. And I didn't factor in private school. I didn't factor in tuition. I didn't factor in clothes for children. I didn't factor in uh, university and the cost for those costs. I didn't factor in cars and vacation for a big family. I just kept it at bare bones. And I think this is why when Kevin said many women will die alone, is because women are not very good at long-term calculations and looking at how things are quantified and how where you start can change the outcome of where you end up 40 years later. And I think from a man's perspective, if you are a man that is on your way, if you're making 100, 150,000, if you're in tech and you know in the next few years, 3 to 5 years, you could eclipse 250,000 or higher, the ball's in your court. You call the shots. You make the choice. And I think more and more women are starting to realize that in general, feminism have dealt them a bad card. I've got some more commentary I'd like to add, but first what I'd like to do, let me see who is really up on this panel, who want to open up this conversation. Let's see if we can delve into what are the values or the value, not values, but value, the quantitative value that men bring to the table. Hey, my man.
What's going on?
What's,
Yeah,
what's,
it
what's
caught me off
going on?
guard.
What's going on? I'm good. I'm good.
Huh.
Hey, are you hearing a lot of wind?
I
Or is
was
it,
earlier, but no, you're good now.
I'm good now? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thanks. Okay, so talk to me. I dropped a lot of different things. I talked about obviously how overnight electricity could, the absence of it can change our life in society, can regulate us back to a time where you'd be chopping down trees to cook and to stay warm. And how, with men walking away from marriage, what a society would look like if it was every man for himself.
Wow. Yeah, it was
What's your thoughts?
every man for himself would be quite nasty. Starting with most people are not, they're not in shape. They're not in the ability to go
Okay.
chop the wood or even carry the wood without passing out. Most
Okay.
people don't have money and resources. Most people don't know how to go get resources. Most people don't know how to work with. One big problem is people don't know how to work with other people.
That's a very good point. I'm glad you said that.
The
People don't
lack,
know how to work with other people. Men, particularly, men in this
it's men and
era
women.
in which we live, and I'm gonna say black men more so, we don't know how to work with one another. We have short tempers, and we don't value another man's point of view.
I
So
could
tell me about
agree
that.
with. I plead guilty to a part of it. I'm just being honest. I mean, I just
Well,
don't. I
that's
usually
cool.
don't.
At least you
Yeah,
can admit your own shortcomings, right?
I usually don't trust the person to my left or to my right because at the end of the day, if you throw a $5 bill or you throw a loose vagina in front of a man, they'll stab the other man to their left to get to it. That's how people are. So trust has been broken.
Okay.
However, no, my friends and people I do rock with, I got some good people around me. We're good. But overall, like this whole, we got a community, we all got to stick together because we all black. No, it's not going to happen. People don't trust each other. They're out of control in their behavior, short tempers, egos, having to prove something. All that stuff plays a part in it. But as far as the value of a man, it's a shame that you have to have that conversation with the woman or have the conversation with the person. But that's what this has gotten to now. I honestly couldn't be interested in a woman at all if I had to explain to her what the value of being married or having a man is. I couldn't take her to get a steak or not even ramen. I can't do it.
Well, I mean, the thing is the American society, which is a template for Western society in general, women do not really see the value of a man or a husband, because the structure of society says that everyone contributes to the whole, and now we have a mechanism that runs everything. Technology is the mechanism. We have the infrastructure of police, fire department, medical personnel, and so forth that are like the cogs in the wheel of the system that operates in the background where you don't see it. Like, I remember back in the day, back in 1995, when I first bought a computer, you used to have to know commands. You used to have to go in and type in the commands to
I
make the
remember that.
computer do what you wanted to do. Now, those same command codes are operating in the background, but the operating system manipulates it and the applications controls it. But it's still there. And I think that most people don't realize that the mechanism that actually runs society is still there. And part of what keeps the glue for society to really benefit and grow and be strong is family. And family comes from marriages. I mean, what do you see? Maybe you see something different. Like, I think some people think I'm in Wonderland. So, bring me back down if I'm floating somewhere out there too far off.
No, I'm actually on the other side, traumatized, because one grandfather had 12 kids, the other grandfather had 6. My parents are
My
married, my
granddad,
sister's married, my
my
brother are
granddad
married.
had 11.
Yeah.
Actually, my granddad had 12, 2 girls and 10 boys.
Yeah, so and most of them were all married. Matter of fact, all of the 12 had gotten married on my dad's side. Some are divorced, but they were all at least married at a time.
Okay.
So me growing up, and then the neighborhood I grew up in, it was black. There was 2-car garages. There was green grass. There was 2 cars parked in driveways, and people were married. That's what you did. That's just was what you do. I never thought that I was going to grow up, and these weren't going to be these people anymore. I thought when I went to HBCU, all these women they wanted to be married, and they had or valued the same structure. Found out the hard way that they don't.
Right.
And I wasn't prepared, so I had a problem. I'm good now. I'm not married, but I'm still good. But that's what it became. And
Right,
I'm
but
looking.
if you're gonna, God, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Finish.
No, I'm saying I look now, just in the last 30 days. Look on Facebook. Two girls I talked to before that had plenty of options. One's pregnant with twins. No man nowhere on Facebook to be found. The other one just pregnant randomly. Ain't no man nowhere to be found. Regular jobs, just whatever. And a couple more within the last year. It's just what they're choosing. Just what they're choosing to do. No marriage. I don't get it. Like, don't you want a man helping raise your kids? Ain't that what it's supposed to be based on? Like, my mother she told me when I was younger that my father was the more important parent. She said she learned that as she was growing, as we started to grow up. Then my sister, she's married, she got 3 children. She didn't know until she got older. The husband or the man is the more important parent. She figured it out as she was raising her children. And she couldn't picture how could she do this without a man?
Because a man is what keeps order. And
the more children you have, the more things you need to keep in order.
Yeah, as
And
their
men,
marriages were oh, go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
finish. Go ahead.
No, as their marriages were tested, let's be real, marriage ain't perfect, which I'm talking from a single person who just has seen. So I'm not a married guy counseling.
Right.
Marriages are be tested. People change, people go through stuff, and that's just life. When their marriages were tested, they never got on the phone to call the system. They decided to keep their men in the house and work and build together and stay together. And they're still reaping the benefits of it. They're in better
Well,
situations.
it's funny you said that too, right? Because people always grew in marriages. Like today I hear statements like, we grew apart. No, you grow together and you mature together. Your perspective of life gets better, supposedly, but most people say they grow. I mean, not most, I should requalify that. What I hear from time to time is that women will say, we grew apart. Basically, they got to a point in life where their wants and desires had greater value that was outside of the marriage than what the marriage provided.
Uh, I don't see women, I don't see a whole bunch of women throwing the man away and going out and get better results. There are very few that do.
True,
But
true,
I see them
right.
running back out, just like I'll say it on other channel. There's a woman
Uh-huh.
who showed up. She's 22. She has a child with a guy. She says he's cool. Yeah, he's cool. I believe in him. We're just having some problems right now. He's older. He was married before and everything. And I don't know. I want to get married later in life. I'm like, okay, if you're 22 and you want to get married, like what year do you want to get married? Oh, maybe when I'm 26 or 27. Okay, you have a child. The man is still there. And I asked her, do you believe in this man? She said, yeah, absolutely. Can you work with this man? Yes. So instead of working with the man and putting your family together, you want to see what's out here in these streets.
Right. She
So
wants
if
to
you
keep
say
her
you don't want to
options.
be married, right? If you don't want to be married, you've eliminated the marriage-minded the husbands from the market. So you're gonna come out here with the child, eliminated the husbands. What men are you going to be dealing with for the next 4 years?
Okay, stop right there. One
Roscoe
second.
Smith, Raw Dog Ronnie.
1 second. Miss O, she says, our life has grown exponentially since being married. I'm assuming she's a married woman and she's saying her life with her husband has grown exponentially. That's a good thing. Exponential growth is usually quantitative, so that's a good thing. But are you saying that the exponential growth have created a separation in how you view life with the man that you're with? And
Gonna
you
answer that.
view that in some way there may be more value on the outside, taking looking at new opportunities than building with where you are. So I'm not sure if that's the inference behind the statement. If it
But
isn't, cool. If it is, you can drop another line. Go ahead,
I
Dustin.
think she's speaking positive, just that they got married and her life has grown exponentially. I think
Oh,
that's what I
okay.
got.
And that's actually how it should be. Your life should grow exponentially with your mate, with your husband, with your wife. And you grow together and learn things together, but you also grow and learn things independently, which is how you're able to contribute more to the marriage and to the life that you have chosen together as well.
Yeah, I don't know. This particular young lady agreed after us kind of sort of mentioned it to her.
Uh-huh.
She might want to put that life back together with that man. He's still there. They want to be together. Work on becoming a better person with this man because there's nothing waiting out here for you in the streets. It's no. But a lot of the other women are taking the other route. Keep spinning in circles. Let me see what's over here. Let me see what's over there. And it comes with drama and trauma. And this is what we got.
Okay. Therese Lay, she says, Michael D. Jesus, facts. We live well on 150,000 a year as a family of four in New Jersey. That's pretty expensive area, East Coast, New Jersey, right next to New York. We're debt free, live below our means, and budget really well.
and we're just hitting our stride financially, only up from here. That's awesome. And that's the thing. If you don't try to live your life to try to emulate someone else that you might see that is projecting a life that is supposedly so much better, you don't know whether or not they actually have the money to be living that life or they're just living that life on credit. Back in the day, we used to have the old phrase, keeping up with the Joneses. And I think today a lot of people tend to want to live that life. Now it's a social media life, but it's still keeping up with the Joneses. You're trying to live a life based on something that you see other people projecting, but not necessarily know how real that really is. And by trying to keep up to that, you can crash and burn. And a lot of our people do so. Let me bring up Bruiser. This is a married man. Hey, Bruiser, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, sir?
Welcome to Sage Talk. You can call me Lee.
Wait, this is Sage Talk? No, I'm just kidding. I don't. What up, Crystal?
What's
Talk
good?
to me.
Yeah, so y'all talking about the value of marriage, the quantitative value of marriage, and the benefits women receive. I think women have the advantage in the dating realm, relationships, marriage, whatever you call it, just because of the safety nets, man. When they fall, they got something to catch them. I think where they struggle at, where the issue is at, I think over 80% of the women want 20% of the man, and that's those guys that's making roughly around maybe 90,000 or 100,000 and above, if I get my math correct. And
Okay.
I think on the low end, the more on the poverty side, I don't think people, especially our own people specifically, uh, recognize what the Great Society Act has done uh, to damage, the black family, and it affects today. I mean, I know I know it happened in the 1960s, but imagine, what I'm saying, single parent household uh, increasing by 300%. It's something that we don't recognize, and it's a system that's actually allowing us to play ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
One thing, it's keeping us poor
I
because we're
know.
double spending everything. That's one
You,
aspect.
you
It's
know, I
hurting our
noticed,
children because our children are getting a lower class level of education.
and I always wonder, and you kind of taught me this on a few shows back, because I was asking you questions about how the relationships, as far as marriage, not being married, not having a man in the house, and women being more eager to step away because of these insurances from the government. It's
Right.
causing I didn't realize that was actually causing crime rate to go up. And I mean, it's kind of far fetched, but if you really take a deep dive into it, it really got like maybe an indirect impact on it. Some would
No,
say.
actually, you're making a very good point because, part of the research when I was looking at some of this stuff too that I didn't mention yet, but women are starting to really realize now what life is really all about. Because I think in time past, men would go out and do the work. They will see men come home and just bring money home. They know what he sort of did. He drank from time to time, or maybe every week. I don't know, for those who did. But by and large, they felt that the work that they did at home was equally quantitatively in value to what the man did outside the home. And I think now, since women have had at least two generations to work outside the home to provide for themselves, they're starting to see that, oh, this is not as easy as it looks. When you have to provide for yourself food, clothing, shelter, your entertainment, your transportation, your safety, and I didn't even talk about the protection piece, your safety, but everything else that goes into dealing with life on an everyday basis. And that if you don't work, there's nobody to pay the bills. See,
Yeah,
it's one thing that if
right.
you have a husband and he missed a day because he was working, he was drunk and he took off a day, or he was sick and he took off a day, so he lost a day's pay. He may have to double up over time and take time away from the family to do that, the wife can always bitch at him and say how he's not performing the way he should. But when it's you and there is nobody there and you get sick and you have to take off 2 or 3 days, and then you have to work and make up those 3 days to make that money back, you don't have no downtime. And I think what we're starting to hear with women drinking more, women having more stress, women having more psychological problems, women taking more medication, the reality of life living single as a woman, for those who are in the middle and at the bottom. The women who are at the top, at least they have the money to nurse their wounds. They got good medical, they could take good vacations, they could get treatment, they could cover up what inside may be hurting or dealing with issues. But women who don't have the financial capacity are struggling through life. And I have to make some serious decisions that are putting some of them at risk as well, besides just the overall general health. That's why now you're starting, like Bruiser said about the crime. There's an increase in female criminals in murder, in heavier crimes, in outright murder. Didn't we just see in New York about a week ago, 3 women ransack a restaurant in New York City, a white girl restaurant,
Yeah.
and though she was mad at the people who did it, she was more upset at the men who just stood by and watched. Like, why didn't y'all do something? See, men are saying, no, we ain't gonna do nothing. That's not our job anymore. See, the contract, more and more men are realizing that women walked away from the contract, the societal contract. And that societal contract has been built up for thousands of years to provide safety for the community, to benefit the women and children, to protect us as a whole. That if the men go away to work, the men that are left back protect all the women. So all these unwritten contract rule, what we used to call chivalry and things of that nature, or the patriarchy, masculinity, all these things now, men are start saying, okay, who was it that had President Carter? He had the line, not Carter, President Clinton. He had the line out, that option where you can take a line out of a bill instead of redoing the whole bill. You could just strike it and remove it from the bill without rewriting the whole bill. So now men are starting to do that. Men are saying, okay, all right, protection, I'm only protect my woman, my family. I'm not protecting strangers that I don't know. Right? So men are start taking steps in society to back away. And the pressures of survival, women are starting to behave more like men because they were taught that they were equal like men. So they're starting to act in very similar ways. So when women become frustrated and they have issues, they're acting out in a more violent way. And we're seeing, matter of fact, it started with white people, but it wasn't getting reported as much. There are more female white women going to jail than white men going to jail. And now black women are starting to add to those statistics as well. And black women are starting to hit the high crimes, murder, the real serious felonies. So the overspill in society will begin to see a breakdown from both women and men who are walking away, and then the children that grow up from imbalanced families are turning to crime by and large. There's
And
a very small,
Yeah,
there's
I
a
got
very
it.
small,
Go ahead.
there's a very small percentage of men who are, for whatever reason, finding their way and making a choice to be a good, productive citizen. A lot of us are falling away to drugs and crime. And then there's another percentage that's falling away to that female-minded man in all its forms. So go ahead. Who was going to say something?
Yeah, I got a slight disagreement.
Go ahead.
When we talk about, okay, it gets to become the same thing to where the reason people are failing because of what happened in 1964, they act as if there's this mysterious white man who multiplied himself, went and knocked on every man's door who was married and said, "Excuse me, you got to divorce your wife and you got to come with us, sir." And then they just handed a couple of welfare checks to the women, and then the men were nowhere to be found. My grandparents were alive in '64. They never received that knock on the door that says, "Sorry, you got to leave your family." Now, does systematic racism exist? Yeah. Is it the reason of everything and every problem with black? No. People are overweight. There's no white man standing in front of the gym with on a white horse saying, "You can't come in here, sir." There's no white
Absolutely.
man saying, you can't have a job in any black neighborhood. You go to a black restaurant, there's two people in there working, and they're giving garbage service. Go to and I'm not talking all black because I know it's people are going to say, but I'm saying stuff that we see. A lot of people just not working, and the companies are paying $15, $20 an hour to just show up, just come to work. Just give me a half-ass job and pay you $20 an hour. I don't see people that a whole bunch of young black people saying, "You know what? Why don't us four stack up in an apartment, make $20 an hour, work 60 hours a week, save our money, and do something?" A lot of it is just people making bad decisions.
Well, a lot of that come from right now. We hear a lot of entitlement speech where people say things like what they deserve. And I think, at first I was hearing that coming from women a lot. But I think if you look at the behavior of men are behaving in a very similar way as though they're deserving of something as
Right?
opposed to
They're
working
crying
and
victim.
achieving.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Right. They're crying victim. Exactly. Go ahead.
They're crying victim. Like actually, it was patriarchy. The patriarchy strikes back. Who said it? How do you cry victim, blaming a system for failure? Then the same system is the one that's feeding you and keeping you alive. It doesn't make sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go ahead. Give me a second, guys. I'm going to just jump off camera for a second. Continue the
Go ahead.
conversation.
That's
Bruiser,
all
go
right.
ahead.
I got a question for you, brother.
Okay.
I get it. Not everybody was a victim of the hey knock on the door and hey accept this welfare system or whatever. But given the scope, you know what I'm saying, or the degree of difficulty that these lawmakers and politicians go through to future proof policies, amendments, laws, regulations, you don't think they foreseen the increase from 23% to 77% single parent household? You don't think they actually had like people that was like PhDs and scientists and stuff draw up complex plans to make sure, because from my understanding, I read an article where there was a group of politicians who met, and this was after like economy crash. I don't know if it was the Great Depression, or I think it was one of those issues. And they said we can't allow everybody to try to be wealthy. Everybody can't be wealthy. We don't have enough. Our Federal Reserve System is going to fail again if this happens again. We got to figure out how to make poverty a comfortable place. How do we make people comfortable with poverty? You got to incentivize it. So I think
let me
I
push
can
back
answer,
on you.
but go ahead.
Okay,
Oh,
go
yeah.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Dr. Lee can cut me off because I think you probably heard about that meeting too.
Go ahead, Dusto, and then I'll chime
Okay, I
in
just don't want to be rude. Here's the deal. I'm just talking. Are there people who do stuff to get ahead? It's a capitalism thing. What can I do to make some more money? And if I can get it from you, I will. That's what they're thinking.
But you think it was solely money? You don't think it was nothing else?
More to do with money.
Nothing to do with supremacy, though, right?
Partially, but at the end of the day, if supremacy was so strong, how do you see white people? Because usually when you say supremacy, it's always white, the mysterious white man. Why are they losing their kids in the same systems that supposedly they created? Why are they losing their kids going through the same thing? That's not racial. White, Asian, Black, Indian, all of them in child support getting ragdolled. Men. Why is it white doesn't make the most money in the average income? They can't beat they can't even beat Jamaicans, Nigerians, and Haitians. Average income in America. They can't even beat them. So if it's this big system, how come they're losing? They're not even
Well,
winning at their own game.
I would say this, right? Well, first, let me just address Nate comment so I can remove it. He said, "But did you say that you need 250,000 a year?" No, I said I used that as a benchmark number for a married couple starting out, right? Because I wanted to use a number that, coming from New York, would be reasonable for a successful family. Now, you can make your adjustments up or down depending on where you fall within that economic financial stratosphere. Now, with regard to what Bruiser was saying, no, it's not like the system and the white man per se were were in our face stopping us, both the black man from being responsible and or the black woman from taking the money and run on pushing the man out, whatever. I think, sometimes we talk about being how to get over. We use a lot of slang terms in the hood about how to get over. But I think we really don't understand how to get over, because we look at getting over as just taking something from someone today. Whereas when the white man make a plan, he makes the plan to take something from you for the next 50 years, and you don't see it. Now, white supremacists exist. I mean, yesterday I was listening to R. Donahue Peebles. This guy's worth over $1 billion, one of the first black developer in New York State. He's doing a lot of major things. He owns properties in at least 6 or 7 different states. Started out in Washington, D.C. But he laid out how white supremacists have affected him in business, and how he could have been, had he been a white person, how much further he could have gotten in developing his business, and how literally they came after him to try to break him. But he overcome. But he was talking about how can we now make it where we can overcome not just one individual every 20 years or 2 individual every 20 years, but where it could be more widespread, where success within Black America could be more commonly achieved, as opposed to being a Herculean task. So I will agree with Bruiser there that white supremacist does have its fingers in the cookie jar, manipulating who gets the chips in the cookies, right? But I think that overall, when we as Black people look at foreigners, when they come to America, when an immigrant comes to America, they don't have all the baggage of what has been done to us on them. They just know they came from a country where a US dollar goes 20, 30, 40 times in their country. So they come here and they work, and any work is work. Any amount of money is a good amount of money. Whereas we set the bar like, well, we built this country, so we should be on a level with you. So you got to make us equal to you, which is part of the reparations argument, right? You got to make us equal to you, and then we could start on an equal playing field. That ain't gonna happen. If I was the white man, I wouldn't do it. So don't expect the white man to do it. You're gonna have to work and overcome. One of the things I found out when I was on Wall
Is there a
Street,
reason why you wouldn't do it if you were the white man, though?
because I would not give someone who I consider my enemy to be equal to me in power. That's why. If you understand power, why would you make someone
Don't
who
sound like
literally
Gusto agree with
can,
that.
can overthrow your
Not
kingdom
that.
power to be equal with you to overthrow your kingdom?
So you think that
That
black
makes
people
no
would
sense.
overthrow if we had
America,
an equal playing field? You think we will overthrow these people?
I don't
of
think
course we
there's
would.
I don't
Of
think
course
that there's a whole army of white people sitting and planning to go after every black person, and there's black people on this side spending 20 hours out of their day saying we're going to go after the. I think there are just people who exist.
No,
I know white
I'm not
people.
calling
I
it.
know
I'm not
black. I know
calling it.
Hispanic. And I'm saying that's
Okay.
kind of the narrative, as if the white man, we
No,
got our stuff here, like
but I
just
don't
that
think that's
narrative.
the narrative. I think that's the narrative that you espouse. I think what's really going on is people who make the rules, people who pull the trigger. They're the ones. You don't need an army. You just need an elite team. You know, when you have people that go to Davos and you have 7 countries sit down together and they map out the economics of the world, they have an implementation system when they each go back to their respective country, how that's going to delineate through society. And they put it into place to make sure they stay on top. Now, Broza is saying that, do I think that black people would look to take over America? I don't think it would be such master plan. Oh, this is what we're going to do. No. But if you look at what happened at the end of slavery and the 50 years that followed the end of slavery, just by our own efforts and what we were doing, we were building cities, we were building schools, we were building universities, we were building banks, we were building farms, we were building communities. Tulsa, there would have been a Tulsa in virtually half of the United States if they didn't bomb and kill those people.
So you saying experts,
Our own efforts would have just overtook them.
and it wouldn't have been like malice. It wouldn't have been like, oh, we don't
No,
want to
I'm
see.
not saying it's
Oh, okay.
in malice, but nobody wants to be subservient. And if you say these people are lesser than me, how can they then overtake you in such a short period? The reason why they have blocks in place is to make sure they can put out in the news that you're less.
So are you?
Most black people who are achieving will say, just don't be an obstacle to me. I'm not asking you for nothing. Just don't put any obstacles in my way. That's what most black people, businessmen that I know. Like I was saying earlier, when I worked on Wall Street for the first 10 years, most of my clients thought I was a white boy. Because if they knew I was black, they wouldn't have sent me 100 grand. They wouldn't send me a $5 million account. They wouldn't send me a $10 million account. Are you crazy? That's just the way the world is,
And
bro.
it's not
And if
because
you
you.
don't know that, you just haven't risen high enough yet to get popped upside the head and get a reality check. You're just low enough where you're just running around with the other crabs, so you don't see it.
I
But
feel
you
like
start moving in a certain economic level, you'll see what happens.
when we don't like reconcile with the reality of, you know what I'm saying, this is a place where we have to just fit in and strive, you know what I'm saying, and get what we
I
can
don't.
out of it.
Well, first of all, let me challenge that statement. What do you mean by fitting in? What does that
Okay,
mean?
so we have to recognize that maybe the intentions of America wasn't for us to be equal to as
But
far as wealth
that's
and
regardless.
economy.
I think we don't have to say maybe. We know that wasn't the intention.
Well, but
But the
you
point
have
is,
people
we
that
are
think that
here. We are here, and we're here now.
okay,
What do we
right.
do now? Okay, what
So
do we do
so
now?
so I think it's
Right.
disingenuous to say that maybe people like Martin Luther King lost his marble somewhere and didn't know what the hell he was talking about. I think he did. I think he got to a tipping point, and when he realized the correct direction to go, you know, it was actually the people that was in charge or superior or whatever you want to call it also recognized that he figured it out, and it was like, okay, we can't allow this to happen. What do we do? He has to go. Is it safe to say
Yes.
that
What?
that is true? As far as our, you know, what Martin Luther King was fighting for, as far as us
Right.
getting
I
the
understand that.
equal
Yes.
playing
Well, he
field.
was fighting. He was fighting for several things on different levels.
But I know
You
he
know,
said he wanted to go to
but the
DC and get a
economics
check.
was
That was
not.
it.
The economics was not at the forefront. The
Right.
economics was something that when he started to see the other things come into play, he realized without the economics, it's not going to make any difference. And I think that's when he started to maybe make steps towards going after that. That's when they said, you know what,
Okay, you got to go. 1 second. Let me bring up Kishan. Hey, Kishan, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk. I'm not sure if this is your first time here, but
Good
welcome
evening.
nonetheless. How are you, sir? The conversation is basically we're talking about the quantitative value of marriage, what men bring to the marriage in a relationship, the economics, and what are
Right,
those benefits to a woman. What do you have to
right.
say?
I think this is a great topic because I brought this up before. First of all, thank you for having this platform for us to be able to express ourselves. And I think one of the things about expressing ourselves and being free to do that, Sage, I think it becomes a problem because now remember there's two parts of the brain. If you take in impurity and you don't take in purity, then you start to have a bad way of thinking. But whatever you care about, you start to manifest. So if you care about something and you jump on a panel, you're really going to try and get your point across to what you really care about. That's the problem with we can say a man has been born, but a father. We don't have fathers. I heard someone on a show say they would rather shoot their shot and not get married at all. And when I was growing up, I remember being peer pressured to, amongst my peers, have I had sex yet? Have I manipulated a woman yet? What is my body count? To be macho amongst my peers. And I find that to be a problem, not only because you're not going to leave any virgins left for me with that attitude, but this is not fathers. These are F boys, or these guys are for the streets. Now we have so many men who for the streets that does not have a building mindset that you're talking about in family, where like in Africa, there's a progression of attrition, a level for fatherhood from the boyhood. And when that boy reaches fatherhood, he knows exactly what to do in that culture. And the problem with us being too free is we can dabble into any culture or be free, do anything. And as a result, we have feminized men. We have uh, many men. I'm sorry, I
Well,
got to say it,
I would say this.
I
teaching their
Part of
daughters
disagree.
how to be men.
what I would say is part of what it breeds is irresponsibility. You know, you have men who stay in a boyhood stage much longer than they should be. You have women who stay in a girly stage much longer than they should be, right? You have women who are in their 30s that, in some instance, you hear them speak and they speak as though they're still teenagers or early 20s. That's because the maturity of life haven't hit them. The requirement that they had to contribute to society haven't hit them. And it's only until when it hit them later that's when they start saying, oh, I'm a more valuable woman now because now I understand what life is all about. But unfortunately, value is not accredited by the seller always.
And I
Value is
actually,
determined
I
by the
think that
buyer.
is now the data has shown there's a lot more baby daddies, multiple baby daddies who are having these kids with these women. So, and then so what is it? And what is
But
happening is
what I would say is that at the beginning of the show, I said what I don't want to talk about is the Chads, the Pookie and Ray Rays, and those type of individuals. I don't want to talk about the guy who does not want to be married or don't have the wherewithal economically to be able to support a wife.
fair
Those are the two
enough.
ends. Those are the two ends of the spectrum of men who may have the financial ability to but don't want to, who are walking away, and those who are just f boys like you're talking about that are not contributing anything to the society. I want to talk to the subject of men who wants to be married and show women who may want to have a husband someday, have a family someday, be with a man in a committed relationship, so they could quantitatively really look and see, well, what is it that I'm getting that this man is going to bring to the table in this marriage?
And you're speaking to my heart because I said this on another show where I think there should be 1,000 Antons and for the next 2050, they really that the mother that works with her husband, the wife that works with her husband works with her. It is not partnership. It's actually a empire, because the wife knows her role. She embraces it and triples and multiplies what she brings home. For example, to Anton, or something in that family like. But when I speak about that, people tell me, "Oh, I'm old school." But my thing is,
Well,
if we have a
well,
lot more of those nuclear families that empire themselves, then we now are doing the right thing. Next thing you know, 2040, 2050, we can pass on that generational culture where nuclear family is more important to the younger ones. But guys don't want to talk about that.
well, what I would
You're
say
not
to
talking
that,
in reality. You're just talking about poof, all the men are all millionaires. Really?
okay, what I would say to that,
Seriously.
Ishan, is that the idea with regard to marriage and family that Anton espoused, I would definitely, I don't have a problem with you supporting that. But in terms of 1,000 clones of Anton, no, we're not about cloning men's mind. A
Just the
man should
aspect
be
of being married
a man
and
should
the
be
wife
as
working for the
individual
husband.
in his makeup so he can contribute the qualities and benefits to society that he can bring to the table with his group of skills and talent. But the idea of family and pursuing your goals and achieving in life, that I support absolutely. Uh, Jay, the CFO, welcome to Sage Talk. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm
Good
doing
afternoon.
fine. I'm doing fine, Mr. Lee.
Oh,
Um,
1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Uh, SO Hopeful says F marriage. Now, there are men who are saying F marriage. Like I watch Coach Greg Adams' channel, and there are definitely, he raised some very strong points why marriage is dangerous economically for men. Now, I'm not saying it's not, doesn't have its pitfalls. There are a lot of them. What I'm saying is that for men who want to get the best that they can get out of life with regard to achieving and what to do with their resources as they achieve, how they want to invest it, family being part of it. If you are a person that want to be immortal in some way, marriage and a family is one avenue of that contribution. Buying into institutions and having your name on a building, whether it's a medical facility at a university or a corporation that you might build or a foundation that you start, there are different ways to let your name live on. But marriage is probably the more economic way to do it, and it can build like a platform. It can build layer by layer over generation. Because the times that we're living in now is passing. It wasn't like that 10,000 years ago. It wasn't like that 1,000 years ago. It's like that now. But 100 or 200 years from now, we don't know what society is going to be like, but it's not going to be like what it is now.
I like to
So
say
unless
we're
you
pretty
have a
selfish.
generation that's going forward, your seed is not going to continue to be a part of whatever that is.
Mhm.
So with that, I will say, uh, So, thank you for your commentary.
I like to say we're pretty selfish if we don't use marriage, or, you know what I'm saying, leverage marriage to build a legacy for our generations after us. I don't think that's where the generations before us kind of failed. And that this notion that people can live their life and not be married at all, it just kind of, to me, it's just a selfish thing.
I mean, I
So
agree.
we
I mean,
already
I
got an issue.
agree. I
Yeah.
agree with that because a lot of times, like when my grandparents were married for over 50 years, but what happened was as time went on, like my mother, she was married young, got divorced young, and most of my aunts, they never got married. So from my grandparents' generation on down, really nobody in my family, as far on the women's side, was married. Now the men, all of my uncles married, family, all that type of stuff. Like you said earlier, Mr. Lee, about the marriage being a like an empire or a stepping stone or something for people to build wealth and all that stuff. I agree. But the problem is, like you said, a lot of men don't want to get married. They don't see the benefits of getting married. And that's one of the main problems we have in our society, is that a lot of men
women
don't
are
see the
walking away
benefits.
from the marriage, though. I think at a higher rate than men. And somebody can correct me if I got it wrong.
Way higher rate.
Yeah,
You're right.
it's about 70%. 70% of the divorces are filed by women.
And 80% with African American.
So
That's
women,
true.
so women have to share some of that selfishness of not wanting to.
So the thing is, right?
Bruiser,
Why, as a
no.
man? Oh,
One
go
at a
ahead,
time.
Desto.
One at a time.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go
sure,
ahead,
one
Desto.
second.
No, go ahead, Kenshawn. You're good.
Now I was saying, why would I take away my benefit of being single as a man? And I'm speaking facetiously. To continue to be single, continue to cheat, have a woman try to figure out if I'm cheating or not while I'm running in the streets. Why would I give that power back than to be married? Take away my selfishness and my ego, because my wife is gonna use me, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we do. She uses me.
Well, if you're single, you can't cheat. Right, I would say that. If
Yeah.
you're not married,
I think
You
his
can't
wife
cheat.
is using his internet right now.
yeah, I think it's internet did.
She's
Yeah,
probably using
like-
his internet to cheat.
Yeah. Yeah,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
just
but if like Mr. Lee said, if you're
come
single,
back.
you can't cheat. You know, it's like apples and oranges. You can't cheat if you're single. Now
You haven't made a commitment to one person.
yeah,
And if I may add a little further to that whole monogamy mindset, I've been giving it some thought because I hear it said a lot. But unless a woman will only have one man in her life, she herself has never lived a monogamous life in a relationship. You can't say you're monogamous if you live with a man or you have a man for a relationship and you're sexing him for whether it's 6 months, a year, 3 years, or 5 years, and it's supposedly just you and him. It's not a monogamous relationship, because at some point when you're done, you move on and you take another man, and then you take another man for however long that relationship is. What you're doing, actually, you're having multiple sex partners spaced out over time. It's like a person who says, I'm monotheistic. If you're monotheistic, you have one God. You don't have that God for 2 years, 3 years. I'm Christian. 5 years from now, you're Buddhist. 3 years later, you're Mohammedanist or Islamist. Muslim.
Islamic.
He said a
Right?
Mohammedan.
I
He's a
mean, you don't change God every couple of years. You can't say that you are monotheistic if you're changing your gods every few years. And you're neither monogamous if you're changing sexual mates every couple of years. All you're doing is selectively getting with one person for a period of time, but you're just as polygamous as anyone else. So I just wanted to add some clarity to that, because I think I hear women say that a lot, because they say, oh, he cheat. No, you've been cheating too.
And
You just turned it off for a while.
and
That's
also,
if she didn't cheat within the relationship. Go ahead,
and
CFO.
also, a lot of people, instead of getting married, they'll just shack up with somebody. I tell people all the time, what's the, people say, getting married is the ultimate goal, but you see these guys and these ladies are shacking up with each other, being with that person for 4 or 5 years, and then after that, the guy leaves or the woman leaves, and there's really no nothing to what's the word I'm looking for? Nothing to even shit, I forgot. Nothing to really shit. I lost my train of thought. But I see it all the time where I live at. A bunch of people just shacking up, not even thinking about marriage, because they think it's just, it's not really no benefits to marriage.
The reason is because they're keeping their options open.
Yeah.
They want the ability to be able to walk away with no commitment.
Yeah.
Whether it's the woman or whether it's the man. Now, Memo 100 says Sag. That's a made-up definition, sir. Who told you that? Well, I would say no one told me that. That's just logical thinking, right?
He was talking about the Muhammad. I think he's
The
talking about
Muhammad.
the Muhammad.
You
Oh,
talking about the
okay.
religion? You talking about the religion?
I must have missed the previous part of that discussion. Cool. Thanks for bringing me up to speed, guys. Yeah, but I think, a lot of times women will say things out of emotions, but they don't give it constructive and deconstructive thought to see how it actually fit the meaning of what they say, because they react to something on how it makes them feel.
I
Who
had a
was
question,
speaking?
but I
Was
can
that
wait.
you? Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. When I was growing up, I didn't see people talk bad about marriage. It's just not something I hadn't even seen one time till I was an adult. But I got older, and people say, "No, I don't want marriage. The woman's gonna take everything." That's the first thing they think of is take everything. Or the woman, "No, I don't trust these men. Can't do marriage."
What do you
Like when
think's caused that?
I can only speak for myself because I never thought I can explain it. I understand there's risk involved with marriage, but it's high risk, but it's also high reward. Being married, and if you get it right, it's a great thing.
Yeah.
So it's a lot to lose by not being married if you have the option to do so and do it right.
That's true.
But
That's a good thing you just said, because I was thinking about it earlier.
I can't
and I
imagine my
lost the
mom
thought.
without my dad. I can't
Yeah.
draw that picture at all. They would be two totally half of who they are people. My sister and her husband, same thing. And a lot of people I know, that's how they are. You see them, they actually represent one party, and they're better people because they're with the better person.
Yeah, I have a cousin.
They get it.
It sounds like it's finances. That's what it is.
No, not even to do with finances. Most of these people were broke when they got married.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I had a
And
cousin.
My dad
that's
didn't have
another
a rock
thing
when he got married.
where people say, well, using economics as the reason to not getting married, because when you look back at least at black people got married 50 years ago, 60 years ago, 70 years ago, and they weren't rich. But in 2 generations, they made more than the previous generation. And if you look at white people, it's the same thing.
So there's no
No.
influence on the chances of it not working if you were in poverty.
Say again?
What do you mean?
Is there a likelihood of it not succeeding depending on your socioeconomic status, or that doesn't have anything to do with it at
It
all?
has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Yeah, because
So
rich
what-
people
Because
get
if you
divorced all
go
the
back
time.
in time, it took more members of the family to be able to feed the family, to work the
That's the
property.
first time I heard that.
Well, Bruiser, what are you more implying as far as finances to do it?
Okay,
As far
so
as
I'm
financing,
saying,
well, go ahead. You know what I'm asking.
given the fact that we all agree that women are walking away from marriage is easy,
Mhm.
and I don't want to say it's just because they have safety nets. I think their decision is they're more comfortable making a decision given that they have safety nets, versus not having it. So what I'm saying is, if you have two people that are in poverty and things aren't going the way she wants it to go, she's going to use her 80% chance of leaving you because she knows she has government assistance or welfare.
But they're walking from poverty into more poverty next to people who are in poverty. What are they actually? I haven't.
I can't really answer it from a woman's mentality of how they are, how they making these decisions, or like how they making this decision make sense to actually choose. But I can say that I think that's an influence on it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's two sides.
Okay.
Let's say the dude is making $58,000 a year. Just do a number out there. They got 2 kids. There's an income. There's a man in the house. There's another car. There's somebody helping pay the bills. He can cut the grass, mop the floor, do other things, or whatever agreement they work out. When she walks away, she doesn't go to Wall Street. She goes to the projects, or she goes to some other form of living. She has to do everything.
So you never heard a woman say, "I'd rather be by myself than to deal with y'all." You ain't never heard
Yeah, I heard that. We hear that all the time.
People have free will to make bad decisions. Some people would rather weigh 400 than 150. They don't go to the gym. That's an option.
But I think you literally rip that option out if there's no safety nets. Like people start thinking differently.
Even with health, people are taking the wrong decision. You can eat a banana or you can eat a McPigger pie. They're choosing the pigger pie.
But see, this
There's
is the
another
thing.
option. They're picking the worst one.
But this is the thing you got to think about. Remember back when welfare was the big thing back in the 70s. That's the safety net for a lot of these women.
It's not safe though. Now you live with criminals, and these people who choose these options are losing. They're not. There's not a win.
I'm not saying they are.
Wall
I'm
Street.
just saying, how are they making? How are they allowing their mental? How are they justifying it? You know what I'm saying? Making the decision. Like, where is it coming from? Is it? I know it ain't nobody telling them, hey, look, just leave his ass.
Well, yes, there is. Right. There is somebody
I can't
telling
speak
them
to the inside of it. Go ahead.
I can add some perspective. The mother that was on the welfare in the 70s told her daughter that she had in the late 80s or early 90s that she don't need no man. And when she had her daughter, the government gave her more money, so she had 2 more kids. So when her first daughter turned 18, she's like, if you're gonna stay here, you need to have a baby.
What?
Because we can't lose no more
I don't
money.
think it. I don't think.
See, you do not understand the workings of how the welfare system work.
Yeah.
And how our people who understand the system trade the system. Like you trade stocks and crypto.
So that's
they
an
trade
exploit,
welfare, bro.
They use
Say again?
kids. They use
So they're using the
kids as their
an
currency.
exploitation.
They use kids as a currency.
But they're not
Kids
making
as a
any
currency.
money.
They sell the children's social security number to people who got jobs who can get the write-off, the tax deduction that don't have kids. And
That
then
can't
they
be
get
a
a
lot of
piece of
money,
the
though.
check.
Like,
So if
that's
you get a
probably
4 or
pennies.
5 grand check and they got 3 kids,
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
they sell 3 kids social security number
Yeah.
and they get 1,000 from each guy.
Yeah, you gotta think
You have
because
no idea what goes on in this business, bro.
Yeah, because you gotta think
What is Dussel saying?
when
He's
you
saying there's
file
no
when you
money.
file taxes,
I'll
a woman can
explain
only
it.
file taxes for a certain amount of kids. And so she has 3 kids, she has 4 kids, she needs somebody to file taxes for that 4th
She ain't
child.
filing no taxes because she on welfare. She ain't got no income.
Oh yeah, she can't file.
Hey, Sage.
Now I know people who still file that are on welfare. It's illegal, but they still do it.
Hey, Sage, when you worked
They
on
have,
Wall Street,
they have
go
to
ahead.
file to show that they don't have any additional income.
Yes.
That's why they have to file.
They have to file.
But they can't get anything back because they don't have any income. They can't get anything back. So they don't put the kids on. They give the kids' social security number to somebody else to use so they can benefit. Okay, let me bring Hank up in here. Hey, Hank, good afternoon, brother. How you doing?
What's good, Hank?
Hey, Hank.
What's going on,
What
good
up,
black
Hank?
people? How y'all doing? How y'all doing?
All right.
I just want to let you know, Hank, man, from the backgrounds, bro. I think it's safe to say that we didn't been in every room in your house, bro. I swear it changes everything.
It's the first dark one I've seen.
Hold on, man. This is my office. Don't talk bad about a man's office. It's my place of peace, brother.
Talk to me.
It's all
talk to
good,
me.
though. It's all good, though. Man, I enjoy the talk, man. I definitely do, and it's definitely needed, sir. I mean, Mr. Lee. And, you know, I hated you was off last week, and I'm glad you're all right due to the storms.
No, I'm good. There was nothing wrong with me. It was just we just had a power outage. Sometimes
okay.
when they're working on different lines, they usually let you know 24 hours before that they're going to be turning on certain lines at a particular time. Sometimes it's 8, 9 in the morning, and it's usually out for the whole day. So I told you I wouldn't be able to do the show.
Okay, I thought
It wasn't going to come back on until after 5.
I thought
which
you
would
was in
run
a
into
storm or
a
something,
mirror.
so I was concerned about you.
No, I'm good. Well, I mean, I was on a couple other people's panel. I think Security Boss and 1 or 2 other people that did shows this past week. So I was about.
It's all good.
But yeah, let me get your contribution to the quantitative value of marriage and the benefits that women receive, which is what men bring to the table, right? Because we always ask the question about what women bring to the table, but what men are actually providing, because the table is the man's table. He's sitting there at his table. He's worth whatever he's worth, whether he's worth 100 grand, 80 grand, 250, 300,000. This is his table. He's got a piece of pie over here for his wife. When she filled that seat, his 2, 3 kids, cars, home, tuition, private school, a boat, whatever it is that his life is mapped out. This is his table. And he's choosing what woman is going to fill that seat. And I think as men, we have to realize that I wanted to quantify it to show it from a economic standpoint, what men are actually bringing to the table when it comes to taking on a wife. Now, obviously, if you make 50 grand, that number is reduced significantly. Your life is compromised. You need a woman that you're going to be sharing income with to be able to build together. But the notion that 100 years ago, 500 years ago, women didn't work, women work just as hard as men. So we got to get off of that. The women that didn't work were women that lived with men who had money and resources, royal families, dukes, people who had businesses, traders. Like in India, they have a caste system, and if you look at their caste system, you can see where who makes money and who don't make money. It's easy to determine family structure, who is going to succeed and who is not going to succeed in life overall in general. Because America didn't structure society that way and kind of left it where anybody through the capitalist system, through hard work and ingenuity. I mean, and that's the part I think that we don't speak of so much now is ingenuity. Ingenuity is what can make you a success. Perfect example. I don't know if you guys heard about the Ripper verse and this brother, Mr. July, I don't remember his first name. He just rolled out a new comic book called ISOM. He didn't do a crowdfunding, but he put some online to raise some money. His goal was 100 grand. And I think he put it up for 90 days or something like that. He already eclipsed $3 million. And 1.2 million of it, PayPal is freezing it and don't want to give him his money. He did a nice show about that. Yeah, Eric July, thanks a lot, Double R. That brother, he's using his ingenuity to make money in this space. And I think this is one of the things that we as Black people, we are so good at. We're good at being creative, of making nothing make something out of nothing. You know, we used to have a saying back then. What was that saying? Make $1 out of 15 cents. We know how to multiply money. We have that creative spirit. We make shit happen. And I think that's what I was addressing to you earlier, Bruiser. It's not that we would look to take over and suppress the leaders of this world and this economy, is that we are so creative and ingenuitive. The things we would do was just outshadow and outperform them. If they didn't have a muzzle on us, a bridle in our mouth, and roadblocks everywhere we go, we would blow America away, man. Black people we would be running America by now. Go. You're muted, I think. You're muted. Dusto, you're muted.
I disagree, because what are they doing with the opportunities and resources that they have now?
Oh shit.
Who?
Black people. What are they doing with the resources and opportunities that they have right now?
We're doing with it. We're killing each other in the neighborhood. That's what we're doing. Black men are killing black men. That's what we're doing.
You mean the resources that?
No, meaning
that we.
No, what I'm saying is this.
Well, first of all, we are the first resource, right? Our mind is the first resource.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying
White Emperor says Sag, the beta male Chuck. Okay.
Oh, what?
I like your opinion on that. If you want to add more to it, come on up on the channel and expound upon what you mean by the beta male Chuck.
He not gonna do it.
Nah.
Is it Sage or Sage?
It's Sage.
You said Sage. No, you said Sage. I was gonna say 50, 60, 70, 100 years ago, Black man goes to an institution and goes to something saying, "Excuse me, sir, I'd like some success, please." They said, "No, you can't have it." 2022, man shows up. They don't just say, "You're Black, you can't have it." You can actually take it.
What happens is,
wait, I thought the wealth was tied up. I thought it was only like 13% of the wealth in
what
America
happens
that's
is
up for grabs.
when you make a new technology and you go to a trade market, they hold up your application, and then a bigger corporation comes in
take it, and then they change it a little bit, and then they run with it and get the trademark, or they block you and don't give you the trademark altogether, and then you wind
Damn,
up missing and dead.
it's fucking
You
brutal.
don't understand how the great world operates. There's a guy
But
right now in Nigeria who is creating some crazy technology, and they're shutting him down every way, left, right, and center. He has made a television where literally you don't need the internet or nothing to connect to it.
Hey,
my
Sage,
brother, no,
I
my
heard
brother
Dr.
works at the Patent Trademark Office. That's what
Say
he
again?
does. My brother is
Say
black.
again?
My brother is black. He works
Okay.
at the Patent and Trademark Office.
Okay.
DC or in Alexandria.
Yeah, based out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, they allow a black man to work there, make good money. Also, they
Well,
don't base it on
well,
race on what you.
when you say things like they allow, when you say that, it sounds condescending. If you
Superior.
I
have the
don't.
talent, let
Okay,
me finish.
go
If
ahead.
you have the talent and you apply for a position and the position is available, you get the job based upon your talent and skills. So he works there. They don't
Mhm.
allow him to. He works there because America is a country where your talent and skills get you indoors. But it's also as a country where they can shut the door in your face even if you have the talent and skills. I mean,
Mhm.
don't act like that don't happen. And if you're gonna sit here on this channel and try to persuade me that it doesn't happen, I'm just saying you haven't you haven't went up against the right situation yet. That's the
No,
reason why you haven't experienced it, but you don't know it exists.
no, I'm aware that it happens. I'm aware. What I'm saying is this: in 1945, the reason people couldn't get ahead, systematic racism was probably 70 to 80% of the problem. Why? I'm saying in 2022, it's probably like 5 to 10% of why. If a man makes a decision, they're going to be successful in technology, math, engineering, sports, YouTube. If they make that decision and they're good and they're black, Asian, Hispanic, there's people over here making big money. They can't even speak the language. There are opportunities
Absolutely.
to do so.
Absolutely. Well,
And
I'm
it
not
doesn't have
saying
to
that
be 50
everyone would be
million.
stopped.
People
We
can
don't have
make.
enough wealth to go around for everybody to be successful,
And
bro.
also,
What do you mean we don't have enough? Who is we and who is the
We
wealth?
tried to do that before, and the Federal Reserve System failed.
What do you mean? We're
Well,
out of money?
Poverty
yeah,
is
I
a
don't
fix. Poverty is a fix. It has to be there. We just got to figure
no,
out how
it's
to get
no,
us out of it.
well,
What do you mean? I don't
no.
get it.
First of
What
all,
I'm
what I
saying
would
is
say with
poverty
regards to
has
that,
to exist in order to create a balance in America.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
cool.
now
Somebody's
you're
gonna
gonna
be
have the
poor.
top 10%, but you also got to have the bottom 90% to make the
You
economic
have to
thing
have
work.
levels to it. That's why they have
Yeah.
levels to it.
You're right.
no,
Just
no,
don't be in the
no,
bottom
no,
90%.
no. I
There
think
was hold on. Let me
both
just say
of you
this
are
before
wrong.
you say something, Lee. There was a time
Sure.
where right now today, 20 engineers qualify for one position. They're only going to hire one. Everybody else got to go look for a job elsewhere. There was a time where before the economic crash, 200,000 engineers qualified for one position. It caused an economic crash. Everybody can't be at that level of wealth. There has to be an upper, a middle, and a lower. There has to be poverty is a fix. Everybody can't come out of it.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
Well, no,
what do you do?
that's not necessarily that's not
You can
necessarily
be rich. Yeah, you can be an engineer. But that doesn't mean everybody can do it. And I think when we use the term women and men, we're talking about a mass of people. So how do you get a mass of people to level up? You know what I'm saying? To build a legacy. It's really kind of difficult
No,
the
you
way
don't.
things are set up. There's only
Some people
13.
do
I
it,
think
some
there's only
people won't.
13% of
if
wealth
Well, let me
up for grabs left.
let me get the opportunity to answer the question. I know Mr.
go
Lee.
ahead. Go ahead.
That's the question. And what's the benefits women
I'll
receive?
be right back.
Well, one of the benefits is they get a prize, and which is the man. I don't always believe, and I'm gonna keep pushing that. The man's the prize. I don't care what these ladies say. I don't care what they think. The men are the prize. So if a woman receives a husband, she receives a prize. She's a leg up on a lot of other single women out here who doesn't have that prize, doesn't have that opportunity to have a man, a protector, and a provider in her home. You know what I'm saying? And not only that, you have some steady dick, and you ain't got to worry about getting some STD for some old straight raw dog Ronnie, as Dusto like to call the man. But you know, that's the benefits that you're going to get, and that's the benefits women do get. Now, if the woman decides to move on and divorce the man, it's a strategy for the not only for the community, but for I'm sure for the kids if they have any, and for the relationship. But it happens. I mean, that's all part of it. chance you take. But if you get that right woman, is gonna stand down regardless of what goes on. We're gonna figure a way out how to make it through whatever mountains or hills or walls or valleys. Then you got a good one, and that's what you need to hold on to. As far as the benefits, yeah, they benefit the prize of the husband, of the man.
Well, one thing I would say, because to address the issue that the problems and the difficulty and the risk with regard to marriage and family, I think for centuries have always had risk associated with it. The risks have just changed. I mean, now in today's society, the risk of family and marriage is being posed by the government. Before we got the world this civilized, maintaining a community and a marriage and life and growing your children up, you had climate issues, you had disease issues, you had war, you had droughts. There were so many things that communities as a whole had to fight from the natural environment just for them to be able to come together, grow, and multiply and sustain. I think what we're dealing with here in society is another part of that, except now, see, man have come to the civilized ability where we're not only manipulating the environment, we're now trying to manipulate systems. We're now trying to manipulate behavior, how we have over the millenniums created an environment of survival on how we live. And I think now they're trying to remap that and change that. The problem with that is that no one knows what the outcome of that's going to look like. But we know from past societies where when women came to power in the societies, it didn't take long for it to fall. That we do know, both from the Romans, the Greek, and other societies going back even further. I'm not going to go into those because most people probably don't read that far back in history. But Bruiser, what you were saying earlier with regard to a certain percentages must be poverty stricken. No, not necessarily poverty stricken. There must be a certain percentage of the society that are workers, because the corporations that builds the things that is sold to the society needs a certain level of workers. So they need to be able to keep a production ratio versus a market sales ratio or margins. They need to keep that at a profitable margin, right? Which is why in the 80s and 90s, we had NAFTA, and then we had outsourcing, where everything was outsourced to China for manufacturing and India for client services. Right?
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I think it's a fraction of a percentage of wealth left in America up for grabs.
But I would agree with that. There's a portion of the society that they need at a certain level. Now, one of the things I think is problematic, and we as a people haven't addressed, is the issue with the Constitution and the 13th Amendment. Because the 13th Amendment says if you're convicted of a crime, a felony, you automatically become a slave. And the reason why we have so many black men in prison is because corporations get to use them to build shit at 33 cents an hour.
I thought it was the war on crime.
No, that's not a war
and also
on crime.
when you try to
war on crime is the marketing. See, if you understand business, you understand marketing, right? Part of marketing is how you advertise to end up with a particular objective or goal. How do you get this thing to be saleable to the society? The end result is going to be what the society believes, which is less crime. But when you look at crime from the 90s to crime to now, crime has moved very much with the economics. It has ebbed and flowed. When the market was up, crime was down. When the market is down, crime is up. So it hasn't really changed the outlook of crime.
Mass incarceration is on a upward slope, right? And it hasn't plateaued or anything, right?
Mass incarceration is on the increase.
I've
Well,
never
it's on
seen
an
that
increase.
drop when
It's on an increase. It's on
when
an
a stock
increase
market
again
crashed
now.
in 2008. Nobody got out. Well, I'm not gonna say nobody got out of prison, but I didn't see like a plateau of mass incarceration or anything like that. Whenever the economy fluctuates, you said whenever it ebbs and flows, so does crime.
Well, the amount of black men that are in prison now to where it was in the 90s have gone down significantly. Right? Actually, more white men are going to prison now than black men are going to prison. Right? But the thing is, what I mean, Biden just signed a new financial package for police enforcement for 37 billion. Why do you think he's doing that?
To put more people in jail.
Right, to
You
increase
can't
the
give a police
economy
force
of
billions of
corporate
dollars and
America.
don't arrest nobody.
But that increased the economy of corporate America. With there was a time when "Made in America" was an actual, not only a slogan, but it was a highly high quality product. Now products are being made through prisons. Matter of fact, if you look back
Yeah, I saw JC Penney,
2017, 2018,
Walmart.
when they had the major fires in California, what did the mayor come out and say? We need to be able to use these prisoners to put out these fires because we don't have enough trained firemen.
And then also
And
major
these were Latinos. These weren't black men. These were Latinos that they were using for that.
And then also major corporations, they fund the federal prison system. They fund the prisons.
So that's why women are more susceptible to welfare, because all the brothers were getting locked up during the crack epidemic in the 1994 crime bill. So it's kind of
well that's
messed up the
part
legacies,
of what,
right?
No, because the ticket welfare started in the 70s. This was before the crack era.
No, the welfare started before that. It started.
Yeah, but the
in
war
late
on drugs
50s
and the war on
60s.
crime came, I think, what is it,
No.
Anti-Drug Abuse Act in 1988 and then the 1994 crime bill.
Right, but the point is that yes, there was a draft, you might say, of black men going to prison in the 90s, but between, let's say, 1995 and 2015, 2018, black men have changed their behavior, and more black men who are young that were coming up has been going to college and succeeding as opposed to going into the business of crime.
But they took away the
It
three
doesn't
strikes
mean
law,
it
right?
doesn't mean that it has stopped, but there's far less than what it was in the 80s and 90s.
And they took away stop and frisk, right? I think those two things were devastating.
Well, stop and frisk was something that was changed by Bloomberg, which Giuliani put into place, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
but
Bloomberg stopped that.
Right, that's what I said. Bloomberg stopped it. Giuliani put it in place. But these are things that where if you are a black man in the community and you're doing any type of hustling, you're going to be either feeling guilty about something that you know you got away with that you shouldn't have got away with, that when a cop stopped you, you're thinking about the shit that you got away with, so you're looking for an opportunity to run. Yeah. That's what get a lot of guys caught up. Like, I've been stopped by the cops in New York. I flash him my ID, I give him my shit. He pulled me over, he go through it, he's like, thank you, Mr. Lee, thank you very much. Go about your business.
I was taught in school about that, but they said it wasn't that.
They said I'm not thinking like a criminal. I'm not looking to bolt and get shot in the back for whatever. I'm a businessman, and I deal with it that way. Now, it doesn't mean that some crazy cop can't do something crazy, but hopefully I never ran into a situation like that, so it didn't occur.
Mr. Lee.
But it's more often the cops know where the problem areas are, and when they need to boost their tickets and do something and generate revenue, they go into those communities and do what they do. I grew up in the hood, so I saw what went from I was 10, 11 years old.
Hey, Bruiser. All right, just make it simple. There's a guy over there reading a book, but trying to become an engineer, and he becomes one. He doesn't have all these problems. There's a dude over there not doing what he's supposed to do, listening, following, trying to be Rapper Jones from TV, listening to all the stuff. He has these problems. The biggest problem of what separates the top 10% from the lower ones, the decisions that they make. Some people are, okay, a lot of people are going to lose. Let's just be real. They just are. Bad situation, bad this, they're going to lose. There's some people who have made a decision to change their environment and they decided to win. It's not necessarily a whole system as if they're dealing a deck of cards. We're saying, all right, well, you're going to be a victim, you're going to win, you're going to. I think that in a lot of the conversation, it should be more of speaking about what needs to be done to win and who's going to do it. Just like you, I can tell you're doing probably handling your business. You made a decision to do that. You're not in prison.
Nope.
You don't have victim problems.
No.
But it was based on the decisions that you made.
Right. So let me speak to that real quick. Okay. First of all, I feel like every one of us, any black man that's living here today is lucky to be here, especially with the history that, I say we're lucky to be here. Secondly, I'm appreciative of that. And just because I made it out, or just because I'm not going to say I'm an anomaly, I did make the right decisions. I believe individually you can make the right decisions and you can go far with that. You can succeed. But I do feel like if we're going to talk about a mass of people and try to be solution-based thinkers, I think the issue is group economics.
What do you mean by that? Explain that. Before you explain, hold on one second.
Okay, go ahead.
It's Stephanus. I'll just say the last part because I'm not sure if I can pronounce the first part. He says, "Stop hating on some of the biggest criminals," is on Forbes magazine. Well, El Chapo made Forbes magazine too, but in Latin America and Mexico, he has killed so many people and families, bro. You cannot number. So I think that's another thing too. We glorify men who make their money illegally by killing our communities through drugs and all type of crime. But then we also want to hold the white man guilty for white collar crime when he do a sleight of hand and steal 100 billion. Now his damage is bad, and he suppressed a lot of people from succeeding. And maybe in hospitals that did not get funding, some people may have passed away because they couldn't get the medical treatment that they may otherwise would have had the funds for the hospital provide. But it's not like they're always having that one-on-one effect of someone kicking in your door and killing your sister, your mom, your child.
Every crime doesn't have a racist.
This is El Chapo and these guys, these big criminal cartel, like in Central America and South America, we deal here with the real effects of criminal cartels down here, bro. And when they go on a rampage and start, they don't always like kill so-called innocent people. It's usually someone associative with the business or sticking their hand in the cookie jar, trying to get in the business or trying to pilfer off some of their money. So they make lessons of you. But in Mexico, it's worse. Out here, we're just the traffic area, right? We're just the road from one place to the next place. But in Mexico, they do a lot more. They do packaging, they do transport into the US. So people's lives get torn upside down. And it's unfortunate when we tend to glorify someone just because they're on a magazine and they made big money. And you see, that's one of the things that's detrimental to us as a people, because we only value the opinions of those who got money. And not everybody with money is smart. They were just able to do something, whether it's their talent, their abilities, their hustle, whatever, and they made some money. And they may be good at what they do to keep their money, but they're not necessarily smart about life. So the information that they can give you will lead you down a terrible path that one might succeed out of every 100,000. So 99,000 will lose and one might make it. And I think we have to stop thinking in this type of way and glorifying these type of behaviors in life. Anyway, go ahead. Somebody else was talking.
I think you asked me about group economics.
No, you were mentioning it as a solution
Oh
or
yeah,
something.
I was asking you
Yeah.
to explain group
I
economics.
think if
Thanks.
if we got people like me, you, uh, and Dusto, us on a panel that actually are trying to do something, and we're not out here committing crime. We're actually making an honest living. We're actually law-abiding citizen. I think people like that, like in our race, should try to come together and pool our money together to keep for as a group, for a common interest, to build some type of I don't want to say another Tulsa or Wall Street, but similar to something like that. I think that'll help. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
let me just add to that. Tulsa came by discipline and routine. They didn't go out saying we're going to build an economic market to rival the United States economic market, trading market. That developed because black people dealt with black people. We just have to make up our mind that we find value in one another, respect one another, and want to do business with one another and treat each other good, and not walk into a man's business automatically assuming that because the person is black that owns it and you are black who are a buyer, you are deserving of some special treatment or discount. Pay the price that the man is asking if it's a regular competitive price. If the store 2 miles away, the white man's store got the same price that he got and he's got the same quality product, do business with your brother.
But
All
people
we
want
have to do, we don't have to boycott, we don't have to protest. When we protest, you know what that say to white people? Yeah, y'all still want our shit. So you're gonna make us
Or
take
we
a
just
little hit for
want them to be
now.
left alone.
But when we finish, after we take our hit, you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna increase their price by 20%. They're gonna make their profits back sooner and quicker. Boom.
or they'll just take the business and move it to another location.
They don't even have to move the business.
They'll
Because
just move
one
you.
thing black people don't do, they don't burn the business down. They only do that when
Gentrification.
like it's a chaotic situation and they're terrorizing the neighborhood. But normally when they're talking about just protesting or boycotting, they just basically said, just be nice to me when I come into your store so I can buy from you. But if we really wanted to do group economics, all we have to do is make a choice. That's a simple choice. It's like what I say to black women who say, we love black men and we want black men and we want black communities. A million black women, all they have to do is go down to the court system throughout the United States, in every city, in every state, and the man that they have on child support, take him off. Tell the judge you want 50-50 custody. And then you work it out with that man. Prove it. Don't tell us.
Sage,
Just
but
do it.
Mr. Lee, you
All we
could
have
tell
to do is do it. We want somebody to give us an incentive to do something that we should do for
I can't believe
ourselves.
I called him
That's
Sage.
bullshit.
But Mr. Lee, even like I think it's safe to say that the guys that okay, like your Jay-Z's, your LeBrons, and all these black billionaires and millionaires, I don't even know if they're actually buying their own product, like what I'm saying, on that level. You get what I'm saying? So
But
And
it's like
I don't understand. I don't understand the statement because if you're talking about black business or group economics is something that would start from the group level, and the group level is the scripture says, look at the ant and look at the bee.
but what I mean is like like all the black millionaires and millionaires that come together, hey, say like we're gonna
To
pool
do
our
what?
money together
To do
and
what?
create.
If our mindset haven't changed, what is that going to do? All we're going to do, we're going to whatever price they charge for whatever they build, we're going to say it's too much. I saw Magic Johnson put
I don't
a
know. People are
AMC
buying
theater on
Yeezys.
125th Street, and for the first year, everybody loved it. By 2-3 years later, they tear that shit up.
Look, I
Stop.
know it's not gonna happen, but I'm just look. I know it's not gonna happen. It's probably never gonna happen. But I'm just trying to figure it out, just like y'all are trying to figure it out.
hey, Bruiser.
Right, but what I'm saying is we
Go
need to
ahead.
get our mindset right. What you said is you're looking for a handout. You want a bunch of rich billionaires to come and do something and hand it down to the community. No,
No,
I
that's
want the
not. That's
community.
not what
I
I
want
said.
the mindset of the people at the bottom to change their mind and move different.
If
Please
you
don't,
move
please
different,
don't
the
paint
guy
that
with the
picture.
$1 billion will start
Okay.
looking down and say, these guys are moving different. Now I can put some projects together that's going to benefit. Because you know why? When they invest $1 billion, you're not going to tear that shit up in 3 to 5 years.
No, that's
They're
not.
going to
That's
make their
totally
money
not
back.
what I was
I
They're
get
saying.
going
it.
to make 50 billion on the project. That's the difference.
Hey, Bruiser. Somehow there's a mentality. I call it black tax. I got it from somewhere. I can't remember who I stole it from. Where black people do something to become successful, and now the so-called community, the black population, says that now they owe somebody something for actually doing the work and becoming successful. That's actually enabling bad behavior, because you got a whole population of people who aren't doing something, still waiting and expecting something for free. And if you keep giving and keep giving, you keep producing more of what you already see right now. I agree with Mr. Lee. He's saying people need to change their mindset. They need to make decisions. I'm going to be healthier. I'm going to be smarter. I'm going to work better at conflict resolution and stop fighting and scamming. And we're just going to be better people. If that was the case, a lot of stuff would be eliminated. It actually would be a community of people who can work together and do something better. But
Well, I really think I was misunderstood here. I think I was misunderstood. I wasn't saying that, hey, all black millionaires or billionaires, put your money together and pass it down to the poor black community. No, I was not suggesting that at all.
I might be
No,
off.
I didn't suggest that either.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting that you're talking about building a project of some sort that would be beneficial to the community.
No,
that not what
not at
you're
all.
what are
What
you
I'm
talking
saying
about?
is the
What are you
level
talking about?
you meet, like, so, like, let's say we're all millionaires and a couple of us are billionaires. I don't see on this level, on the level that I just made are coming together and putting their money in together and actually
Do
showing
what?
an example of how
Do
group
what?
economics
Do
can
what?
be practiced among people of color. I don't see that on that level. Like, I don't see those big name guys putting their money together for a common interest. To just give us an
there's not.
example of how it's
You know
achieved or
why?
done. You know,
I'll
just
tell you why. Because when they put a project together, they need to be able to make money from all demographics of the society. The black people are not united enough for them to put a project together and say this is an all black project that we're showing you how group economics is done, because all black people are not going to participate. You know what they're going to do? They're going to start talking about how many billions they're going to make, how much this, that, and the other. They're going to start criticizing the project from the day they announce it to the day it's built. That's what we do. Hold on one second. Menelik said, Mr. Lee, let them finish their sentence like you used to before, with all your respect, sir. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. Thank you very much.
You're
Mr.
good. It's
Con
your show.
Factor,
You're good.
Mr. Con Factor, welcome to Sage Talk.
Yes. Okay. I've seen a couple of gentlemen on before, and they've covered different topics like you all are covering a myriad of symptoms. I've tried to get this out before. I've even had some of them laugh.
Me.
Yeah. And it's not going to be funny in a few minutes. I'm gonna say, I don't know. I hope I can get this out. I had a show down here. I'm in Louisiana. I had the #1 TV show on public access before the internet, just before the internet broke out to be what it is now. I'm coming back into this space, and I can't. It's must I smite the rock. I'm listening to very intellectual people. I'm watching the bottom ignorant stripper dullard and psyched out functioning psychotics tweak the intelligence, supposed intelligence of our race. And it's racial, whether you want it to be racial or not. We are in denial. Black people as a race, and I can answer and rebuttal anything in 6 seconds that anybody has to respond. We're having a good conversation. I love it. We are at the bottom of every good statistic.
Okay. Your microphone is muted. Yeah, you went offline for a second. So your
The devil
microphone
was
is
trying to
muted.
stop him.
Right.
Speak so I can hear you.
Muted.
Can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
Some
Okay,
y'all
you
say,
need
"Look
to
at God," huh?
you
Can
need
you
to
hear
add
me?
yourself. Yeah, now we can add you. I mean, now we
Okay.
can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. We are at the bottom of every good statistic and at the top of every bad one. That is not an opinion, that's a fact. And we are the only one in this position for years. That is not up for debate, that is a fact. Now you got two things happening. Either it's real and we're nothing, like the wide world now says, or we being tricked. Nobody likes to admit they've been tricked. We're very arrogant
Prideful.
out in our suffering. 85% of the people are not going to get this. They're going to be whatever they're socially engineered to be. This is social engineering.
I can respond if you want me
You
to.
no,
Go ahead.
hold on.
Go ahead.
This is social engineering. Nobody likes to admit they've been tricked. Look, man, we dress the same, curse the same, walk the same, act the same, buy cars the same, eat the same food. Chicken wings are popular. NFL football, strip clubs. The men and the women do exactly the same. You're watching right now. They've knocked on the door and went to your woman and your children. You said the scripture said they were ruled by women and children. That's just not words. It happens. There's a system that makes this happen. Nobody believes that they've been tricked. Nobody believes it. Nobody likes to think, oh, they tricked me with my degree. They tricked me with my money.
One second.
Can I
Mr.
respond?
Khan,
It
Go
can't
ahead.
one
trick
second.
you, man.
Go ahead,
One
sir.
second. What I'd like to say is welcome to Sage Talk, but I'd like for you to address the primary question of the conversation because
Yes.
you're taking the
Yes.
It's
conversation in a
deflated to
different
whole
place.
speech.
So I want us to deal with initially the
Yes.
quantitative value that a man brings to a marriage and how women benefit. Let's address that issue and then you can pivot off to the other aspects.
Yes. The women now think they're better.
Oh,
Of course, we benefit from having a wife, man. No doubt about it.
Mhm.
I've been married since I was 19 years old.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
that's an achievement, brother.
Now listen to what I'm saying. A woman, this is materialism. That's a manufactured thing. It used to be my grandmother, my grandfather had business. They had 3 houses when I was a little boy. My grandfather couldn't even do more than simple math. But you build something together and you go up and you go up together. My grandmother worked, helped my grandfather. These women don't want to do that now because they've been engineered out of it. And for the myriad of reasons that you think. They do what they see, brother, whether they're raised with a woman or a man and a woman or not. You're watching now women who you thought were civilized, they're 50 years old, shaking their ass on Instagram with their daughters.
Yeah, man. That's
This is engineering. They're all celebrities now. They're on the catwalk in their living room. These women are 40 years old, naked, with their daughters. And you can't tell them nothing. As a black man, your value. So they say, I don't need a man. You know the myriad of things that's engineering. The black woman has bit the lick the most. Why is that? Our hatred for each other. The value that she sees in you, like you said, the state is providing that. They can call 911. They can call the fire department. We'll give you a job.
Let me ask you a question.
Well, may I respond after? But go ahead, Sage.
Sure. I just want to ask you one question because you said the hatred that we have between each other. Do you think black men hate black women?
I think we hate each other as a race. I think we devalue each other as a race. The white person bump into you, excuse me, a black person bump into you, it's extreme violence.
Willie Lynch, right?
Okay.
Willie Lynch laws. You talking about Willie Lynch laws?
So wherever they come, the
that's
black
big.
woman, she doesn't value you the same way we don't value her. You get money.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah. So I think definitely our eyes for it's never been, and we don't want to address that as a race. Well, look, man, this is you passed on incest from one generation. What about 400 years of rape, murder, and incest? You didn't just walk away from that.
Can I respond?
And by the way, I have 2 businesses, bro. My mama ain't brought nothing for me since I was 13, 14 years old. I got 2 businesses right now. I buy my own property with my own money. So don't tell me about waiting for the boogeyman sitting somewhere. He's holding me back. He's not going to hold me back, but he can slow me down. And he has. And he's slowing you down too. And we're talking about...
And that's a good point. That's a good point. He can slow you down, but he can't hold you back. If you're on your purpose, the best he can do is slow you down. He can't hold you back. And that's to you also, Bruiser. Go ahead, Dusto, because I know you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, first of all, honestly, congratulations on your marriage and your businesses. You probably think it's some kind of personal whatever, but actually, I want to see you succeed, surprisingly. Now, on other channels, you're going to see me trolling and acting a fool. It's entertainment. But real topic, I was never sold this whole thing about I'm this big victim and the man and all these people. Thank God. You talk about social engineering? They missed me. They missed. I never got that program.
No,
You don't see it in other people,
I
right?
didn't get it.
no, they didn't.
Can I respond, bro?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let him respond. Yeah, let him respond.
I didn't get the program. The program is a scam and people need to stop teaching it. You're already telling black people before they even show up, you're black and you're a victim. You're actually doing all right. That's the thing that you need to be teaching. What you did and how you did to become successful versus teaching people that are already victims and there's a boogeyman coming after them and you can't do this, you can't have this. They defeated before they walk out the front door based off of what you're teaching them. I wasn't taught that. I don't feel it. I don't have that problem. I've had times I had some racism, some little whatever. Those people were scared of me. And I'm almost ugly. They can't even beat me. They weak. I'm a few years away from being ugly and they can't even beat me. I'm the oppressor. That's what needs to be being taught. Make a decision. I'm going to have businesses, real estate, a channel, and I'm going to show y'all how to do that. The other stuff doesn't even need to be taught anymore.
That's not true.
How you going to, when you coach a football team, do you already tell them how they're going to lose? Man, we know the other team bigger than y'all. You know they're going to crack your head open. You know that your ACL going to get torn when you carry the. How they going to play? Like losers. But why would you teach people to cripple their mind before they even walk out the front door? Don't you hear a lot of these people talking victim talk that they never even felt? They talking about slavery, ain't even been 30 minutes in a place that they grew up in. Somebody taught them that, and it's a lie. There's a formula for winning. Take care of your body, take care of your mind, take care of your spirit. Form an alliance with the best people available. Make a decision that you're going to win. Create an action plan. Go out there and do it. That's the formula. Nothing else matters. That's what needs to be taught. And you have the formula. That's all I got.
Well, what I was saying is they run up to a wall, man, that they're not expecting. So it's our job. And
I'm done.
It's our black men to show them how to navigate. Had I took the regular route, I would have given up.
You ran through the wall. You did. You ran through the wall. Show somebody else how to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you talking all that, but you got to teach other people to do what you did.
I'm trying.
You're calling them victims, and you ran through the wall.
Listen, I would have given up had I not known what I know. I know where all the pitfalls are. You have dogs and cats. They're trained. There's a DNA in their nature. They know that's a dog. I smell.
Yeah, he right.
I need to go this way. No, you have to apply it this way. You got to walk the straight line and be going 1,000 miles an hour, weighing 90 pounds when you go under the door just before it closes. This is our existence. I know people who get money from banks with no credit, bad credit. You're not getting away with that. I've had people tell me you can't drive off with a house, but they tell a black person, well, you know, your debt to ratio, this is real. Otherwise, they would give up. So I let everybody know I'm not waiting on nothing. Ain't nothing stopping me. But this is out here.
But OG, you know, but you know something, we know the game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Now we just got to maneuver.
That's right. Maneuver.
Everybody knows the game plan. But let me say this. Hey, there's nothing wrong with learning your past, but don't dwell in it. I say it all the time. Do not dwell in the past. Learn from it, but don't dwell in it.
I don't.
If we know the game plan, then we adjust. You know how we adjust? By teaching the next man and the next woman the game plan. But don't leave them out in the dark, because we'll never get through. We'll never get to the point where you at, where you say you've been married since 19. OG, how old are you if you don't mind?
Listen. Oh, listen to this.
How old are you, OG, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, listen. I'm 56 years old.
That's a long time.
Yeah, long time, man.
No, but listen, don't clap.
That's a lot of knowledge and wisdom. So I hope you're willing to share that knowledge and wisdom that you obtain.
I'm finna share something with you now.
Right
That's
on.
about this women, the marriage thing. We got married when I was 19. Now, check this out. It doesn't end there. We got divorced about 7 years ago. Now listen to this. My wife, I'm married now. Again, my new wife and my ex-wife, they talk all the time. My ex-wife pays all my bills. I don't even know where my money is.
Whoa!
Hold on. Listen. I trust her more than I trust my mama. You know why? Because you can't trick her. You're not gonna trick her. We've known each other since we were 15 years old. You know, we got together. Money didn't matter. You like each other. It's not about materialism. It's not. If she slept on the floor with me when I was 17, 18, couldn't pay electricity bill. These women ain't gonna do that with you, and that makes us like this to this day.
Well, let me ask you this, Ken. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Are you guys still in business together?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the reason why she's running the finance, because some things, because they're still business partners and they work well together. And he doesn't have. Some people have, when they break up in a relationship, where the people don't like each other no more.
That's right.
He don't have that.
That's right.
Yeah.
They're still friends and they're still business
associates,
colleagues.
Because of the way,
business partners.
Because of the way we met. It wasn't about materialism. It wasn't about status. It wasn't about society. These people get together now as convenience, for money.
But also, she wasn't influenced by society to change.
At all.
Where many people do change. But let me stop you right there. I'd like to bring Lemono Jones. Mr. Jones, welcome to Sage Talk. I think this is your first time. Welcome to the panel. I'd like to first hear what you have to say with regard to the overall topic, the quantitative value of marriage and the benefits that women receive. And then if there's anything else that was discussed that you want to add your point of view to, please go right ahead.
Hey, Mr. Jones, before you say something, is it true that you got basketball shorts on?
No. No, I'm not. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm not wearing basketball shorts. This is just my what I wore today. I went to church and I just kept my suit on all day, running my errands. This is a very interesting topic, and I like coming here. I like coming to Lapeef. Honestly, I always look at it as a learning experience, and I like listening to other men. And as men, there's not a lot of spaces that we can come to, honestly. Well, you got the barbershop, but I go to work, you tend to be outnumbered actually by the other gender. So, but one thing I wanted to ask is, the difference? Okay, you put the word quantitative versus
Yes,
qualitative
right.
versus
Because
qualitative.
quality is an aspect that normally cannot be judged from a physical standpoint. It can't be measured. I wanted to add a value. I wanted us to have a conversation on a value that can be measured. And
Okay,
if I may, let me go ahead and reread the definition as I wrote it earlier when I spoke about it. It says uh, quantitative. In short, something that can be described or measured in quantity, as opposed to qualitative, which is measured in quality of life or through an essence.
okay, fair enough. Uh, so what type of things can marriage bring to the value of it to who? To our society as a whole?
No, what? No, not the society as a whole, respectively, man to woman. And I'm not sure what time you came into the
Oh,
to the
okay.
discussion, but in the earlier part, the first hour or 45 minutes, I laid out a scenario, I made a comparison, and then I dropped about 15 different things
I
that are
apologize.
beneficial that a man, in a sense, bring to the table to a woman in a
Oh,
marriage,
okay.
right?
This,
And
yeah,
let me go back and drop some of that for you to kind of like bring you up to speed so you can understand it because I did quantify it as well. So basically, we started out based a man coming into a relationship to take a wife based on a high value man or a man of value. A man making about $250,000 a year. We looked at food. If you spend $50 a day in food, you and your girlfriend, you and your wife, let's keep it as a wife, that's $18,250 a year. Shelter, $2,500 a month. Mortgage, that's $30,000 a year. Property insurance, I only used $200, kept it low. That's $2,400 a year. Medical insurance, $350, that's $4,200 a year. Family insurance, $300, and so forth. Transportation, clothing, uh, social life, entertainment, vacation, other resources. I took the top 6 things. Food came out to 730,000 over a lifetime to the age of 55. I'm sorry, to the age of 65 if you got married at 25 years of age as a woman. The mortgage, which is a 30-year mortgage, would be 900,000. Property insurance, based on the numbers I used and I quoted earlier, is 72,000. Medical insurance, 168 grand. Family insurance, 144,000. Clothing, quarter of a million, 250,000. Overall value was $2,264,000, not including children, not including tuition, not including daycare, not including private school if you did that, not including cars and those things, which are obviously can be quantitatively more exponential if you included that. So I wanted to bring the monetary value that a man brings to a relationship because many times women would try to act as though the value that a woman brings to a relationship, oh, you're just paying the bills. That's nothing. That's a given. But they don't actually they don't quantify what that really add up to over time.
okay, that's wow. I've seen some other stats go the other way as well. Like if a woman, is a full-time stay-at-home mother.
Well, that's
You
based
know,
for a woman being a full-time stay-at-home.
yeah,
That's why I used
that's pretty good. I've never
250,000.
seen it put
Right.
together like that before for the man side.
Right.
Um,
And that's what I wanted the woman to see. What is it that the man is contributing to this relationship? And obviously a man would add qualitative value as well. And the woman would be adding qualitative value too with raising up the family, taking care of the man, keeping him stress-free as possible, her organizational skills, her her comforting skills, maybe even her motivational skills to keep the man on focus, on point, even though if you're at 250,000 a year, you're already very disciplined and focused, but sometimes a good woman can help you indoors, places where a single man may not be able to have access to. So there are other qualitative benefits that in a marriage a woman can add. I didn't want to talk about what a woman add to a marriage because we hear about how great women are every day. I want to talk about how great men are every day. And that's why I put this out. And that's why I wanted to speak from this perspective. So kind of bringing you up to speed on a quick point, but let me know what you have to say from this perspective.
Okay, so I was listening in, and there was something that you brought up that was very interesting. You brought a scenario where if we lost power, like energy, there was some
Right.
kind of
That
issue
was
that
the allegorical reference.
right that hit
Electricity.
the energy grid. So
Uh-huh.
well, we could even look at something recent that just happened. Let's say COVID lockdown.
Right.
And
True
there was some women out there struggling, because they're worried about, oh, I have to go out there and get toilet paper. So it's all on you. And if you have kids, it even exasperated the problem. I think that's one area that a very important area that a man could bring is some stability and protection. I think it's important that at least have a mindset as a man, especially if you're married,
Right.
that you kind of. I think if you come into marriage to begin with, it's an idea that kind of like you're already willing to give yourself and to this idea of a family and a marriage to begin with. It's a higher way of thinking, and it kind of pushes you to be better because you have more to lose, so to speak. So as a man, you look at that and you're wanting to make a success out of this venture. Okay. And me myself, just coming into this conversation, I'm trying to think of like what kind of ideas would I share with my nephew, who I really admire. This young man is very talented, but I always think about these things. I want to have some conversations with him. I do occasionally, but he's kind of a closed in individual. It's hard to get some get some ideas out of him. But he's just turned 16. He's 6'5", plays basketball, outstanding student. But I think about these things like, what would I tell him? Like, what do you need to do to prepare yourself, for life? And if you're going to get married, what's the benefit? I still think the institution is valuable. But then again, I'm 54 years old, and I came through a tradition where, family and marriage is very important. My parents are still married.
Were you ever married?
I am married. I've been married for
you are married. Okay.
I've been married for 32 years. I'm sorry, 31 years, but we've been together for 32.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
But nowadays, and I've always had this idea that I don't believe in divorce. Okay. And so I've done everything in my power to keep us together. But I also look at it as it's more than love. It's a function of duty. That I want to set an example. And I have two daughters as well, and they're not married. And that's another thing that I struggle with is they're getting up there in age, and I'm trying to figure out like what more could I tell them? It's like the importance of like trying to settle down and find a good man to marry.
I had a question.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
You say you're 54. You say your son's 16, and how old is your daughters?
No, my nephew. My nephew.
For your nephew.
Yeah, I have a 26-year-old and a 31-year-old.
Okay. I'll just take for me, for example. Parents were married in 76. Total different time frame. My sister got married in 2001. She's a year older than me. She was 22. He was 21. So their view, this is what the world was. I go out here and I try to date 2000, 2005. The world was different. The people, these women, totally different. So I go ask other people who are married something. They're telling me about how the world is in 76, and this stuff doesn't apply no more. These people didn't change. Do you understand when you talk to the 16 to 26 and 31-year-old, can you see the world and can you see women or what they're dating, what they're dealing? Can you see it from their eyes? Like, do you see what they're dealing with? And do you understand that it's different than what you may have dealt with 15, 20 years ago?
That's a very good question. And that's why I'm out here in these, these YouTubes trying to gather data, try to understand. I try to, I try to be like the hip dad, but, the generational gap is even hit me, so I try to come out here and I try to talk to people, as much as I can. And then I come out onto these platforms to try to get an idea. But, this is not necessarily a true indication of life, social media. And I understand that as well. But I think a combination of both, where I come out here and then I also talk to people on the streets. I talk to young people, try to get an idea of what's going on out there. And it's crazy. It's crazy the kind of stuff that I hear that's going on. And one aspect that that's very strong in our family is that it's the spiritual aspect, so but that only just exacerbates the problems that if you're going to try to find somebody who's equally yoked, that's going to be a challenge, especially where I'm at. I'm over here in the Pacific Northwest, which is one of the least churched states in the union.
Seattle, and, we're up there, Portland.
And so, but in our family, we go to church. My nephew goes to church. I have a problem with my daughters, though. They don't go to church. So you see, so they grew up in the church, but they moved away from the church. And then some of the statistics I've heard, because I haven't really grown up in the Black church. Okay, because my background is I'm a military brat. My dad was in the Navy, and then I joined the Air Force. So I've been in a lot of like chapels and mixed churches. So never really like grown up in a Black church. But the ones that I did go to, it was back then there was like you could see a whole lot more couples. But from what I understand now, you go to the Black church, there'd be a lot of single women. So where are all the men?
Have you tried a mixed church?
Oh, I go to mixed churches now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Church also changed with that generation. Just wait. Go ahead. Con factor. My apology. Go ahead.
What it is, man. A lot of hypocrisy. This is the long game. Again, that's part of the social engineering. They knew that the holes in the so-called religion will be seen and picked apart by the population. The destination was always no God. You can't do wrong when you feel like God is looking at you. God is in every last one of us, whether we believe in a lot of smart people now saying God is a construct, but when they get hit in the head by a brick about to take their last breath, they say, "Oh God." That's the first thing that comes out of their mouth and out of their nature, and that's just not that's not a knee-jerk response. So this is a society where there ain't no God, and if you don't have no God, it didn't have to be religious, but seeing that the certified holes that has been poked in the religion that they gave to us, to the population, they knew that it would be picked apart. This is the long game. That's why I'm saying we're not playing the long game. We're like children with $1 million today and they start spending money. They don't know this is the long game. So they see that religion represents God. They still believe in God, but they just don't want to go to church. They're spiritual,
White people are having this, because I assume you're talking about white people or white system. They're having the same problems.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
Well,
they're having the same problems.
Listen, it's not a problem for them.
Well,
yes, it's a problem for them.
As far as the men leaving church?
Oh yeah. But like us, the Black church is full of Black women and children. No other church has that demographic like we do. People in whole as a whole have fallen away from religion. The black church is void of the male masculine effect.
But see, why do you think that's why do you think that?
I think it started in the 80s.
Yeah.
Well, you know when someone's telling you the truth. When somebody it's not speaking to your day-to-day on the ground. It's not speaking to it. It's talking around reality. You know, they've seen the holes that have been poked in religion. I'm not saying God, because God is not religion.
Yeah.
What you're saying is true.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. I mean, because
spiritual, that's
What
spiritual.
what I would say is that overall, in general, the ministers and those who teach the religion, whatever division of the religion they taught previously, they have departed from what they used to teach
That's right.
to keep the community strong as a whole. They have taught to go after self,
That's
and
right.
they have been paid off.
And money.
And I think as people look up to leaders and see how leaders fall, that damage the individual to say, why should I look up to him if he's no better than me?
Yeah.
Or worse than me? But I don't want us to get into a religious, in any way type of conversation, because it's going to go left, and I don't want it to go left.
Yeah.
And the conversation is great. 1 second. It's official. With
Go
regard
ahead.
to your coming up, I don't have a problem with you coming up. I'm not sure when you said you want to respond to the men. If you're going to come up and add something to the general topic of the conversation, you're welcome. I want the conversation to be respectful. So if you would like to come on up and you be respectful, I'll give you an opportunity to come up and add your perspective to the overall conversation. And if there's something specific that you want to point out. Trigger Mike. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Welcome back.
Oh, there.
How you doing? Thank you for allowing me on. I'm well. How are you?
Not a
You
problem.
might want to turn your game down a bit.
So what's your point of view on the topic today?
The topic today, the quantitative value of marriage. So I was a little bit on Mr. I don't want to mess your name, Mr. Jones. His side, I was saying, quantitative. I would have said qualitative if I'm thinking about what men bring into a relationship, but I do like the challenge of thinking about it the way you phrased it. Basically, what I came up with was saying that
let me push back before you bring that out, because see, the thing is, before there can be quality added, there must be a value placed as a foundation for the home to even exist.
Yep.
You know, they say a man gets a house and a woman makes it a home.
Yep.
The qualitative aspect, there must first be a building that is being provided and upkeep for a woman to come into, and a family to be then made for all the quality things to be added.
Absolutely.
If a man don't have the financial wherewithal to even begin to create a space for a woman to come in so they can make a home out of that space, you got nowhere to go. So continue. Sorry about that.
Well, you actually stole my. I was gonna say, well, first thing I wrote down was that men's value is foundational. That's the easiest way to put it. Everything we bring to the table as far as creating a sturdy foundation, and to build upon that, I think the only thing that I can think of is that when I see women that are truly living lives of abundance, that word kind of goes along with quantitative. If a woman who is truly living a life of abundance is a woman that is living happily and building with a male figure, or more specifically, her husband. So, and when you talk to women, you survey them when they're not speaking this feminist talk, they usually tell you what they want very, very clearly. And it is that life of abundance that a happily married woman has. And I believe men are 100% foundational in that regard. Something else that I had brought up when I was thinking about quantitative, I think we use this word community loosely, because in the Black community, what we actually have is a Black lack of community, because a community isn't made up of individuals, it's made up of families in the context that we commonly use it. When you really think about it, a bunch of people just standing around, you've been to parties that don't know each other. That's not a community.
Well,
Community
I
is
think
made
that's
up.
why some people say the community.
Yeah, exactly.
Black
So
population.
it's really a lack of community. And so when you think of, okay, community is made up of families, who creates families? Men make wives. So that is, in a nutshell, our quantitative value. We make wives who then we create the family structure that allows the community to happen. And it is by our
Awesome.
will alone that does that. So
Awesome.
that's what
I like that.
I think we need to take control for whatever reason that we've been quiet as men the last 40 years. I don't know what happened. I don't know what it is in our. I talk a lot. You know, I'm a writer. I write. I'm artistic. I would draw, write. A lot of men in the conversation, like women say they want men to talk to them, and we don't talk or won't argue or debate or whatever back and forth as much as a woman does. It's a female trait, I understand. But for us to stand down as they've come to our women through Ms. Magazine and all of the media that they've done the last 50 years, to actually talk them out of their house, out of their future, away from their children, out of their clothes, even at 50 years old. And
I like that. Out of their clothes.
Out of their clothes.
you know what I'm saying? And for us to stand by and not accuse. Listen, man, they're like children on a car lot, and they get ripped and think they got a good deal, and they don't know till they get home and talk to other people. Oh man, they jacked you. And
You got taken.
it's a man's game, and they're not gonna win. But for us, we take the initiative, man. We were supposed to from 1970, from 68, we were supposed to call that all the way back to, like I said, to Ms. Magazine, all the way back to Nikki Giovanni. We let all of this stuff ride and didn't charge the state and the corporate with going to our women and going to our children. And we just stood down and watched them make them emancipated minors, independent women. You don't need no man. You don't need nobody. And the Black woman is the only one that bit that lick to the degree. White women that talk that stuff and write books and make $5 million go home to their husband. But Black women bit this. Now it's coming to bite us all.
Just to add to what you're saying, Con, it's official. She says they didn't talk us out of anything. We made a choice. I believe most of us wanted to go. We just needed an excuse.
That's it. That's
and I'll be honest.
Well said. Well said.
My mother, my mother did that.
What did you say scripturally? He said, for all this work, what did you do to cause them to err? He said, I didn't do nothing. I just called them and they came. This is something, it say the snake goes to Eve, the serpent casting evil suggestions to you. This is all, it's there for us, but we never looked at it in its proper application.
Hey, Mr. Khan, I got a question for you. Do you think that the people who wrote these policies on what you can call it whatever you want, separating families or whatever, child welfare, whatever you want to call it, you think they knew that it could possibly get women to walk away from men?
Absolutely. That's
that was the whole design.
That's the design of it. Absolutely. That's
I mean, if you think it's an accident, you still got your head in the dirt.
But women don't. So women don't know that they are actually a victim in this.
No.
Then you just
we gotta stop using that word.
What I just read.
Victim.
The woman says they're not a victim, man.
Oh, so there are
She
tools.
basically
They're
told you
doing
she
this
They
figured
were a
out what was
pawn.
going
They were a
on,
pawn
and
used.
she kept doing it anyway.
Yeah, the road to hell is wide. It looks good.
Yeah.
And now they get there, now they see, oh, it ain't what they thought. You know, it's what I'm saying. So us as men, that is home.
So you
You know,
telling me that women out there know that
charge them. We need
them
to
using
charge.
this system is actually detrimental to our growth in our community,
You
and
know,
they willing to continue to do it.
it's
Well,
not
it's
necessarily
not
that.
without
But
Bruce. It's
I would
not
like to
without its
add to this.
benefit.
I'd like to
No,
add
go
a
ahead.
little quick statement. So is it Bruiser? Bruiser?
Bruiser,
You
Okay,
the first
Bruiser,
one
so
that ever got that right.
um so there's another YouTuber. I think her name is Pearly. I think it's a white
Just
woman.
yeah,
Pearly
just
things.
Just Pearly, yeah. So
Pearly
she has
things.
a lot
Yeah.
of these type of discussions, right? And one of the things they talked about was like they asked, okay, she put it to the panel or to her guests. Okay, women have the choice, right, to get an abortion. Do you think that men should have the choice to get a financial abortion? And most of the women says no. So there you go. You know, it's a double standard. You see what I mean?
Well, they
There's
know
no
the
women that's
benefit.
going to fight for a men's right to choose to opt out of 18 years of having to pay child support.
Yeah. Why they gonna take away the free money?
Because it's costing us in the long run, as far as the generation is detrimental to our growth over time.
So what,
But
Bruce?
if
Let
you
me
have a
say this
self,
because
so you're looking at it from an overall general effect. They're looking at it from what is the benefit for me?
Today. That's right.
So,
You're
but
looking at it from a
we
wide
can't say
lens.
that's
They're looking at
all
it
the
from a
women though. Like that
breakdown
may be
lens.
like a small portion of them, you know.
no,
Well,
we
is
wouldn't
the
be in this
problem a big
problem
problem
today.
or is the problem a small problem?
It's a big problem.
You be shocked, man. You be
I don't
shocked.
think
But
the
let me say
system
this.
is a
Let me
big
say
problem.
this. Let me say this, Bruiser, on this particular topic. If everything that you're saying requires logic and practicality, they are not the gender that exhibits that. We are. So when you take the male out of the home and you start speaking about benefit without work, or you can make a man pay child support without they are not going to exercise logic and say, in the long run, this will be bad for my family, so I won't do it. All right, you're asking women to exercise these type of things. They will not.
So let me ask you this,
Lo-
Trick.
So
logic
how
is
did
a
they get
man's
these men
trait.
out the home? They didn't kick down the door and, excuse me, sir, can you leave your home and leave your family? That's not what happened. Somebody
Well,
had to make a decision, and a man would have to leave his home from what it is that you're saying from that narrative.
So let me
You
ask you this,
can't
Trick,
get a
right?
real husband to leave a real wife.
Well,
It doesn't make sense.
well, let me ask the panel this. So if all of these policies, I mean, I guess you could say some of these policies or some of these bills has caused men to be pretty much taken out of the communities due to crime, you know, corruption and all that other shit. So what was these women supposed to do?
Stay with their husbands.
Well, I'm saying,
It's just not adding up. They're saying there's a man who's working and there's a woman doing whatever, and they got kids and a family. Someone knocked on the door and said, excuse me, sir, can you go 34 minutes out over there somewhere? And he packed his suitcase and he left. It doesn't add up.
listen, man, they don't
I
shoot.
understand. No, hold on. I understand arrests. I understand when they talk about the what is it? Mass incarceration. One, don't commit crime.
yeah, what they
Yeah, but
supposed
that's
to do?
okay. That could play a part. But
Could.
if they were breaking the law, hey, don't break the damn law if you got a family at home. If there was people going to war, but the way they paint this story is if all these 80% of black men married, somebody knocked on the door in every state in every household and told the man he had to leave. Where did the men go? They had some kind of dorm room where all these single men were living. It doesn't make sense.
Listen, they don't shoot a gun, brother. They shoot
What?
a situation.
Hold up. My grandfather, 12 kids. Other grandfather, 6 kids. They didn't knock on those doors. They didn't.
No, they didn't.
Well, what I will say
The Great
to support
Society.
Justo is that psychological psych ops games have been played on us
That's
ever
right.
since we came out of slavery.
You're
That's right.
telling me somebody
To
can
achieve,
convince you to leave
to
your wife
achieve,
and
hold on a
kids?
second,
If you're
to
struggling
Oh,
achieve
my
to gain
apologies.
what is
unemployment,
now being achieved.
employment.
The point is that when they were going at the men could see through it. When they came at the women,
Yep.
over time, the women took the bait.
And
Just like Khan said earlier, when the serpent approached Eve in the garden, even though God told her, don't do this, over time, she took the bait anyway. What I'm saying is that women are susceptible to deception.
And the government knows
And
that.
because they don't know how to calculate to see end results over time,
That's right.
they're making decisions that benefits them now,
That's right.
that the decisions from the 70s, the consequences are being revealed now.
That's
Because
right.
the woman from the 70s that was 20, 25 years old, she's now in her late 60s or early 70s. Her daughters and granddaughters, which is Gen X and millenniums, they're now going through the effects of the changes. And the children from the millenniums children, they're the ones now that's going to really, we're going to see whether or not
Generation
they're going
Z.
to
Yeah.
continue
Yeah,
or they're
Generation
going to
Z.
make a switch.
So they
That's right.
turn black women against black men.
that is the moral of
They,
the story, man.
Yeah.
they bought black women by giving them what they want.
They
Incentive.
incentivize them. That's
The
the best way to
incentivizing.
say
You
it.
give a person free housing,
Yep.
free money every month. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah,
Long-
entitlement programs.
I'm
Yes.
not
You
buying
have
it.
to
I'm just not.
understand, when a man tells a woman, no, you can't do this,
Nah.
That's so you
and
don't
the
think there's
woman
any
have
proof of
somebody
that?
else, and the man and the woman have somebody else in the corner saying, psst, psst, come here,
That's
I'll
right.
give you this, and you don't have to listen to him at all.
Long
And,
teeth.
and we also can't deny the historical factors that played a role, because I think those are kind of missing here too. It was war that separated the family. So men going to war.
Vietnam.
Well,
Exactly.
everybody went to
Men,
war. Black men went to war.
yeah, I
White
just
men went
mean
to war.
exactly. Black
So,
men
and
coming back messed up.
we have been to 2 other wars within the United States, or several other wars within the United States. So I'm not going to give it the war issue. The war adds to the poverty in the community, because war does lead to poverty. We see how those effects are going on right now. America is sending billions of dollars to Ukraine, and it's affecting the society as a whole with inflation and all these different things. So it does contribute to poverty. But when you can give a person an alternative choice that to them seems, and women are selfish. When we talk about hypergamy is just a fancy way of saying selfish. Women are selfish. That's part of their nature. They always want the best for themselves. Men sacrifice themselves for things. Women don't sacrifice themselves for shit.
But
That's
see,
why.
I
That's
just
why
don't
with
buy
the
it. I
building,
don't.
with the building of women having the rulership or the leading authority in the black community have not been building and growing. It has
but we
actually been slipping and sliding,
How
going the opposite direction.
how is it that all black men can't see this? Like
I'm
some
not
black
buying
men.
it, bro.
Because
I'm not.
70%
I mean,
of
come
the
on,
black
what-
men alive today
Stop.
were raised by
Bruiser,
black
you're
men.
asking the impossible. All people will never recognize all things at any time. That's just, the mind don't work that way.
But
If
I
you
People
got
come
believe
to
an
their own level of
overwhelming
realization
disproportionate stat
at
that's an
different parts of,
eyesore, you should be able to reconcile with that.
well,
but
Bruiser,
not
you also,
everybody is intelligent.
Yeah.
but
And
So you
people
saying
make
it's intelligence?
it's a
decisions.
problem within
Some
itself,
people
though.
make decisions like animals, day-to-day
70%,
survival.
70% of black men alive today were raised by a single mother. So their thinking alone is, it's off. So when you say, why don't men see this or more men see it? Are they thinking with the mind that I have, being privileged growing up in a 2-parent household, seeing the things that I've seen? I'm a product of everything I came from. I'm married. I have a home. I do everything I saw my parents do. Most black men didn't see that.
No.
well, see, the
I
woman,
just
That's
don't.
the problem. But
I don't
what are
know,
we going to
man.
do about it?
the woman is not war. The man is war.
Okay, guys, one of the things I want to try to focus on I want us to really talk about men's contribution and how women can see the benefit of marriage, family, and a community. I don't want to go down this path of just how women have turned their back on black men and are abusing black men or whatever.
If
I don't want
if
this to be a woman bashing session, but I want it to be more how can black men make better choices with wives and to show what value black men bring to the table or as the table to both black women or any woman they choose or decide to make a wife.
Can I start?
Anthony, welcome to
Okay.
Sage Talk. Long time no see. What do you have on the topic? You're muted.
First of all, always appreciate your intellect, your wisdom, experience, and I think that just your ability to really frame, I guess, questions that really provoke thought. So I just want to just give you a shout out for that. Um, I think the thing about it is that when you think about the word quantitative and qualitative, I think that men tend to think in quantitative, um, more of a quantitative facet. Women think more in a more qualitative fashion.
True.
And so because if you listen to a woman, if you say, well, she'll tell you, well, I feel. A man will typically say, well, I think. So
Or I
thinking
do.
is more quantitative, feeling is more qualitative. And I think that ultimately, this is something that I thought about, just and it's kind of ironic. I think that what it really boils down to is what you're saying, and I think that I'll use a very simple analogy. So you're a young man, and let's say, for example, your favorite automobile is, say, a Bentley. Well, the thing that I would suggest doing is figuring out, first of all, go do some research on Bentley, figure out who their demographic is, who their audience is, figure out why they make the cars that they make, figure out everything about them, and then figure out then how do you now obtain a Bentley. And then once you figure out how you obtain a Bentley, then now what that's going to do is give you particular access to different spaces, to different circles. It's going to make you move different. Your mentality is going to be different, because ultimately, at the end of the day, what a woman is measuring you by is your qualitative value. She is not measuring you by your quantitative value, because typically her first mind does not do that. So you're asking her to shift and now to think logically about something, when the fact of the matter is that she's always going to feel first. And I
Well,
think that,
let me give you some pushback.
okay, go ahead.
And the reason I want to give you pushback is because even the thoughts on in this YouTube space or social media space, what do they say? They want a man that's going to pay their rent, pay this bill, buy this, take them there. They're talking about material things that they want a man to bring to them so they can see the value in the man.
So I think the thing about it is that we're actually saying the same thing, because the fact of the matter is here. What does a material thing do to you? It incites dopamine, which in
Well,
turn then gives you a good feeling. So ultimately, at the end of the day, the woman still. So I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, you and I are both saying the same thing, which is women are driven by their feelings and their emotions, which now is a qualitative aspect.
well, before you can have quality, quantity is what actually leave that space for you to have
And
quality.
and 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 so
Most
look, and so
marriages, most marriages when women divorce is based on the finance, or if it's in the top three reasons why a woman will leave a marriage, and it's income related, which adds to their standard of life, quality of life, a whole lot of other things. The foundation, what a man brings to the table for a community, a relationship, a society, is quantitative.
The qualitative aspects is built upon the quantitative things. The internet itself is a quantitative tool that adds quality to communication and socialization.
So Lee, I think the thing you have to think about is this here, and this is something that you and I, because you and I are kind of from that same space. You know, they used to call us what bean counters. You and I can sit down and do like great formulas and you know math on the chalkboard all on the whiteboard all day long. But the fact of the matter is that it's not going to sell unless people feel good about it.
No, I'm not talking about the calculation. I'm talking about the product that the calculation makes, right? Because
Well,
the internet came from those calculations.
but I think the
Facebook,
thing,
YouTube, all these things come from a science that's built upon math calculations.
but
I'm
the only
talking about
reason,
the product. See, a woman will, you could talk about a dress all you want. You walk past Madison Avenue and she see that dress in the store, she pulling on your arm. She looking you in the face. She smiling. She getting all up in your grill. Honey, 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 sweetheart. Don't you think that would look nice on me? She knows what she want, and what she want are physical things, and those physical things add quality to her life.
and so Lee, I think the thing about it is that I think that I'm not. So let me say it this way: I'm not
Sure.
disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Where I'm putting the emphasis is on this. That you're right. It did take science to build the internet. But the fact of the matter is that the reason why people use the internet is because it makes them feel good.
Right,
You're
but
right. You're right.
so you're talking about the end result versus
But Lee,
the
it's
product
always about
itself.
the end result.
They couldn't feel good if there wasn't an internet. That's the point. So the
Exactly.
product came first.
It-
So
it-
you have to come with the resources, because if you ain't got no resources, what do women say? They
so
tell you all the time, no honey, no money. And they
right.
word it all different type of ways. I'm old school, so I'm using 40 years ago lingo. But the bottom line is that a woman have always been that way. It's just today they have sifted down to its pure essence. I
So
just want this, and I'm
so
not giving you nothing else for it, or I'm going to trade you whatever value you're willing to take. I'll trade you that value exactly just for that what you're going to give me. That's why women talk about conditional femininity, submission, all that crap, because they're trading the essence of what you say you want for what you can give them, which is the resource.
but Lee, I think the thing about it is that you and I think the thing that you're missing out is this. I think this is the thing that you're missing.
Sure.
That when a company sits down to develop a product, at the end result of that product, what drives the sales of that product is not, and what determines how good and effective that product is how it makes people feel. And if
Well,
a person don't
it's
just hear
marketing.
me out, just hear me
It's
out.
marketing.
Well, but no, but it's science, because if a person doesn't feel good about it, they're not going to use it. If you don't, so for example, if
Well,
Billy
you're
can make,
making a distinction without a difference. You're saying one product being better than the other, one product having a better effect on the individual than the other. But you
it,
have
it
to understand, both of them was a product first.
but
Whether
Lee,
one made you feel good and the other didn't give you the same effect is irrelevant. The relevancy is that the product was made first. So unless you have the product, the end result that you're talking about on how you feel, that ain't even gonna happen. So a woman, if you don't have the money to put a woman in a house or an apartment, she ain't got no home to decorate.
but then the thing, but Lee, hold on, watch this here though. You can have the money to put her in a house, and if she don't feel good about that house, if it's not good enough based off of her standards and how she feels about it, she's still not going to go into that house.
That means you ain't had the money to put her in a house. You got a woman with a budget,
No. I have a
a two
house.
hundred $1,000 budget, and you make 50 grand. So she ain't gonna happy about the house she gonna put her in. So you ain't got
Exactly.
the budget. That's
Exact.
why I
So
said it goes back to the resources.
Yeah, I think the thing about it
Anyway,
is that
Dusto had a comment. Let him
Yeah.
slide up in here. I don't want to hog the conversation.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'll try to make
Go
it.
ahead, Dusto.
I'll try to make it quick because I get it. I got a lot of mic time. I'll try to be quick. This is my opinion because I can't stand. I'm not attacking you or anybody. YouTube talking point overdose. The man is 6'6". He has abs. He's 6 feet inches into 6 and 6. And then the sexual marketplace value is valued at a 3.7 interest rate. Therefore, the woman is going to be asking for this amount of femininity. Dudes are actually overdosing on this stuff, and that's what they really believe. Honestly, there's a dude who can be 5'11", walks up to a girl, talks to her. She doesn't like him. Therefore, they ain't getting married because she just don't like him. There could be a dude 6'4", make $30,000 at the post office. He's very charismatic, almost as good looking as me. He might get some ladies. She might marry him. It's not necessarily this formula where they're only looking for the top 20% or $113,000. People like who they like, and women operate off of emotion. Communication. Is there a connection? Is this person marriable? Does this person have a family structure? Look at this man and say, hey, I can build with this person. Or, hey, I want to be where this person is for the rest of my life. That's how a lot of women think.
Women operate off of emotions.
Yeah.
It's not money. Sometimes it is money. Sometimes women
but
submit to
most
the money
times
and
it's
not the man.
emotions.
But here's the thing. Men need to become more emotionally intelligent.
Right.
What do? They come into the dustosphere, overdose on their YouTube talking points. They don't even have the common sense to understand, you know what, does this girl even like me or not?
Right.
They'll spend 8 dates flying her out to Vegas. Like I say,
and she'll go.
They got this briefcase that says the bag on the outside. Hey, baby, I got the bag. I want some femininity. Right. She's going to show up and start submitting. Then they're complaining, hey, all the girls want me for my money, man. Yeah, the system, man. At the end of the day, is there a connection? Did you find a woman? Now, let's be real. People can change and people can lose. Stuff happens. Mm-hmm. But did you find a woman who actually understands what family structure is? She really rocks with you. She believes in you. And as you as a dude, are you providing everything that you possibly can and can you all stay together and work it out? Some people have no patience, no durability, no focus, no money, and things don't work out.
They're not consistent.
But it goes further than just the talking points or just the basis. It goes to actually. I'm not attacking anybody either. I'm just saying in general.
Right. I'm just saying also with regard to to the overall issue. I think obviously you have to be able to impress upon a woman to even get into a relationship before you can date her and then marry her. Right.
True.
But if you're in a relationship where marriage is the next stage and you're having that conversation, you have to have a plan on where you're going with this relationship and the life that you want to build. And there's going to be a financial component to that. And depending on where you are at present when you started that relationship with that woman, if you can't lay out a plan on where you're going with her and where you're taking yourself, if she can't see that plan, she's probably not going to want to hitch her wagon to you because you might be good looking, you might be charismatic, and you might be influential, but you might lack discipline. So you don't have the ability to follow through and complete things that you start. And yes, charisma, personality, influence, height, physique capture women's overall attention in the beginning. But in any relationship that's going to go long term, it's going to take work and discipline and a plan and execution.
Yep.
And obviously ideas.
Right.
But if you don't have those discipline and that ability to do that, over time a woman will see that.
Right.
And the things that may have captured her in her youth, that's why so many
They're not
women
gonna keep them.
they pop up out of 6, 7, 8-year relationships with 2 kids, and then now they're 32 and they say, now I know my value because I realized this dude right here was just talking shit. I fell for it. And now I realize what I need is a man that really has a plan and knows how to build on that plan. And I can hook my wagon to him with my 2 kids and we can have a better life. So when it comes down to it, it's going to be what you're capable of. I'm not saying that you got to come to the table with 200 grand, with $500,000, or with whatever. Wherever you start is where you start, but you have to have a plan on where you're going. And you have to be able to inspire that woman that where you're going is something that she want to be a part of. I think the brother Khan factor says, he proved that because he started with his woman at 19. They got married at 19, but he had a plan. Now, it doesn't mean that the plan that he had is the plan that what it is today, but he had a plan going forward. And as time
Yeah.
went by and he succeeded, he built upon it and he showed his wife, his woman, that he was serious and he was committed and they were working together and they build that.
That's
There are
right.
women today who will work with a man like that, but there are also women today who will say, well, when you get to the finish line,
Yeah,
Call.
come
give me
see
a
me.
call.
That's
Right.
right.
Exactly, right?
I agree
So
with you, Lee. All those are excellent points.
let me just make a comment. This chat, Key, she says, Sage Talk, where did these men go? Well, first of all, I would say, what kind of woman are you? How do you
No,
project yourself?
she's
Women,
referring to they kicked the men out the house in 1964. She's referring to those
Oh
that
men.
man.
yeah,
I
yeah.
thought she was talking about the type of man that would be looking for a wife. All right. Well, where did they go? They went into the streets. Men become
Yep.
homeless when they don't have a home.
Yeah. Come Romans.
They sell
I,
drugs. That's what they do. They hustle
I'm just
numbers.
not buying
Back
it.
in the 60s and the 70s, guys used to hustle numbers. They used to play dice. Some of them become winos. Men do different
Mhm.
things to survive or just endure the challenges of life when they can't meet it.
So we
Some
acting like
became
men
successful.
never had to be kicked out on the streets. This is something that
I'm not believing it,
No, no
bro.
one is. No one is.
I'm just
No,
not.
she asked the question. Dusto gave me context, and I gave her some responses to where
so
some
why
men
you
will
don't
go.
buy it,
Some men
Dusto?
will fall between the cracks. Some men will thrive. Someone will tread water and just survive. Men will do different things based on their
Because you
capabilities.
haven't seen it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen.
Bruiser, you're married, right?
Yeah.
Would your wife throw you out for a $600 welfare check? Does that make sense?
No, not when I'm
Oh, I'm
retired.
not buying it.
Can I say
But
something?
I don't think they're talking about guys like me. I think they're talking about
No, but
guys
it's not just so much
who were in
guys like
between.
him. It's women like his wife.
Yeah.
If he had a woman that was a ghetto chick that came from 2 or 3 generations of welfare women,
Yeah.
she would have
Yeah.
she would have had his baby and
Yeah.
kicked him to the curb.
But
And
this is
if
And if
before
she's
welfare.
lucky,
I was a
and if
guy,
she's lucky, she would have got him for another baby too. They'll tell you, well, I want the girl to have the same brother from the same father, or I
Yeah.
want both of them to have the same daddy.
Hold
They'll
on,
tell
And
you
then
hold
all
on.
boom, they
kind of
go
crap.
get
Justo,
child
I don't
support.
think you understand the
There
type
was
of
no
guys they're
welfare.
referring to. They're
This
not
is
Say
before
again?
referring to
welfare.
guys like me and Jones.
No,
They're
I'm not
talking about
saying just you. I'm just saying
we're talking
the
about these
woman that
guys
you
that's out here that
marry
don't have a
is not
job. They're
that type
probably
of
looking for a
woman.
job and they can't find
Period.
one. And they got the
I'm talking
option to
about,
say, hey, look, you just got to
Point of
go and just
clarity.
take government assistance.
But
I'm not.
Point
let
of
me tell you
I'm
something.
clarity.
Do you think good quality guys don't get caught up?
not talking about today. I'm talking about in
I'm not saying
64.
you, Dustin. I'm asking Bruiser because he said guys like him. You're telling me guys like you don't get caught up with chicks like that?
No.
I didn't say they
Are you
didn't.
kidding me?
I was saying that I don't
Are
think
you
my
kidding
wife.
me?
I,
I'm retired military. My wife is not finna. I'm
I'm not.
100%.
But
My
we
wife's
already
not finna leave
clarified
me
that. I already
for
said
government
your
assistance.
wife is not that kind of a woman. We made that clear.
I don't think any kind of woman would have done that.
Okay,
I'm
so
not.
Oh
I'm
why
not
You
buying
be
man,
it.
shocked.
are
You be
you
shocked,
why are
man.
you
You be
you are
talking
shocked.
you are
talking?
looking.
Hold on. Let me delve into him a little bit. Why are you talking so much about we need to build a community then?
Who, me?
No,
We're
I'm
looking
no,
at
talking
the
about.
Bruiser.
aftermath.
So I don't think I'm not justified to say that.
No, I'm not asking you to justify something. You said you don't think any kind of woman would do that. So I'm
I
asking
think the
you,
women that are
why do you
choosing these
say, why do you
options,
always come on the panel and talk about we need to build a community? Because there must be something wrong with the community, right?
So Lee, let
Hold on
me.
one second, Anthony.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
want to get up into Bruiser's head. I want him to deal with this.
Okay.
the reason why I think we need to build a community, we need example of how, like brothers like us, that's trying to do
No,
something.
no, no, no. The community just didn't arrive like this today.
I'm just trying to answer your question.
No, you said you don't think women will do things like that. Take a guy, have
I
his
said I
kid,
don't think
kick him out,
in this
put him on
situation they're in
child
now.
support
and get government
But
money.
this is what you asking me. I'm trying to answer it. I don't think these women that are leaving these men for welfare system are in the situations my wife is in right now.
No one said that. I said
That's what I was
what
saying. I
if
said I don't
there,
think
no,
a
I
woman in
said,
this situation
no,
in
you're
this
trying,
household would do
no,
that.
no, I'm not trying to use your relationship. And I clearly said
Somebody
not
asked me,
your wife.
Bruiser, would your
And I'm
wife
trying
do it?
not trying to use you.
Okay.
I'm addressing the broader community as an issue because I said women that come from 2 and 3 generations of welfare
Oh,
do X, and you
that
said
don't apply to me.
no, you don't think women would do that.
I think I was answering Dusto's question, if I'm not mistaken. He said, would my wife leave me to do that?
No. Well, first he asked that question, but then we nullified that.
But
Okay.
I'm talking about before welfare. I'm talking in the 60s. There was no welfare for them to grow up and have 2-3 generations. 64, man working, woman there. 80%
Well,
marriage
there
rate.
were welfare in the
There was
60s
welfare.
because I was in the 60s and I know guys whose families were on welfare.
It started in
We're
60.
talking about the welfare
It
expansion.
started in the 40s.
Yeah, it started
But
with
you
the
know what?
40s after World War II.
World War II.
Yeah.
I'm waving the white flag. I'm just not buying a man having a job and a family at home and saying, you know what, I'm gonna just go out here to the streets.
Well, I think it was the
No, a
guys who
woman
didn't
saying,
have the
go
job
out
and
to
the
the,
family at home.
You
I'm
don't
not
have the
buying it.
complete context, Dusto. That's
Oh,
why.
I think
He
we have
think
to
it was
understand.
guys who was
Hey,
actually successful having their wives leave. No, that wasn't the case. I
That's
think it
not
was
what.
Before we
guys.
get any
That's
further,
not
I'd
what.
like to ask a question
I
about
think you
this.
may have to look at some documentaries on what happened to the American society after World War II. After World War II, there was no jobs. All the jobs were focused on the war. When they came back from the war, there was no job. White people was out of jobs. Black people were out of jobs. They started a program overall in general, and white men started to find work and get work and go back to work. The Moynihan report talks about when they focused job programs, because back then in the 60s, they used to have what's called manpower. Manpower was a program for you to go find work. And the black men were going and getting work, but the women were not getting off of not child support. They weren't getting off of welfare services. So they were saying, whoa, what's going on here? This is a new thing. Go back and read the report or listen to BGS breakdown of the report. It's a phenomenal issue that took place.
So
The
Lee,
men
let
were
me.
working, but then the woman was still staying on the service. And in part of it, they did, I think, Dusto, where you're not being truly honest, unless you're claiming absentee that you don't know, they did come to communities, the black communities, and check your house. I
They
saw
did.
that.
I know that.
They
I saw
did do
videos
that.
on it.
Yeah.
Now,
That part I do know.
how deep it went into the community, I can't say because I was a kid, right? But it did occur, and parents had to move stuff around, tell the man to leave, go to the bar, go hang out with your boys, come back later. So those things did happen.
Yeah.
How long it continued, I don't know. The point is, there was a time when women could have made the change and say, okay, we fooled the system, honey, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to leave the house anymore. But they continued, they said, nah, we're good. We'll take this money and run.
And kept on
And the man
producing
had to
more and
go
more
figure it
babies.
out on his own.
So,
But
so
what I'm saying is that I don't want to get caught up on how we got here. What I'm trying to say is going forward, this is what men have to offer women going forward in marriage. Whether that
so
is a black woman, some brothers choose white woman, whether it's a Latin woman, whether it's an Asian woman. What I'm talking to is for the bigger picture of marriage and community.
So this is why we're choosing white women, right?
Say again?
Is this why we're choosing white women? I'm
Who's
just asking.
choosing
No
white
one
women?
said that. Why do you always do that, bro?
Somebody made a comment saying black men. That's the reason why black
No,
men
I
are leaving their
said
community.
I'm talking about the benefits of marriage and what men bring to the table for marriage. Whether it's a black woman, a white woman, Latino woman, or Asian woman. I'm just saying men choose what they want. All women in America say basically they have issues with marriages. The conversation today is about
what men could bring to the table for women in marriages, successful men.
So Lee, I
Not
want to ask you.
talking about the intangibles. The intangibles is another conversation. And I didn't want to get caught up in that because you could go down rabbit holes on intangibles. Go ahead, Anthony. I'm sorry. You hadn't had a chance to finish out.
So, well, I want to make sure that my question, because I see you kind of guide us back to the topic, but I wanted to make sure that my question still was kind of going in the direction that you wanted when you say that will good men get caught up with women with, I guess, bad women with 2 and 3 kids or whatever. Is that kind of away from where you're taking us, or is that in line with where you're trying to take us back to?
No, it's not. It's not in line. It was
Okay,
just.
okay.
It was just. It was just based on where the conversation
Okay,
had kind of morphed into
okay.
when Justo and Bruiser was speaking, and I added that, how women who use the system to manipulate to benefit and use children to benefit from the system can
So
do
then,
so.
what I'll say is this here. Oddly enough, I agree with Dusto. I think that again, it is really about a woman's experience, how she experiences the man. The more a man has to offer, the better, the more secure she's going to feel. The more stable a man is, the better she's going to feel. The more consistent a man is, the better she's going to feel.
So
It's really boils down to the more. And Lee, it was going back to a point that you made earlier. If
uh-huh.
it's me and you, and we got one woman, and she got to choose between me and you. I have a $500,000 house, and you have a $200,000 house. Which one is she going to pick? And she doesn't even know the price, but she walks through those houses. She walks through each one of those houses. Which one is she going to pick?
Well, I think it
you're
depends
saying
on.
women are
I
gold
think it
diggers.
depends on each of us as men, how we impress upon the woman, and two, uh, what future are we looking to build towards? Because you might have already maxed out. I might be just getting started. So
But
it all depends on the
Oh,
dream
that
that
was a
I'm
good
able
one.
Yeah.
That was a good one,
on the
Mr.
I
dream
J.
have
that I'm able to sell her towards
okay,
our life
so
together.
then all so,
That
so
was
then
a
Anthony,
good
you're
all
one.
things
missing
being
it.
equal. So then all things
Say
being
again?
equal. All things being equal.
Yeah.
Who's missing it?
Go ahead. Okay, Anthony,
Yeah.
if she doesn't like you, it doesn't matter if you have a $5 million house. She'll be there temporarily. And then she'll take half of that house when she sells it, and she'll go back to the streets because she doesn't like you. If she likes
So
me and I live under a rock, there'll
Well,
be two people living under
we're
a rock.
getting off track. I
Well,
think we're
Dusto,
getting
you
off
ain't
track.
shit,
We're
Dusto.
getting
Hey, man, this nigga, man, boy.
Look, no, hold on,
Okay,
one
I'm
more thing.
confused. I'm
Look
confused.
who's taking these women and putting babies in them. Raw Dog Ronnie doesn't have a rock, but that's where they're going. That means they like Raw Dog Ronnie more than you,
okay,
or me sometimes.
but watch this here
That's
though.
what
But
they're
watch this
doing.
here. Going back to
Or a
Lee's
good
going
guy.
back. Hold on, watch this here. Going back to Lee's point that he made, which I think is the ultimate point.
Me too.
What's
Raw
that?
Dog Ronnie made Raw Dog her for about 2, 3, 4 years, but then when regular Johnny comes along with a plan, and she feel good about regular Johnny's plan, she gonna go with regular Johnny. She gonna
You're missing.
realize that
You're
Raw
still
Dog
missing it,
Ronnie made
bro.
a fool out of her.
You're missing
regular
Well,
the
the
Johnny
thing
point.
don't
is,
want her ass.
Okay,
if
y'all
she's
confusing me.
the thing is, you need to be able. That's why I said near the end of my presentation is that the choice is all us as men.
Right.
If
I
Yeah.
you
agree.
know she getting piped down by Raw Dog Ronnie, you better cut her loose, bro.
Cut
Exactly.
her
She ain't
off.
gonna leave.
Exactly.
She ain't gonna leave
That's
Raw
even
Dog
better,
Ronnie.
Lee. That's
Yeah.
She
even
gonna
better.
Don't
use
say
you
it.
to get what she want and stay getting piped down by Raw Dog Ronnie. You might
Anthony
Exactly.
actually
gonna
wind
save
up
it.
Yeah,
He
you
raising
said,
want
Raw
to find
Dog
somebody
Ronnie's
else's
kid,
better.
thinking
Anthony
of
gonna
your
save
kid.
it.
Lee,
Anthony
pass the
said he gonna
offer
save
plate on
that
that
hoe.
one.
You
No,
find
Anthony,
somebody
my
else that's
point is
better.
this.
That's all.
It's not
Yeah.
fixed and it's not a marketplace.
Anthony gonna
If a
save it.
woman likes Hank's beard, she might call him before she calls me. That's just how this works. But we can't make it like it. Now, there are some things that, yes, they matter. Money matters. Height, all this other stuff, they matter. But it's not a fixed formula where you go to a marketplace and you can tell a woman as a robot, I'm 6'4", I make this amount of money. It doesn't work that way.
Hold on.
Women are even willing to make more bad decisions. Some make better decisions, pick better men. Some of them are willing to take a worse deal. There's a lot of
Can
women
I go
out there.
next?
Yeah. So Anthony, let me say this because wait, hold on.
Go
Let me
ahead.
say
I want
this.
to share the mic. Go ahead.
Anthony, you're right, but you're talking about the wrong group. Like what you're saying is the way other ethnic groups, they don't have these
Operate.
issues.
Exactly.
They don't. We have
Hmm.
deep-seated issues. Our women procreate with the lowest ranking member of a group. So we have that problem deep-seated in our ethnic group that we need to fix
Our
first.
cultural makeup.
Exactly. So to add and say what men can bring as far as value, it's really going to start with our decisions, our choices, the way we move. So I think with men in particular, what I can say, the word that I want to pick is we lack a certain seriousness. Your seed, your seed is special. I heard someone say it when I was in the car driving. We are the prize, and you need to start acting like it. Everything that you provide, as far as a foundation for a woman, and it's your world to pick. There is not a man out here of substance that's resourceful that has a problem finding women. Women have a problem getting with us. So we need to start behaving like that with our choices. We don't reward twerking. We don't reward people in their DMs. I'm telling you right now, I go through my IG. I'm sick. I'm tired of seeing black ass in the air.
What?
I just wanted to find out what the spot was for my son's birthday party, and there's ass everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? We have to stop rewarding that behavior.
You're rewarding bad behavior.
So let me
appreciate my timeline.
Can I interject? I gotta
like
interject.
what Dusto was 1 second, like what Dusto was saying about a man leading with his money or whatnot in that way. Yes, you definitely don't want to approach a woman like that. That's foolishness. But likewise, like when I get either through Twitter, and a woman will introduce herself to me, and the first thing I see is her booty and all this very scantily clad, I block her. Automatic. Well, number one, at my age, I ain't chasing booty like that. But my point is, I think if men of substance who are on the rise in society, when a woman lead in that fashion, she's telling you what kind of woman she is. Yeah. And with the laws the way they are, if you spend a lot of your time dealing with women like that, you're gonna get caught up.
Yeah.
And whether or not you impregnate them or not, if the woman is smart or slick, she's gonna say you're the daddy, even if you're not the daddy. And then it's a matter of 9 months before they figure it out.
Yeah.
I want to hear what Mr. Jones and Mark are saying.
You're out of loot, and depending on the state might just say, you know what, you already been paying, so we're gonna keep you on here, and you're gonna have to get a lawyer and try to fight this.
Yeah.
Can
I add to this?
I think as men, we need to really be more selective and recognize what our value is as men, because we put too much value on women, their body, and their sex. And they have now assessed that, and they're marketing to us in that way. And a lot of guys are getting caught up. Guys that are rich, basketball players, rappers, musicians, corporate owners, doesn't matter what kind of business you come from. If you chasing that cooch and you don't have some level of control over yourself, you're going to get caught up out there. I mean, I don't know what kind of man Bruiser is, but I don't think he was chasing that cooch for a long, girls like that for a while.
I was like, what?
Because if he did, I don't know.
So let me respond to Mr. Lee. So I think that ultimately, at the end of the day, because I think that when we talk about problem and we talk about solution, right, and how women are, not is, but how women are, I think that ultimately, Lee, I agree 1,000% with your sentiment. The first thing is that we do have to. So I'll take me for example, because I'm single and I'm dating. Like, I just don't deal with certain people. I don't deal with certain people, nor do I deal with certain women. I just don't deal with them. Like, I cannot imagine myself dealing with a woman that makes 10, 15, $20 an hour. I can't relate to her. because I don't talk to women that have kids. If you have young kids, I can't talk to you. So I think that when men, because I know my worth, I know my value, I know my time. And so for me, I think that I agree with you. It's always confusing to me in these here spaces when men are talking about what women are doing, when really and truly the way to stop, it's kind of like, go to the circus. If you want to stop a monkey, well, you just stop looking at them. If we stop giving these women credence and attention, they will go away. But what we're doing is in these YouTube streets, men are still busting these women down. They talk about them, but they go bust them down behind the scenes. Because if they wasn't busting them down, the women still wouldn't be out here shaking their asses. It's just, I mean, that's a logical approach. So Lee,
Well,
I agree with you.
I
I
think that's
agree.
a big ask. I don't think men are going to stop looking at women. I just
No, no,
think
no,
that
no. I'm saying
the men
men
who
should
have
stop looking at women.
more risk to lose
You know
have
what?
to find a way to manage
It's our
themselves
nature,
better.
man.
You also said something very profound, Mr. Anthony, because let me tell you something. Before I got married and I moved to Texas, you are right. Men will never stop busting down these bust downs. I was
Yeah.
busting them down. This was the distinction that I made.
Busting them
Okay?
all the way down.
This is the distinction. Okay. I would never take these women out in public and show the world that I don't
Exactly.
take myself seriously.
Exactly.
As a
Exactly.
man,
Bust
my
them down in
wife is
private.
squared away. All right. She
And that's the
represents
difference.
me in public the way I want to be represented. If I
Exactly.
ran into one of
Absolutely.
these girls out here that I was just busting down, I would, you didn't see me. I'm going out.
Bruiser. Look,
These men
I
are
tell him,
taking
look,
these women out.
Bruiser, I
So
would
you're a
tell him,
night
look, if you
walker.
see me in the streets, you don't know me.
Yeah, he creepy, night
But
creeper.
You're a night walker, huh?
Night
These
creeper.
men are
Move
taking
at
these
night.
women out, ingratiating themselves with them on social media, calling them queen, mother, goddess. That is not your queen.
No, it's not.
That is not your queen. That is, if you're showing me how you want to represent yourself like that, these women that we talking about, they're shaking their men like that. That's, they do that stuff in Africa. If you doing all that type of stuff, okay, it's great to look at, but I can't take you seriously. I can't introduce you to my parents. I can't have you have my children. That's not the woman that I'm taking out. Yes, bust her down in the dark, but be careful about who you bring out in the light.
Trigger
Well,
Mike,
hey,
young,
can
man.
I
They
ask a
just
question?
How
Can I ask a
you
question?
treat a lady as a lady, you just treat them as such. If they act
Yeah.
like a lady, you treat them as such. But if they act like
Yep.
a hoe, you treat them as a hoe.
Got
Hey,
Straight
There's a
up.
time
well,
and
that's true.
place.
But let me ask you a question.
and-
Anthony
and-
has something really. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sure.
I had a question for the panel actually.
Go ahead, Mark.
So
what?
I watch you guys all the time. This is the first time I've joined into this conversation because this is a really good conversation. But I did have a
Welcome
question.
to the panel.
I appreciate it. So we're talking about the conversation of why women choose the way that they choose. But one thing that we have to think about, which I've
no.
no. I'm sorry. Let me rephrase it. I'm sorry. It's part of what I've been listening to, and I know you have moved away from that. But one thing I wanted to point out was in the conversation of trying to figure out, why we deal with what we deal with, is one thing that I'd say that women have not seen as far as black men go is power. That was one thing that they were given over us. They were given the ability to wield power. And I think that's where the struggle comes in. As modern day men, we're trying to regain our power, but it's been 50 years. And one thing that was through the system given to them by just getting the black man away was, hey, you'll be able to get XYZ if you keep him away. That's a form of power. And so we're trying to regain that, and we struggle with understanding why women choose the type of men that they choose. But one thing that our women aren't used to is seeing a man in power because they've always been able to wield the power over us. So that's where swag and all that kind of stuff comes in.
Yeah.
That's why the guys who have more swag were guys who have more, guys who have more swag will get a woman way faster than a man with power because our women have been carrying power for 50 years. But they had to see something different, and what's different is that new thing that was created, which was swag, which was the way a man moves, because they're not looking for power. They've had that, and that's what my personal opinion. That's where the struggle comes in, and that's what we're fighting with right now. Is we're trying to reclaim our power when we've never really had it because the power structure that gave that power to them.
Mm-hmm.
I disagree. If these women got so much power,
I knew it.
No, here's the thing. If these women are so powerful, then we'd have a whole community with $500,000, $600,000, $800,000 houses with women standing right in front of them, So what power are we talking about?
We're
We're
talking
talking
about
about
power
women
from
who
government
Women
to
are
daddy.
builders. They gave
Yeah,
they
right.
got a
So they don't have any
different
We're
kind of
power.
talking
power.
about the
They're not the
power
builders.
to get the custody of the children with the worst resources. They're not even resourceful, and they can get the children. That's the
But
power they
no,
wield.
I'm saying
The
we're
court
talking
system
about
gave them
meeting and
power. The
marrying before
government
the
gave them
children even
power.
get here. We're talking about before the
Yes,
Say that
children
again.
even
the
get here.
government.
We're talking
Yeah,
about the man and the woman.
the government
The
gave them the
government gave
power
them power
to
when the court system gave
exactly.
them power.
No, you're missing
And
what I'm
that
saying.
power came in. The power came in when there wasn't a need for men, because Mr. Lee made a good point. It really started after World War II. So when the black community finally came back together in the 40s, the power structure was there. When the war jobs went away, the black community started building. That's where Black Wall Street and all that stuff started coming apart. Whenever the Great Society came along, that tore it apart because power, as we know, power corrupts, and they gave one group that's never had power, which was the black woman, power over the black men. White women have always
You're
had
missing what
power,
I'm
at
saying.
least over black people, but when they gave our women power, power corrupts. I personally believe it's not their fault, because we know that power corrupts, and when you give an aggrieved group power that they've never had, they're going to use it. We as black men have never had power in the structure that we live in today, and that's what we're fighting for right now. And,
No,
and
this doesn't make
unfortunately,
any
we're fighting
sense.
for it with our people, with our
No,
women.
I'll explain why. Hispanic women make less money. Hispanic men make less money. The court system is the same and is ragdog in all races across the country. The real power is actually the man. That's real power.
I
I
agree.
thought
I
it was
think you're
whoever
not
got the
being
It's
head start.
genuine
power, and it's
because,
causing people to lose.
Dusto,
It's
I
not
think what you're
power.
not being honest about is that the Latinos, they come from a society that's already structured. The society has not waged war on the Latin man against the Latin women.
No,
In
I understand what you're
America,
saying.
the society of America have been waging war against black men from time immemorial since we got here. And over time, they have learned how to use the woman to do the job so they don't have to have the heavy hand
Mm.
of
That's it.
execution. Now the
If
woman is the executioner for him.
if
So for
if
us
there,
to act
go
like
ahead.
we don't know that it actually is going on and then make comparisons with immigrants who come here and don't have the same outcome, they didn't have the same sufferings. They came from a country that was poor. Everybody's poor except for the military juntas and the politicians.
Then why are white people losing their kid? If it's all attack on a black man, why are white people losing their kids in the court the same
Because
way
this is the
with more
fallout of
money?
the system now. We're
Yes.
looking at the fallout of the system. See, when the system started, it was to destroy us, but there's unintended consequences. When they made a declaration to kill Osama bin Laden, when they bombed that wedding, they killed other people that was at the wedding. So the fallout that we see now with the society where white people, Asian people, Latino people are getting caught up in the system is because the system has now grown out of control. But when it was initiated to entrap
With
us.
precision. Yeah, it don't have the precision it used to have.
Wasn't child support and all this stuff started for white women against white
No,
men?
it wasn't necessarily poor white
If I'm
women.
wrong, I'm
It
wrong.
was married white women. So when they got divorced, they can then be benefit because they were not working. So they
So
had
since
to be given support.
so
So
Yes.
since
slow down,
So
raw dog. Run.
okay,
that system was changed in the 60s and the 70s actually. That system was changed because black women should have never got child support like that if they weren't a married woman.
Yeah.
Period. Child
so
support is for married women who get divorced who were stay-at-home moms.
Yeah,
That's its
I read that
purpose.
too. I read that.
Yeah, that was back in the 40s,
It's
right?
not for any woman having a
mhm.
child.
I don't know. I just know it ain't no power. It's fake
I'll,
power.
I'll say
But
They're
this.
now,
I'll
losing.
say
but
this. Whenever the
you have to
child support
understand,
system hurts the other
just
group,
like
go ahead.
just like just like uh what's that the whole criminal incarceration issue that started on black people, but now white, there was a judge that got convicted a few years ago. He sent like 111 white kids to this prison because he was getting paid, he was getting kickback.
Yeah.
Once you start the monster and the money start coming in, Yo,
You don't care who
it
you put
gets
in
out of
jail. You put
control.
anybody in
Money
jail.
blinds the eye to the effect of certain things. It started with us, but it's spreading throughout the society, just like the pandemic did.
And
Started in
and,
Wuhan, China, and it show
and
up here in the United States.
it's also interesting,
They,
Dusto, because what are they trying to do right now? Because it's affecting them in disproportionate
Who is
numbers.
they?
The government. They're trying to change it because it's affecting them. It's never because it affected us. It's been affecting us, but now they're in second place. They're the ones with only half of their people are getting married, less of their children are being born. Therefore, they want to change
right.
things now.
We know that Margaret Sanger and Planned Parenthood was designed to cull the population of black people in America. That was its purpose. But because of this whole abortion thing, white women, when they started to find their liberation, they're like, you know what? This works for me too.
Yep.
And white women are taking advantage of it. When you look at the numbers, there's 19 million plus black children that has been killed in the past 50 years. But there's 64 million children killed altogether. There's a bigger portion that's applied to white people.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Wes, I'm
Anytime it
just not
starts to
believing
hurt
that
them
every
and their
day
numbers, they will
For a long
react. And I'll
time.
give you a good example of that too.
So these
You know,
are
I don't know how many.
unintended consequences that come out of certain policies that spills over into their community. Rap music started in the black community. Now rap music is bigger in the white community than it is in the black community. And white kids who didn't used to do drugs like that and being all gangster, they're trying to be gangster.
heavy metal came first. They were worse.
Well, they just used to drink.
Saying.
They
they
used to drink and take
smoke
drugs.
and do drugs, man.
And
Yeah,
worship
they just
Satan.
used to drink and take drugs. That's
I
mainly
guarantee,
acid. Acid and
guarantee
speed,
you.
that was the thing back then in the 70s.
I guarantee you,
saying.
if black people had an opioid crisis, they'd probably have another war on drugs bill or some shit. But
Absolutely.
because
Oh
it's,
yeah.
What's another
because it's
thing?
only
The
a
same
small
reason,
portion
the
of the
same
population.
reason why, the same
crisis.
reason why child support is capped at $3,000 in Texas, because white billionaires in the oil industry started getting hit by their women. They capped that. They said these women ain't taking all our money. Anytime it affects them, they change the laws. If you didn't know that, in Texas, no matter how much money you make, one child is $3,000 max, because oil billionaires was getting hit by their women when they got divorced.
Gotta
The
love
system is
Texas.
rigged to exactly. I'm here in this state. I know how this works.
I love this
$3,000 max, no matter how much you make, because billionaires were getting hit.
But war on drugs,
Well,
you're
I
telling
mean,
me
the point
white
is,
people don't use drugs?
Yeah, but they
again?
were using cocaine. We were using crack. They was targeting
Yeah.
crack.
Right.
Bro, you been
And
to
the,
both
and,
It's
the,
not a
and the
problem
same
with
penalty for powder cocaine did not get the same penalty for crack cocaine.
Yeah,
I
cocaine
mean,
was
you should
500
go back.
grams.
You
Crack
should
was
go
5
back and
grams.
listen to some of the audio documentaries on the whole crack era and the cocaine era, because if you got more money, you can buy cocaine, but crack was cheap. Crack, you could get 3 rocks for $10. Cocaine, you got to buy it in eighths, quarters, ounces, more expensive. So the people who were affording to buy cocaine were people who had more liquid cash to devote to it, and they were professional men, businessmen. The people that were buying crack were people who were broke, were trying to nurse their wounds of coping with being broke. Some people took Swiss up and wine, but other people took dope and crack.
I don't know. I seen
Where
more
were
white
you?
people than
You was
anything.
born in the 80s, right?
80, yeah.
You didn't know. You didn't see.
Well,
all
he
this
was
coming?
born at the tail end. So by the time he was 14 years old, the big crackdown on crack was already in
crack was
place,
already.
and the
Crack was whack.
criminalization of it was there. It was phasing out of the society by then. Crack was big from like the late 70s going into the 80s.
I've seen way more white people drugged out than I've seen black. I'm just being honest.
But that's true
I'm
though.
talking
I'm not-
even
It's all
suburbs.
about who's getting in trouble for
They're
it.
more of the population, so you
Yeah.
wouldn't see more. But we
It's
were
all-
punished and criminalized at a higher percentage. That's the
So
difference.
Dusto, doesn't it occur to you that doesn't it seem weird that most of the people drug users are white, but most of the people who are filling the prison systems are black
Okay.
for the same offenses?
Okay.
So and doesn't that seem like overwhelmingly
Oh,
if
he's
I'm saying
asking,
it
did you
correctly.
recognize those distinctions?
Probably true, but honestly,
You think that's just because we just don't have lawyers? I mean, well, a lot of it is
Well, we
because we
don't
don't
have
have
lawyers.
lawyers.
That's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Look,
to
I
be
got,
honest,
But I don't want us to
strung
get
out
caught
on
up on
crack
this
or
part of the
prison doesn't make a
conversation, right?
difference.
No, I'm
look,
saying I don't want us to get caught up on this part of the conversation. In the first page of my present, the first thing I said is that I'm not dealing with the pookies, the drug dealers, the bums, none of those guys. I'm
Ronnie's.
dealing with the middle. I'm dealing with men who are working, productive, and men who are at the exceptional end who are achieving highly. The guys at both ends, the Pookie and the Ray Rays and the bums and the drug dealers and the gangsters, those guys, they could do whatever they want to do. The men that I'm talking to, I'm not trying to reform a Pookie. I'm not trying to reform a drug dealer. Neither one. This conversation is not for them. So we got to stay focused and not to bring that part of the element in because
Sorry about that.
that's not those are not the
That was my
minds that
fault.
we're supposed to be trying to address. Both
what
from the female perspective and the male's perspective.
what I think that again, my problem is with the so-called 5% intelligent of us. There's also the 5, 10, 85% inside of the 5%. Some of us think we're free, and we're just not. That's what. If the car keeps breaking down, apparently you're not doing something right, regardless of how smart.
Okay, 1 second, Con.
Mhm.
This is exactly what I'm
You said
talking
we ain't
about.
free, bro?
No, I'm talking about the men being men. If we're intelligent, but it's just us, it's too many of the 85% of us should not be in the condition we're in. I'm saying us as the intelligent ones need to do it. We're the women are out of order in a relationship as a marriage. They're not seeing us for what we are. This is our fault. They're women. We can take control of this conversation, the situation tomorrow. I heard one of them laugh on
I think, Con, in all honesty, that's what the Black Manosphere is all about. We have taken control of the conversation. That's the reason women are not only coming in this space, but they're trying to push back.
Eliminate
Hear
the
me
word
out.
we.
We're
Hear me out.
talking.
Yeah. What I'm trying to say is that not only are we taking control of the conversation, we're letting women know in the society at large, Black women first, but any other women that are in earshot of what we're saying, that this is how Black men are moving. And white men, Latino men, and Asian men are picking up on the same thing. And they're saying, this is how we're moving. And if the woman that you want to deal with ain't moving the way you want her to move, we're making other choices.
But
SYSBM is a big group, and women are getting scared, and they're pushing back. I hear a lot of women talking about, well, we didn't know this and we didn't know that. I don't give no one no credibility when they say they don't know. For you to be able to hold back femininity, you have to be an expert at femininity. For you to be able to hold back submission, you got to be an expert of holding back submission because that is your nature. For you to not be hypergamous, you have to be an expert to not be hypergamous.
Yes, sir.
So when I hear people say these things, I know it's cat. Now, let's deal with this comment right here. Brahoo.
Most drug
Drug
dealers are
dealers
broke.
make more money than YouTubers.
Troll.
So we should not take up legal jobs where over time we can make good money. We should go for the drug dealer game where we can make short-term, supposedly good money. Because I grew up in Harlem and I saw the drug game and I saw who made money and I saw who didn't. And I know a lot of people like to talk crap, but I've been there, feet on the ground. I saw what happened to guys that made millions of dollars that owned blocks and blocks of real estate. And when the feds came in, they took it all. And they went to jail for 25 years. And these guys were multimillionaires. So stop with this cheap ass.
Stop the cap.
Not realizing that the power structure let them become rich so they can take it back at a discount.
That we got to stomp out. Because it's guys like this
That's a good take.
that think like this.
That's right.
That we're trying to marginalize as much as possible.
That's
and
right.
we got to point out to the females that these type of guys, they got to think better. They got to make better choice and make better decisions.
That's
all
exactly.
right. Go ahead, Con Factor. You were speaking, so go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah, that's what you just said is that's part of what I was getting to. Listen, We're the men. We're the control factor in the race and the humanity. We can take it back tonight. I heard one of them say on another channel, talking smart and laughing. She said, "When does a man acts for control? He just takes it." And you have to, even though she was flipped and smart and ignorant, but she was right about what she said. We don't have to ask them about nothing. They can't win no argument with us, especially when you're right.
Con, how do we take power back? Because we're victims, right? We're not free.
No, ain't nobody over here saying nothing about victims. Stop.
No, he said we're not free. And why
Yeah,
can't we realize we're not free?
Okay.
No
So I
one
guess
said
we're
we're not
caged up.
free. Nobody
He
said
said
that
it.
either.
Con
So
said
if
it.
we're not free, how can we go and take and do all this powerful stuff?
Listen,
I'm saying, make up your mind. We're either free, we're powerful,
you're
or
not,
we're weak.
no, listen, I'm trying to finish talking. You're not gonna put that on me. I never said
You
that.
said it.
I'm making it clear. I'm not trying to go deviate. Listen, you got a lot of jokes, but if you focus on what's being said instead of trying to find a joke,
I was direct. It wasn't a joke.
I never said that I'm a victim. I told you I'm not no damn victim. But for you to sit there, and they've been trying to tell you all hour, you're being set upon, bro.
Oh,
You're being taught.
That is very true.
Well,
Because
tell him to
he
bring.
came in,
Hold on.
came in
me
and
out.
he dropped his life story that he was
Hold
married
on.
from the age of 19 and how he built several businesses with his wife, owned properties, have his children. And I think when we look for words to undermine someone's conversation, to bring it up in the discussion of the chat, I think we're taking away from the value of the younger people who may not have some of the analytical skills that you may have. Justo.
Yeah.
You have great
Yeah.
skills, but you use them mostly to undermine the conversation and to build up the conversation.
No, that's
I
not
see
what I
it all
was
the
saying.
time, but I value it because it gives me an opportunity to show different dynamics within our conversation among men. But I think if you would
go ahead.
use what you do more to find ways how to point out things of value as opposed to find the one word where you can use it to undermine and build upon that to tell a story which goes in line with what you talk about, the YouTube streets kind of conversation that drags down the conversation, especially Sage Talk. Sage Talk is focused on building men up, having men think more productively and going out into the world to achieve. And as a brother who is intelligent and as accomplished as you are, I think sometimes you poke fun, and there's always a time to poke fun. And I've never not bring you up when I've seen you in the back chat because I value some of the things you say. But I think from time to time, what you do on a regular basis is that you find ways to plug holes in what we're trying to discuss, and sometimes it might undermine a portion of the conversation. And especially a brother like Khan Factor, he's a brother that has achieved in life and had a good life and is married for 31 years.
Hey, Sage, the first thing I said when he came up,
I'd like to say
kudos
No, I'm not
to his
talking about what
marriage.
he said then. He's talking about what was said just a few minutes ago. I'm
Okay,
not talking
no.
about what you said
I'd
earlier.
like to say
Just now,
something.
what I was saying. One, shout out to you for your marriage, building your family, and building your business. That was the first thing I said. And believe it or not, I'm not an enemy. What I'm saying is this: 1 minute you're saying it's almost like we're weak and we don't have no power as black men. The white men are way up here and we're stuck down here and we can't do nothing. Then you're talking about taking the power back from women.
I never
We
said
didn't say we didn't have
You know
no
what I'm
power.
saying? You're either powerful
no.
or you're weak.
No, that's not true.
No, that's not true either.
Two things could be
If
present.
I'm wrong, if I'm off, I'm off.
Two things could happen.
Well, you can be dormant in your power and not exercising it, and
Thank
have
you.
just allowed some things to happen, which is what black men have done. Black men have been dormant in exercising their power and their authority, and have just gone along for a time.
Yes.
And now we're no longer going along.
Yes.
We're putting our foot down and we're saying, this is how things are going to go from now on.
Period.
And that's
okay.
a different thing.
We're
It's-
talking
it's
two
not-
different.
That's
My
all.
apology. We're talking two different topics. I combined them as one. I was off.
And
No, it's cool.
but
It's
I
cool.
like your I like your commentary. I like your jokes. You crazy. It's funny.
Right. I'm saying I like it too. That's why
I'm
I
not
had
sure
you
if he
up.
was joking though. I want to
No,
hear
no,
Mr.
No,
Jones
no.
say. Go ahead,
Oh,
I
Mr.
he's
wasn't
Jones.
even
always
joking,
joking, bro.
but
He's
I was
always
off because
joking.
I took
He
one
he
thing and combined it with something else, and I was off. I
yeah,
was
even
off. I
jokes
admit
on
it.
that, I still was laughing. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is Kevin Samuels as one man
Hmm.
started a whole wave. One individual. Other people were saying it, but he quantified it. Y'all talk about quantity. He quantified it mathematically, where everybody or more people, the majority of the population, male, female, rich, poor, could understand and had to accept it. Now, what
Hmm.
I'm saying to us, as the lion of the planet, the Sphinx, we can take it. We don't have to ask them nothing. A woman cannot outwar no man.
Mm.
It's not gonna happen. The
Fact.
Well,
facts have backed them up
first of
in,
all,
in taking down our family. They don't have any power. They have been given power, exercised in family court on purpose, just like you said, with abortion and things like that. But we can end the race. That's why, like you spoke about, Dusto, the Hispanics, other groups, they haven't been watered upon in their
But
relationship.
we're not supposed to be fighting with women anyway. Men aren't
Exactly.
supposed, no, hold on. Men aren't supposed to be trying to overpower and it be a battle back and forth at the kitchen table. That doesn't work.
That's
You're
not what
supposed to be attracting the best women and trying to work with them.
That's not what I'm saying. If both
Okay.
of us, as male as men, we're not looking to the so-called system for employment, for food, a backup, we wouldn't have half of the problem that we have right now. Women are made to admire security because they can't secure themselves. They're made to admire material things. The man is the giver. The woman is the receiving, and she knows she can't produce this. Adam is the producer. So what I'm saying, we are natural producers, but we don't stand by. We're doing ourselves a disservice to stand by and wait for the enemy to give us an opportunity to produce.
Who is the enemy?
The feds, the state, whoever you want to call it. You can make
Powers that be.
whoever they
whoever
are.
undermines us in
That's-
our efforts.
These
That's right.
families is no
I think
explanation
the
of
conversation is more about helping us understand that
that could be wrong.
we need each other, but at the
That's
same time
right.
we have to understand our roles, not pinning one against the other. We just got to understand what our roles are, and that's
That's
one
right.
thing as a people that we struggle with is not saying that one doesn't need the other. We know that we need each other. It's about understanding each other's roles, and I think that's what the conversation is about.
Right.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm just trying to paint a different picture about this enemy to where it's like this one side and the other side where it's white against black. If I'm wrong, I'm thinking that's what's being implied. The government
No,
17%
it's
of the
just the
employees are
powers that
black.
be. It's not a color. It's the powers that be. We're under a system, and we have to understand that that
Okay.
system has been pinned
The
against
system
us.
the system is managed and run. Let's
Okay.
not be,
Okay,
Right.
the
There's
system is
people who look
also
like us that's
okay,
within that
let's not
system who puts
tiptoe
up
around.
policies
Let's
that's
not
against
tiptoe
us.
around the subject. As men, we got to call things the way it is.
That's right.
The system is managed and run.
That's
And the
right.
people who are in power that set up the system and run it, we all know who they are. Now, if one or two people are not affected by the system and they, for some reason, don't even see that there is a system operating that could be affecting them, you may not be able to make that person see that there is a system. You can make the most logical scenario or explanation until they're at the point where they're ready to see, they won't see it. It's no different than talking to a person who is crazy but don't know they're crazy. Until they find themselves in a position where they're going through something that they say, no, I don't like where I am. Can you help me? When they get to that place, then you could take them to the doctor. Then they're ready to listen to you. Then they're ready to take the medication. I'm not saying that you're crazy or anything like that, okay? I was just using it as
yeah,
an
I
analogy.
probably am.
And I guess you could
No,
take the
that's
joke
a
on that because
really
you
good
drop a
point.
lot of jokes our way too. But
Hey,
no, I'm
No, you
just saying,
good.
I'm not sure if he's being sarcastic or being a devil's advocate sometimes. Sometimes I think it's both. But I think if it's genuine that his life experience have not showed him that, there's nothing any one of us who may have had that experience can explain to him. He's
I
gonna
agree.
have to one day experience it himself. And if he could live and die and never experience it.
That's right.
I know a lot of people
So,
like
you
that.
know,
No, I was just showing a different picture. For example, education, it's a jacked up system. Some of the people are black. Government is a jacked up system. Some of the people that are black. 17%
well,
of the working
most
are
of the
black.
democratic states and the cities that are run by black people are the worst.
Right. Some of them are good white people. Some of them are bad black. Some bad white. But overall, it's a mess. Healthcare system. There's some great nurses and doctors, but there's some dustos walking around with a stethoscope. There's some corrupt people stuffing money in pockets. Overall, yes, there is a problem. I'm just saying everything isn't always a white people always attacking on the black. That's all I was
Well,
saying.
But that's not the
There's an
conversation. I
I'll say
think what the
this. I'll say
conversation
this.
is, it goes deeper than that. I think what the
Okay.
conversation is we as a people, we get so focused on the one group that we know that'll throw a knife at us and we can at least try to dodge it. And we completely miss that one that'll come give us a hug with the knife in the hand and stab you straight in the back. They may or may not look like you, but they are a part of the same agenda. And that's what we're not focused on. We get so focused on just one particular group that, for the most part, shares a certain hue. And we say, okay, they'll throw the knife, and we can at least say that I'm not dealing with that because I can at least dodge it. There's, again, like you said, and you acknowledged it just a second ago, there's people out here, like you just said, who looks just like you and I, who are on the opposite side, who will stab you in the back just as quick as the next one. But what we're talking about is just making sure that we're aware that as a whole, we need to be on the same page with paying attention to what's going on around us and making sure that we see that as, you know, as an entirety, as a community, there is a power structure, regardless of color, that is against us. There's plenty of people within that power structure who look just like us, who want to be acknowledged and accepted, who will take part in that. So we can't get focused on the color part behind it.
Justo.
Hey,
Look
I
up
Kissinger.
I get it.
Are you
The way
familiar
you
with,
explained it, I get what you're saying.
are you familiar with Kissinger?
No,
Henry Kissinger?
Henry
No.
Kissinger said, it used to be easier to control 1 million people. He said, but now it's easier to kill 1 million people. Now, I didn't make that up. Look that up. Look up Memorandum 200, where they're talking about African blacks in the diaspora controlling your actions and your death with food.
Can I ask you a question?
This is not new. This is not conspiracy.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
But
Miss
somebody else can
La,
hop
she
in.
says, Sage, please stop interrupting everyone.
Okay.
Now I have a producer who is telling me how to run my show. So Miss La, just hit me on the back chat so you can give me guidance if I'm stepping out of line.
Go ahead,
Much
Mr. Jones.
appreciated.
Hey, here's a question.
Funny as
Hey,
hell.
I'd be interested for this conversation
Mike,
to
go
go
ahead.
back to the original topic.
Fair
'Cause
game.
I have a lot of questions in regard to that. Because, like I said earlier, I have 2 daughters.
I'm sorry.
What kind of young man should I be
Here
looking
you
for?
go. Here
What
you
type
go.
of qualities and quantitative value does he offer? Because trust me, as a dad, I've seen a lot of guys, a lot of ragamuffins come through.
I'll be right
Okay.
back.
I'm in
Absolutely.
the military. They were raised in the military family, right? I consider myself. They had a middle class upbringing.
Right.
But my oldest daughter, she acts like she grew up in the hood. So I struggle with that. You know what I mean?
She's been influenced by the overall social media.
That's
Right.
what
I don't even think it's the social media. I think, and I'd like to think that your daughter's probably a part of maybe the early Gen X or early, well, no,
Yeah.
late
Okay.
Gen X,
No,
early
you're
millennials.
Millennial. She's a millennial.
How old is your oldest daughter?
She's 31.
Millennial.
Okay, I'm
Millennial.
28.
Alright.
I'll tell
So
you. I'll
she's
tell
a
you. What,
millennium, older millennium.
okay, so I'm 28. A lot of my age group just don't know. A lot of my age group just don't know. We're still trying to figure it out, which goes back to what I was saying with that whole power structure thing. So it's just we don't know. We don't know.
You didn't.
Okay, so hold on. If I may. So, who is it? I think it was Anthony. Did he leave already?
Yeah.
He had brought something up that I thought was interesting. It's like, okay, so I'm trying to figure out, and so I also have a nephew, right? He's 16. I told y'all earlier. What would I tell him that he needs to do to prepare for a family in the future? What does he have to do? You've already mentioned a lot of great things already, right? Build yourself up, get your smarts, your bag, all that stuff, right? Your resources, make yourself marketable, right? In the dating market, to coin some of these manosphere terms that Dusta was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
But so if I'm going to tell him what he needs to do to be this ideal man, right, that a woman will be looking for, what type of woman is out there?
Well, I think
you need to look for a submissive woman.
Well, what you would want to focus on is.
I'll tell you, I don't even know what I'm still looking for, and I've been married. I got married at 23. I don't know.
Find you a woman.
I got married at 23 and was married 4 years, and I'm divorced now. Again, I see people questioning. I'm 28. I was born in 1993. I'm still trying to figure it out. A lot of my age group don't know.
You could be my son.
A lot of my age group don't know. Again, I got married at 23 years old. I started a business. Some of you guys may know about my channel. If you don't know, you can look at it. I've been a entrepreneur since I was 19 years old. I got married at 23. I got divorced, last year. My age group don't know. A lot of us feel like the older, the baby, because I'm a product of a baby boomer. My mom was a baby boomer. A lot of us we weren't taught, so we don't know what we're looking for, unfortunately. Some of the older, generations of the millennials, the ones that's in the 38, 39, 40, 42, they're in a good place now. But the younger millennials, such as in my group, the 26 to 31s, we're still in that lost group. We're still trying to figure it out.
You answered the question though.
What I was going to say to Mr. Jones is, what have you and your wife been, doing in the family and talking to your sons about as it pertains to him becoming a husband, a successful man in life in general, and a good productive citizen. But in terms of family and what's his outlook on life as a whole, and then what type of woman would he be, not what he'd be interested in, but the example that he has as a mom, first find out if that's an example that he valued. And then talk to him about the qualities of women and what a woman's duty is in a marriage and in a relationship, so he'll know what to look for. He needs to be able to, one, see that in the home, but he may see it, but he may not know how to interpret it. So you may have to have those conversations to interpret it. And sometimes when you're watching television and you're watching certain programs and certain behaviors is mimicked, there will be perfect time after those shows to discuss, what did you see? What did you interpret? What did you think about that? What did you think about this girl? What about that girl? Was she right? Or, probe them to see what kind of reaction and how they're interpreting life and relationships and marriage, if that is even something that he may want. Because like the Millennium Mark says, we as the older one, more experienced and have had that life experience, in our past lives, earlier life, we didn't have parents that laid out life for us and gave us the do's and don'ts and how to do and what not to do. Not all parents do that. But today, life is sophisticated and is a minefield all at the same time. And women back in the day, which were good women, where you could pull out a BB gun and anyone you hit practically was a good one. Now, you need telescope. You need a one of them sharpshooters, man. You need a guy that can spot a woman at 2 miles away and stick her with a dart that make her be submissive to you. So you have to be
I'll
able
say
to
this though. I'll say
inform.
this though. Even as the
What's
men
that?
within this age group, I don't think is being able to find a good woman is really knowing how to be a good husband. Because again, I'm a product of a baby boomer. You know, my mom was born in I think 61 or 6. I think 61 or 62. So again, you know, I came
That's
from that.
after baby boomer, I think. Oh, right on
No,
the edge.
60. Yeah, right. 60. I think 61. But right
Yeah.
there somewhere between, yeah, because I think Gen X started with 66, 67. So right at the tail end of the baby boomers. But you
Yeah.
know, again, I'm a product of that generation of once you turn 18, you're out of the house. So you know you're gone. So you got to go out here and figure it out on your own. You know, fortunately,
Right.
I didn't
That's
get caught up in the streets. I didn't get caught up in the system. I started a business. I actually, you know, my background, I got in. I was in law enforcement for 5 years, and then I got into the world of entrepreneurship, and I've been in business on my own. You know, but again, I had to figure it out on my own because I'm a product of that generation that was told as they were growing up to pick yourself up by your bootstraps, and when that's all you know, that's what you teach the next generation. So for Mr. Jones, he was saying, what should his daughters be looking for? Well, his daughters are looking at men such, within my age group who came from that whole generation of pick yourself up by your bootstraps. And quite frankly, unless you're someone like myself who got an early start, a lot of guys, I'll tell you this, I work with so many individuals who are minimum 8 to 12 years older than me who are still lost. Thankfully, I found, my way at 19 years old, but I know what came from that generation of people who were told to pick themselves up by their bootstraps. They were able to do that during the times that they were, brought up in. Unfortunately for us, it's just not the case. So,
but
it's just
let,
different, man.
All right.
Well,
That's good.
that,
Okay, so let me just paint the picture a little bit. Hold on. So, okay, if I was gonna vet a young man, right, for my daughters,
right.
here's another problem for you. So he's okay. If they didn't care, like, because I personally don't care, right, what their race is. All right.
Right. Okay.
All right. So that would be fine with me. All right. But let's say if they focus on the black community. All right. And so a lot of the guys that they may encounter are going to be raised more than likely without a father in the house. Okay.
Yep.
Right.
I
Some
didn't have
broken,
one.
dysfunctional situation. All right.
Yeah.
That's fine. I want to understand this. Okay. Because at this point, I have to kind of move away from my tradition, the way I've been brought up. Because ideally, I want that man to come from a 2-parent home. Okay.
Mhm.
2-parent home and a strong spiritual Christian background. All right, ideally. But
What about your
that's
daughter?
Those
kind
are
of
not
that
the
bar
most
is kind
important
of the
things.
more
That's
and more I
slim
look into
pickings,
this,
man.
that bar is a
It's
little
Let me
bit
say
higher.
this.
I'll tell you
Let
this:
me-
a lot of guys that you're going to come across is going to be guys like me. I came from a single
Right.
mother household. I watched my mom work 3 jobs, and I feel like that helped me become the man that I am today. I saw my first 7 figures at 25 years old. So I came up from just watching a hardworking woman. But I do understand, some people say, oh, that's an anomaly. I understand that I come from an anomaly background. I made it through that because I know several other people who came out of
Well,
the same
you
type
came
of
from
background who had a
you
different
came from a common
direction.
background, but your
Yeah,
outcome is an anomaly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
here's
correct.
another
But
The
if I may,
outcome is an anomaly. Yeah,
can I
the
comment? Can I
outcome.
just comment? I think I can add
hold on,
something
if I
to it.
may. I just got to add a little bit more context as well. So my daughters, admittedly, the more I look at this content, I consume this content in the manosphere, and specifically the black manosphere, right? I think I've raised modern women. I'll admit it.
That's scary.
I think I have
Say that
raised a
again.
couple of modern women because they're out there getting the bag. They're independent. Okay. So the idea of hypergamy becomes an issue. But this is why I try to tell them is like, okay, yeah, okay, just because you want to look for a guy that's going to make as much as you or more. I understand why you would say that. But there's guys out there, right? They have good character and they have enough money to support a family, like myself. Okay, the way I came up. All right, but I understand that as you go further, it's going to take a two income family in the future, but just because the way the market is. I understand that. But I was in the military. I raised a family. I raised them, right? And put a roof
Right,
over
but
their head,
women come from
right?
that structure today, but they want
That roof was
a million
cheaper when
dollar
you put it
man's
over their head.
lifestyle.
If I
Yeah,
could
you
comment, I might be able
you
to help
answered
you.
your own
I might be
question.
able to help both of y'all with the comment. So what I'm
Go
saying
ahead,
is,
Bruiser.
That's all I want to add.
as far as relationships for you, brother, you just got to find. You got to have a plan. Like Dr.
It's
Lee
not
said,
him, it's his daughter. Oh, you talking about Millennium
well, I
Mark?
was talking about Mark first, and his
Oh,
son
okay.
can
Sure.
get from this too. You need to have a plan first. You need to have a plan on how you want to run your family and how you want to drive, because you got the keys to the relationship. You got the keys to the whole relationship, marriage, or whatever. You got to have a plan on how you want to drive it, and it's all about identity. You got to identify yourself as identify the role that you're going to play in a relationship, and you got to find someone who has a role, has identified the role that they want to play in a relationship, and figure out how does that align with their plan. Because you have some women who their role is to bring in money, you know what I'm saying, and go to work 9 to 5 for 20 years and build a retirement. But then you got some women who want to be submissive and are willing to stay home and take care of the kids. You have to see between those two people, though I don't know if there's a third type of woman, it might be, but between those two women, you got to figure out how do they align, which one of those align better in your plan. And that's where you go from. Now, as far as getting in a relationship, it doesn't just end there at that. It's a day-to-day grind. You know what I'm saying? You guys gotta learn each other's love language at that point, and keep it filled so you can keep the relationship going. And just stick to
That's
the
such a
plan.
good
Once you
point.
find a woman who's
You know
willing to
what?
fit under your authority,
Well,
it's gonna work out. And for
let me
No,
the
you're
woman,
spot on. You're spot on because I'm glad you said it. Finding a woman that either wants to follow your plan or be an independent woman who wants to work 20 years and get her own retirement. Because I'll tell you this, like I said earlier, I got married at 23 years old. My wife, again, I made seven figures by 25. My wife at 23, when I married her, she didn't have to work, but she was raised to go out and get a job and to work a job and to get a retirement, even though she did not have to. She worked for my company, but she still, because of the way she was raised, had that desire, even
you
though.
gotta draw the line, and
So
you gotta make that
exactly.
understood in the beginning. And for my
Right,
man, Mr.
right, and that's
Jones,
why I failed because I didn't come from a background of seeing what a marriage like that looks like. So that's why I said that was such a good point that you made. You got to figure out which
right?
one you're looking for because I didn't come from that.
And for
Well,
Mr.
uh,
Jones,
Bruiser,
oh,
what I
go
would like
ahead.
to add to Mark as well is that that is the purpose of this space. And this is part of the purpose of Sage Talk. For brothers like you who may have lacked the certain perspectives on how to vet a woman, date a woman that you have intention to marry, and know what are the things, the red flags to look for, and to make sure once you determine what your plan is, what type of woman you want to go after. Because obviously, the woman that you marry, though you guys have maybe many things in common, and you were in love with each other, there were some key things that were that were how would you say they were deal breakers, and you weren't able to sift those out early enough and to find out whether or not that these things, based on the way she is raised and the type of woman she is, nothing to knock her, but with what you wanted to build and where you were headed, that wasn't going to fit. You wanted a screwdriver and she was a pliers. Don't care how you try to twist it, it ain't going to become a screwdriver. So I think that's part of the what this male space is about. This is what Sage Talk, what I'm trying to do in terms of talking to men, and more so Mr. Jones. And overall, in society, by and large, men didn't always sit down and tell their sons this and tell their daughters this. We learn just like animals do. We watch what our parents do and we mimic what they do. Your father go out and work every day and took care of his family.
the son saw that, that's what he grew up and did. The woman saw how her mom took care of her dad, cook, clean, and budget the money and all the other things, and she did that. School and education gave you more thinking capacity to be able to exponentially build upon those things. But what we got caught up in is the women's movement that when they imported this feminism into the education system, that started messing up the women's head because it started teaching them about how bad men were, how masculinity is a problem, how patriarchy is this, that, and the other. But I think with regard to your son, you're gonna have to take a deliberate effort. He can't
Yeah.
just sit, watch, and learn. No, there are all kind of traps laid out for him out there.
It's his nephew, I
From
think.
females, black
Okay.
women, white women, Latino women. If she's an American woman, they're laying a trap. So you're gonna
Yeah.
have to, the knowledge you gain in this space, you're gonna have to use that knowledge to educate your son as he grow, and then as he gets old enough, and you can introduce him to one or two of the channels, the guys that run channels that you like, and you can say, you know what, you should listen to this guy. You should
Yeah.
check these guys out, and he's
Yeah.
gonna
Mr.
find his way
Jones.
around the space.
Let me
Okay.
say this before I leave,
All right.
because I want to respond to Mr. Jones. One of the issues we have in the black community, as far as black males are concerned, is that black males have taken a backseat, especially the ones that are successful. They tend to act like islands onto themselves. I've made it. I don't need to put
Yeah.
myself out there.
Yeah.
So one of the reasons I'm in this space is because you need to see, just the same way my father, my uncles, everybody surrounded me and say, don't let that boy mess up. If I die tomorrow, I need to know everybody around here is going to show up and tell him what's wrong, even if it sacrifices your relationship with him.
That's
All right.
right.
So that's what you need to do with your daughters. That's what you need to do with your nephew. If you cannot be afraid to stand on principle and say, I am the example, and they're waiting for you to say that. I think by and large, black men are afraid to be the example because of the way we'll be crucified if we mess up. I am a walking mistake. All right. That's the way I look at it. But each and every day, I'm out here taking care of my family. I'm doing what needs to be done, and moreover, what is expected of me. So I feel like I need to go out and tell young boys, you don't need to be like a drug dealer. I got a nice house, a pretty car. I'm sorry, a nice car, pretty wife, all of that, and I never sold drugs. And I walk up to him and say that because he'll look at me saying, well, shoot, okay, I can follow you because you're willing to come out and let me know. You're willing to take a chance on telling me. So that's one of the big things. I think we love our families so much. We love the women in our families. We don't want to hurt their feelings. I'm going to tell you right now, my father's not afraid to hurt his daughter's feelings.
That's right.
He will sacrifice his whole relationship with them to
That's
say that he told them the truth.
That's
Don't
right.
bring no man in this house that is disrespectful, that doesn't know how to take care of something. That he tells them this so he over time they can start to listen and say, you know what, he was right. Don't
That's
afraid to be that example. And also it's really role modeling, not just telling them things, but really plugging
Living it.
into their brain. Like what, get into their brain. What do you like? That's not for you, and here's why. Bruiser has said something about, Bruiser said something about it like, hey, you need to tell him to make a plan. That's very true. He needs to make a plan. The issue we have in the black community right now is that nobody know that this man never even seen someone make a plan before. So telling him that and then giving him good advice and walking away is no longer enough. You need to sit there and explain your plan, explain the bad things in your marriage that happened and how you got through it, and give him the good, the bad, and the ugly so he can know that is marriage. Marriage is not happiness, it's sacrifice. You
That's
don't
right.
get into this institution unless you're willing to sacrifice, build, and not know if it's going to survive the next day. And you need to do it with no guarantee. Are you ready to do that? And this ain't for you. That's
Yeah.
how intentional you need to be when you talk.
Absolutely.
about
Mr.
this.
Jones, if I may comment for your daughter's sake, as far as her wanted to meet a man, going after a man, whatever she's doing, if she's working or she's and she's trying to, go get the bag and be career driven and find her passion, that's fine. She can do that. Or if she's one of those women who's just working for right now, to keep herself beautiful and available so she can find a man that's willing to allow her to submit and be able to take care of the kids. That's also fine. But men are the ones who decide whether a woman's going to get married. So she need to let a man choose her. But the way she does that, the way she attracts a man that's valuable, she needs to make sure she has a peaceful nature. She's got good judgment and discipline, and she's a liberating person. So whatever man she has, she needs to be able to make him feel free to be himself. You know what I'm saying? And remain beautiful. She needs to be beautiful. I hate that people say, "Oh, it don't matter how you look." It does. That's initial attraction is important. But she also needs to make sure that she is available, you know what I'm saying, for the type of guy she want to attract. She can't be good. All this stuff. She can't be.
Well, she
but
can't
also,
wear the uniform of a stripper.
Thank you. She needs to.
I've
She needs to
used that
identify.
phrase. I've used
She
that
needs
on.
to
That's such a
identify
good
with her
point.
role.
That's such a good point.
She needs.
Okay,
She
so-
needs to
You know
identify
what?
with
That's
her
such a
role.
good point because my wife, even though we were married only 4 years, I proposed to her within 3 months of knowing her. Because I just, when they say a man knows, man. And like you said, you find a peaceful woman. A lot of women underestimate what a man mean when they say they just want peace. Man, that was a first.
Yep.
Let me tell you, that's so real. What you said was a mouthful, man. I just had to jump in and say that because that was a strong point that you made.
That's
Okay,
all it is, man.
Absolutely.
The issue is everybody needs to identify themselves as a person, as a tool in a relationship to make it work. You know what I'm saying? You got to figure out what you want to do. And by all means, I'm not telling people that, or women or men, they got to be a certain person. Be what you want. Just make sure that whenever you get ready to take this step with this guy or girl, you need to come to the table and have an understanding. Because a lot of people they just marry because of an emotion or love, you know what I'm saying? And nobody's understanding, okay, how do we make this last? You know what I'm saying? You got to figure it out. And that's the thing. Just you got to know your role. And that's what Mr. Lee was saying earlier. People are not picking. You really have to have a role in a relationship.
Yeah, Mr. Lee.
Okay. Let me
okay.
just interject for a second.
All right.
Let's start to wind it down. So let's start having final comments. I'd like to close it out before I hit 8 o'clock my time. Thanks a lot. So go ahead, Jones, Mr. Jones. You can continue.
Oh, yes, this has just been very, 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 very educational. And I really appreciate it. Everybody's insight was great. Yeah, like I said, I'm trying to, I'm trying to put myself out here. All right, and maybe an indirect way to put out information, because my daughters, right, they'll go to my YouTube page that I'm trying to start, right, but I'm trying to figure out first. I got to learn how to do all this, the editing and all that kind of stuff, and then the content and whatnot. And then I'm very particular about what is it that I'm going to do and how am I going to carry myself. That's another aspect of a quality that I'm going to look at. I want to see what this young man's digital footprint looks like. All right. I want to know how he carries himself. And that's one thing that makes it easy, because a lot of these young folks just put themselves out there. They can do it real easily. I struggle with that because I look at it like, well, wait a minute. I still work for the government. I got to be very careful what I say. You know what I mean? I got a lot more to lose here, and I just can't just come out here just say what I want to say. I still, I have to curb what I say. No problem. But I can still get my point across, right? And I do, for me, I am kind of blunt with my daughters, but I kind of use humor, but they know how I am. Because when it comes down to it, like I said, my foundation is spiritual first. And that's what I'm going to look for in that young man. Then I'm going to look at his digital footprint. I want to say, does he have a LinkedIn account? There's certain things I want to see. Is he part of the business class or is he like, he's blown up his Instagram and all this other things. I can understand if he's a gamer and all that kind of stuff, right? Because that's what young people are doing, all kinds of stuff. The crypto, I'm trying to understand all this stuff. It's challenging.
Obviously, your daughter is 30, 31, you said, right?
Yeah. 31 and
So,
a 26-year-old.
if she's dealing with someone that's in his mid 30s, 35, 36, or thereabouts, or a little older, that's a man that should be well established into his career on what he's doing already. So as a professional, definitely he should have a LinkedIn presence. He should have a plan on his life. He should already be living his life in the plan in which he's established for himself. And he's going down that road. The only thing he needs to fill as he goes along is the pieces, the wife and the children, right? So he should already be on that path. So when you meet, when he meet her, and he's inquisitive to date her, to marry her, or with intentions, and she brings him home to meet you, or you guys go out to dinner or whatnot, you can examine him. You can have that personal conversation. Say, you know what? Come over to the house next Saturday, having a little cookout. Have you, your brother, a couple of uncles, cousins, bunch of guys. You know, you play a little sports, play a little cards. Get up into his head, psych him out, let him relax, have a few drinks, see what kind of man you're dealing with. And as men before, we used to know how to do this. Grandfathers used to know how to do this. But the breakdown between the 60s and the year 2000, that 40-year gap, a lot of knowledge and culture got sifted out through the destruction that took place in our community. But it wasn't lost because some men went on the ground, or men just went about their business, doing their business, because we didn't have a way of speaking out and to not be demonized in the community. Now with this YouTube space, men can speak out and speak their mind and have a community of black men where they can say what they need to say, and they can't be demonized like you're just one guy bugging out, and now all the women in the community got to check you and get your mind right, right? So we don't have to live under those type of environment anymore. So now we can really come out and exercise our authority first by telegraphing what it is that our expectations and what we want, and then putting it into force by living it, whether we marry a black woman or any other woman, because women learn quick. They can observe the circumstances and situations around them. Right now, they're running the way they're running because everything works for them. But as soon as the wind of change come, they're gonna make moves with that change as well. Thanks a lot. Hey, Millennium Mark, you're next, and then Bruiser and Duster. I'll let you be. Oh, uh, okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Actually, after Millennium Mark, Con Factor, and then Bruiser, and then Duster.
I just want to say it was a great conversation. Like I said, I watch your talk all the time. First time I've decided to come up, it was a really awesome conversation. That's all I got, man.
Appreciate it.
This is. I'll say this for the guys that for the men who are in my age group. These are some of the conversations that we wish that was out there before. So I'd like to hope that a lot of people who are watching this are within that Z group. They're listening, man. Because I'll tell you, as a tail end millennial, man. Good God, this is the stuff that we need to hear, and these spaces are powerful. And for the ones who are listening to it and who are absorbing what these older men up here are saying, I mean, it'll help us out because again, we're trying to find our way. We're trying to figure out, how to, maneuver in these relationships. We have to roll with the punches when it comes to rolling with the way the world is going. But as far as just, building community, building family structure, there's people who are older than us who have done that and have a lot to, to put out there. And again, I just love these spaces. This was a really, really good conversation. And that's why I joined in, man. It was good.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. You're welcome back anytime. Let me just highlight this comment. Bruh, who? Money ain't gonna save black people. I'll say this. This is the same guy that dropped the comment earlier about drug dealers being in Forbes magazine. Money is, this type of mindset is a broke mindset. Continue on your program, black man. Build yourself up. Gain as much power and influence you can in the world. And if money is an opportunity for you to be able to use that to leverage and build yourself up, do so. Make yourself the most powerful man that you can possibly be. And then see how money don't save nothing. Money is power. Just like a gun is power, money is power. And only broke people say stupidness like this. Okay, go ahead, Con Factor.
Yeah, I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. The conversation is good, and it goes on without a lot of going down into chaos, and that I really appreciate that about it. And everybody has different views, and they can respect each other. And I really appreciate that, man. And I'm big on social engineering, man. Like I said, I'm not. I'm going to always, everything comes back to that. Just like what Jones was saying, his daughter's 31 years old. He didn't realize she was being programmed right in his face. It was good enough for most of us to go, okay, go to school, get a good job, make sure everybody likes you, and take care of your wife. That sounds good, but it's a little deeper than that. And now by us, and that worked because they mimicked, like you said, what they saw, and the attack wasn't blatant like it is now. Now it's outright attacking the kids, attacking their sexuality, attacking the family, attacking the women. And to go on like that's not happening gives Mr. Jones, that's a prime example. He just thought it's good. People, they think it's good enough to send your kids to school, make them go to church. They do what you, but they're being consistently programmed at school, at through the media, and this is what we have to look out for. So now we're here, and so we as men, like you say, this is a form of taking it back, and it's a first step. But we have to, as men, just come in like the bully pulpit and call it out, and don't give them a break. Don't break for 5 minutes and just let them have it. You know what I'm saying? And we're not tolerating it, and this is what it is, and we just need to call it out. But I appreciate you. I appreciate, and Dusto, I appreciate the jokes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Much appreciated.
It's all good, bro.
Mr. Khan, you're welcome to come back anytime you find a subject interesting enough to pop up. But I value you guys in the comments and inspiring the conversation as you do. Obviously, yes, like you said, I think this is phase one of first phase. There are going to be more to come. And, you know, black men now, we've found our voice. And we're speaking up and we're standing up. And I don't think we're going to go back into a low, quiet place again.
Yes.
We see what the quietness of the past 40, 50, 60 years have contributed to the community. And we have to now stand up and take the reign and lead it the way we want to lead it. We also have to find a way how to do better amongst one another. But that's coming up on another conversation in the future. Bruiser?
Man, first I'd like to say appreciate it. I think this is like my 7th show or something like that. I ain't been keeping track, but I'm always on here, man, when I get a chance. I like to come on here to learn, man, and that's what I come here. I don't really come here to like try to give advice, but if I ever can, I am inclined to do that, and I feel like I'm obligated to do that, especially when I'm talking amongst my brothers, you know what I'm saying? And as far as the relationships, man, you just gotta make sure you understand what you want. You know, you gotta know what you want and just go get what you want. You know what I'm saying? And don't fall into these traps where, oh, you gotta accept this because it is and settle. No, take your time, get what you want, but most important, make sure that you get that legacy going, man. Because that's one thing that when we focus on relationships today, man, we're not really thinking about our legacy and the generations after us. And the generations before us didn't do that as well. And I think we should change that now today by making that a priority in our lives. I mean, I know some relationships ain't gonna work. You just got to build up enough tolerance and try to sit down together and figure it out, man. Just try to do the best you can, man, and focus on that legacy, man. We got to change these issues, and the only way we can change it, nobody's handling us shit. We just got to figure it out ourselves. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you very much. Justo.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on the panel. Um, Men, can we admit that we don't know everything? Starting with me. My name is Dusto, and I don't know everything. I don't. Let's be real. Men, can we argue? Can we get in heated battles without saying, I got more money than you and you're dusty? I got more women than you. Or I'm going to find out where you live and I'm going to punch you in your teeth. Can we stop that and actually have heated debates even? And then come together and just like, you know what, you're right, I'm wrong, or whatever it is. Or, you know what, you're ugly and I'm not, but still have a balance to where we can actually still communicate. But I'm busting somebody's forehead open, threatening and talking crazy. Put the egos down, open up the ears. And trust me, I'm a person who doesn't like listening. I like talking trash. But can we do better so we can communicate and just be better? Is it too much to ask? That's all I got. But thank y'all for having me.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I want to thank everyone who came up on the panel. Millennium Mark, Mr. Khan, Bruiser, as usual, Dusto, as usual, and everyone who was with us in the chat having a good conversation. The purpose of Sage Talk really, and what I'm trying to do is find ways how to uplift brothers, how to fill in the blanks, the spaces where lacking a father or an uncle or even a stepfather who could have been there for you to help you make better decisions as you begin your journey in life or as you go through your journey in life. I don't have all the answers as well, but for the questions that are out there that I may know the answers for, or one of many answers, because there's not necessarily always one answer to a question that's the perfect answer. The perfect answer is for the man that can use that answer best to solve the issues within his life. My goal and what I'm trying to do is to empower Black men. This financial piece about marriage and the quantitative value today was to really show potentially what's at your table for the woman that wants to be your wife or that you choose to be a wife, and what you can offer long term in the building of the family that you want to build. And to understand that we as Black men, we have a lot of power. And for the gentleman or whoever in the chat said that money won't save Black people, the lack of money have kept us down at the bottom. Whether it saves us or not, I'd rather be I'd rather be not saving the top of the mountain than be waiting on a savior at the bottom of the mountain. I think it's time that we change our mind, we change our perspective, and I think we'll see a different outcome. An outcome that not only you will be happy with, the woman you choose, a wife, your children, and at the end of your days of your life, you can say you did it all. You gave 100%. And whatever it is that you leave behind was something of value, as opposed to have nothing. How many generations we have to come from where we have nothing to give to our kids? I like to be able to leave my kids $1 million, a ranch, an institution, a foundation. What do you want to leave your kids? Give them a platform for them to build upon. Give them a foundation. Why every generation we have to be digging the hole to lay the foundation? Digging the hole to lay the foundation. We never get to set up the building. Immigrants come, they dig the hole, lay the foundation, and build a building, one generation. Everybody coming to America building. We got to stop this crap. We got to stop the division amongst us. We got to learn to work together. You don't have to like everybody you work with. You think white people like all white people? I've been in meetings where white people cursed each other's out and then got right back to work. We have to be able to do that without taking it to the next level where I'm going to see you later. And then you want to put a bullet in somebody's head for a disagreement because he thinks different than you do. We got to get past that type of thinking and behavior because we're a powerful people. We survived 400 years of harsh, brutal, physical slavery and psych ops, economic, social, and criminalization. We're still here. And we're still some of the richest Black people on the planet. How can we now turn that into power? Power means that we have to learn how to work with one another. Because no one man can be powerful by himself. But a group of men could be very powerful together. We once used to know that. Let's come back to that place where we knew what Black power meant and make America tremble like J. Edgar Hoover trembled back in the 60s when he saw the power of Malcolm X. There's a Malcolm X in every one of us. There's a Martin Luther King in every one of us. There's a Frederick Douglass in every one of us. Are we willing to fight? We got to stand up. And we can't wait for the women. Women are not leaders. Women are supporters. Women will fall in line when we execute, period. Whether it's a Black woman or any other woman. And I'm not here to tell a man what woman to choose. I'm just saying, plan your life out, what you want to accomplish, and then go out to build that plan. And whichever woman roll with you, take her under your wing and build. And if it's a Black woman, more power. It's a stronger Black family. Another one counts. And that's how we got to roll as Black men. Don't let nobody tell you what you can't do. If they tell you can't do it, knuckle down, focus, and prove them wrong. So for another Sunday, guys, we did a great job today. 6 hours. It's a long stream. But I think a lot had to be said. And there were a lot of powerful people on the panel. And they had a lot of contributions. Not sure what I'm going to talk about next week. But I look forward to you guys coming back. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thanks a lot. Sage Talk, signing out.
Make sure you guys click that link pinned to the top of the chat. Amir is up next. 8 minutes to go time. Click that link pinned to the top of the chat.